You made it on the side.
Time just made it on time. Time to spare as well, even though we went the wrong way. Are you right?
I gave you clear instructions.
Yeah, I know.
Water. Did you get one for me?
No, if you need some refills, so yeah.
Right.
Today's guard of honour is from Nemo Chesterfield.
Oh. Open out.
This Monday morning, very, very warm already. The youngsters are just forming the guard of honour. Lancashire's players assembling on the boundary's edge because they'll be bowling today, having batted yesterday, made 367 with centuries from Keaton Jennings and from Chris Green. His first in first-class cricket. Absolutely magnificent knocks, both. 4 wickets for Zach Chappell. 2 wickets apiece for Blair Tickner and Van Aitchison and Anuj Dal. Here come Lancashire, led out by James Anderson. And you can tell by the applause, not only that it's Jimmy Anderson, but there's another decent crowd inside Queen's Park today for this second day. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and this is Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire.
Good morning.
How are you?
Morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm great, thank you. Yeah, it looks terrific again, doesn't it? It's a hot day, as everybody's perfectly aware of, I'm sure, but the ground looks terrific again. The crowd is good, and hopefully set for a good day's cricket. It'll be fascinating to see how Derbyshire's reply is. They were had a very, very good kind of first hour or so yesterday and got Lancashire on the ropes at 40 for 4, and then they're able to find a way to recover Lancashire. But as Chris Green was suggesting, very much kind of a new ball pitch. If you can get through that and the ball gets a bit softer, the outfield is absolutely lightning quick. So there are runs there to be had for some Derbyshire batters today, and they'll be hoping, I'm sure, that they can at least match what Lancashire are able to do.
And the really good news is that the public address system has been, the volume has been reduced to more manageable levels today. You might just have heard it in the background there. Yesterday, my word, it was...
full throttle yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit loud, really, if I'm entirely honest with you. We'll have to wait a few minutes to see... oh, no, he's got his cap off. So is that Jimmy?
It is.
Jimmy's going to bowl up the hill, by the look of it, from the lake end. It's brave of him, that.
Well, this is...
I think he could probably bowl anywhere,
well,
to be brutally honest with you. He's not too bothered whether it's a hill or not.
No, it's kind of worked out nicely, hasn't it, for supporters yesterday, those coming for the first day. Maybe worked out even better for Chesterfield that Lancashire battered on the first day, which means that you get extra people coming to watch Jimmy today.
Member of the ground staff is putting something on to Paul Baldwin, who's now passing it on. I think it's the disc, isn't it? That would be my guess. It's the bowling disc on the top of his mark.
Got it.
It's being taken further onto the field by somebody with 30 on his back.
It's Will Williams, who's already on as a 12th man for somebody.
Thank you. So good they named him twice.
Yes. I'm not sure who's not out there. I'll try and see if I can work it out.
He just sent on to fool me, really, first up. And it worked.
It's Tom Bailey. I can't see Tom Bailey anywhere. So at the minute, Tom Bailey's not out there.
Struggling to get his socks on.
Yeah, probably knowing Tom, he's probably a bit late. Yeah, probably rocked up about 10 minutes ago.
Here we go then. Jimmy Anderson from the Lake End bowling to Mitch Wagstaff in his first game of first-class cricket this season, and he's beaten first ball. Here we go. Ooh, terrific delivery for Jimmy. Oh dear. There might be a lot of that in the first hour and a quarter. It was about an hour and a quarter yesterday, wasn't it? By the time Derbyshire had reduced Lancashire to 44 for 20, just before 20 past 12. And there were 132 for 6 at 20 past 2. And then after that, job done.
Yes.
3 slips and a gully, backward point. Anderson bowls, that's left alone by Wagstaff. 2 left-handers opening for Derbyshire. Caleb Jewell, the Australian, at the other end. A stylish batter, 800 plus runs so far this season in the Championship. Mitch Wagstaff, 2 deliveries faced in the Championship this season. It's quite the start for him.
Yeah, slight contrast there, isn't there? Just a little bit. What a chance this is for Mitch Wagstaff facing Jimmy.
Huge opportunity. And he comes again, and that one is flicked away down towards fine leg for the first runs of the Derbyshire reply. First run, as he picks up one as Jack Blatherwick does the fielding down in front of us at fine leg. Quite a straight fine leg. It's not particularly fine. It doesn't feel to me. I asked them if they could remove the cue from our ears, and now they've removed it full stop, and I'm not even hearing the news anymore. Oh, there we go. I've got it. Do you do an 11?
I do, yeah. Which is...
You're very casual about it?
Well, it's normally another minute or two in, I suppose, before they,
I don't know how you do it.
before they come to me. Got a leg slip in here.
Oh, yes. Luke Wells has moved to leg slip as Anderson bowls. That's left alone by Jewell to go past the off stump. Excellent. Quite pleased about that. It's a long day by yourself. George Bells looks like he's coming on now as well. He's not got a bib on. They could have 2 substitute fielders early in the piece. That'd be interesting. Just sun disappears momentarily as Anderson bowls, and that's left alone by Jewell again. Anderson just going back to his mark on a baking hot day here at Queen's Park. There's just a pleasant breeze at the moment, which is helping us in the commentary gazebo. As in comes Anderson again and bowls. And that's defended by Caleb Jewell. Jimmy Anderson shows off his footballing skills by kicking the ball up to Josh Bohannon, and the over comes to an end, 1 without loss. Here we go. Yeah, we just had 1 over this morning so far, Sally, and no damage done to the Derbyshire batting. 1 without loss. Mitch Wagstaff in for his first game of the season, scoring the only run. He's batting out there with Caleb Jewell. The first over was bowled by Sir James Anderson from the Lake End here. Derbyshire have got some batting to do, though, today on a glorious day with people being warned about the weather. Derbyshire 1 without loss. Thank you very much. And it will indeed be the late Tom Bailey to bowl the first over from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Mitch Wagstaff with 3 slips in the gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and he bowls. Oh, and he dabbles with that one. He was looking to leave it, but was just drawn into playing a bit of a shot. It bounced off the toe end of the bat and into the gully region, all along the ground, fortunately. And there is no run added to the solitary single that Derbyshire have already got in this innings so far. Bailey is past umpire Baldwin, and that one is pushed out to the offside. They're going through for a quick single, picked up by Bohannon, who throws it into Matty Hurst to the left, but Matty Hurst has to rather reach for it. And there is no run.
Tom Bailey out there now for the to take the new ball from this pavilion end. So Bailey and Anderson, a familiar-looking opening bowling partnership for Lancashire. There is Bailey over the wicket and bowls. Pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Lancashire got 3 slips in place, a gully, a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg, long leg.
Tom's learnt his lesson from yesterday when he had an ice cream but didn't buy anybody else one by bringing Henry a cup of tea. That's very nice, very decent of him. He's learning some manners.
I don't know how they put up with you, I really don't. Here is Bailey in and balls again. Left alone, through to the keeper, no run.
The look on Henry's face suggested it wasn't a particularly pleasant drink anyway, so I don't know what's happening. I just got excited because Burton Albion have signed a goalkeeper.
Oh, that is exciting.
Jordan Amisa is back, played for Ross County last season up in Scotland. He had played on loan at Burton previously, I think from Sheffield United from memory. It might not have been, I'll have to look him up, but he's back. Of course, lost Max Crocombe to Millwall, their New Zealand #1 international.
It's not ideal.
No.
Bailey from over the wicket, balls again, down the leg side. And there's no run. I can't believe you said yesterday there's a pre-season friendly coming in a couple of weeks' time. That is
Week tomorrow when
Week tomorrow,
Chesterfield are playing Burton Albion. It's pre-season friendly.
It's absurd.
Well, you're all right because, of course, the Premier League doesn't start for a fortnight after League One and League Two. League One and League Two start the week before the Championship.
Did they? Oh,
Yeah.
Bailey in balls again, left, and through to Hurst. It's the end of the over with just a single coming off it. So Wagstaff has those 2 runs. Jewell still on 0. Derbyshire 2 without loss after 2. God, right, that is early then, isn't it? First week in August.
August the 2nd.
Wow, right, okay.
Yeah. On August the 2nd, Burton Albion are at home to Mansfield Town in the league. So they'll have about a month of friendlies, and that's it.
Why are they starting so early? It seems very early.
World Cup, I don't know.
No,
They won't have anybody in the World Cup. They would have had somebody in the World Cup, but he's at Millwall. Anderson around the wicket too. Oh, he's struck on the pad, not playing a shot, and he's been given. And Wagstaff, well, that is an awful way to go in your first appearance of the season. Not playing a shot Anderson strikes in just the third over, and Derbyshire are 2 for 1.
Yeah, that's not a good way to go. Wagstaff maybe having left a couple of the last deliveries from Anderson, obviously keen to try and leave and keen to try and defend. And a watchful star, but he's just misjudged that completely, and not offering the shot. Anderson liked it. They all pretty much knew, didn't they? And Wagstaff himself knew almost straight away when it hit him on the pad that was not going to end well for him. No issue with that from the umpire. Just a few seconds to wait, and then up went the finger. And Anderson strikes early on for Lancashire. Wagstaff having to slowly make his way off. It's a long walk back towards the pavilion. You've not offered a shot, and you've been pinned LBW.
Brings Harry Kame out to bat, who opened the batting at Bristol in the second innings in place of David Lloyd, and put on that 170 partnership in the second innings. Once that partnership was broken, the innings fell apart. Now, yesterday I offered my tape, and I was ignored today. No, it's a little bit weak, I was told. Well, the tape that they've used to stick the rubbish bin, it was already collapsed behind us. I think it's 1-0 to the BBC. I thought they were better than that, but here comes Anderson over the wicket to Harry Kame. Bowls to him. Oh, he's played and missed at that one. Just plunging forward. And through to Hurst behind the stumps. 2 for 1. I suppose we ought to mention the follow-on target really at this early point. Although it is a very hot day, and you do wonder. I mean, they've basically got to keep them out there. That's the key here to avoid being asked to follow on. They avoided the follow-on at Old Trafford with some big hitting towards the end from Ben Aitchison and Blair Tickner. As Anderson's in again to Kame, who defends this one. Nicely done from Harry Kame. It will be, actually it's maths on the radio, 213.
Just get the calculator out.
Thank you. No, it can't be 213.
No, 217.
Yes, because it ends in a 7. Does that not make it 218?
Yes, yeah.
Anderson bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Harry Kane. There might be a shot. That was a really clever bit of fielding. Is that Bohannon?
It is.
Instead of throwing it to the end to which Caleb Jewell was running, because he'd called Kane through, he threw it mid-air in the wrong direction towards the non-striker's end, and he might have had Harry Kane struggling a bit now, I think. 3 for 1, though.
You've got in early, haven't you, with the old follow-on there?
I'm just going to write it down.
But true.
What did we say it was?
Well, I think 217, or is it 218?
218. It has to be 149, isn't it?
In that case, 217, I think.
18.
18.
In comes Anderson and balls to Jewell and pushes this out into the offside. It always does me.
I think he signalled no ball there. Well, maybe not. I thought I saw Paul Baldwin's arm just outstretched for a second.
Might have been doing...
No, I don't think so.
Was he doing 2 for the over?
Maybe, yeah.
Because they do that, don't they, as well, just to confuse everybody. Yes, I think it was 2 for the over. Or 2 left in the over, rather, not 2 for the over. Jewell waits, Anderson in and bowls, and he goes up and forces this away nicely. The outfield is quick. It's being chased down. There's 2 fielders after it, and they don't get there. I told you the outfield was quick. That's the shorter boundary as well. Jack Blatherwick did what he could. He put the slide in, but as soon as he puts the slide in, he's sort of hurtling himself over the rope, at which point he's got no chance. The first boundary of the innings is scored. It was 1 for the over. He was signalling. I've no idea why. 7 for 1 at the end of Anderson's second over, a successful one as well. 1 for 6. His figures early. With
yes.
A boundary to Caleb Jewell. Sorry, mate.
So that's a great effort from Blatherwick, but it's so fast the outfield, isn't it?
It's ridiculously quick, and it's. I mean, there are undulations, but if you walk on it, it's a beautiful outfield for essentially a council ground.
Yeah, of course.
It's remarkable.
There's something lovely, isn't it, about the idea of playing in the park?
Yes.
As Bailey comes over the wicket and balls, that's pushed away into the offside by Kane, and there's no run. Kind of just tootling over the bridge and then seeing he's coming into a public space, a public park.
If you've never been here, I mean, I really would urge you to come.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
It's sort of fenced off to the left, so just the cricket ground or the cricket pitch part of the park is enclosed. Seats all the way round and fairly well populated, even the bank.
7 for 1. Here comes Bailey in and balls left by Kane.
Noticeable that the little bit of shade that is offered by one of them, or many of the varied trees that we have around the ground, names of which no, there was really no.
I made a note of
the
them.
list.
Yeah, I've still got the list. Oak,
Yeah,
weeping ash,
yeah.
liquid amber, ancient yew,
Yews.
Yews.
Yeah.
and there's a mulberry tree somewhere.
Near the bandstand.
Near the bandstand.
Yeah, near the bandstand.
Well
We can't
done.
see the bandstand from here. But the ice cream, there's another ice cream van near the bandstand away to the left.
Bailey balls again. Flicked off his pads by came out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, it's about the only spot of shade, isn't there, really? Away to our right. Under those trees. There's a little bit behind the slip fielders when the ball is from the lake end. There's a little area where you can sit under a tree and get some shade, and then the trees on the bank. And if you can find a little shady spot, you've done well. It's quite popular, that spot. Bailey from over the wicket balls. Kane plays and misses. The front foot trying to drive the ball away. Just slips on past the edge of the bat through to Hurst. 7 for 1, Derbyshire. Bailey probing away from the pavilion end in tandem with his captain, James Anderson, who's currently at mid-off. Lancashire have got 3 slip fielders and a gully. And point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Bailey to Kane. That's a lovely shot. That's 4. That's a glorious shot by Harry Kane through straight mid-on. And Derbyshire supporters will have enjoyed that, and I'm sure Harry Kane did. Punched firmly down the ground for 4.
He should be in decent nick. He got 103 and 91 at Bristol. So, in a bit of nick. Caleb Jewell got a decent score second time around as well. At, whatever they call Bristol's ground these days. I can't remember.
No. Bailey balls again to Kane off the back foot in defence, and there's no run. End of the over, that gorgeous 4 down the ground. The only 4s coming off it, or the only runs coming off it. 11 for 1, Derbyshire. 4 overs gone.
83 in the second innings after making just 32 in the first. Those 32 came off 39 balls, though. This is the way that the modern cricketer plays, isn't it? And his 83 came off 79, and they were chasing 316 or 67. They got to 177 without loss after tea.
What a start that was.
And eventually ended up holding on for the draw, which, as I pointed out, only meant they scored 8 points fewer. Anderson into bowl. To Jewell has bowled him. He's left that one. And his off stump goes cartwheeling back. Anderson has picked up 2 wickets from 2 batters who haven't played a shot. Caleb Jewell goes now for 4, and Derbyshire are 11 for 2. Dear, oh dear.
Caleb Jewell was bowled by James Anderson for 4.
Yeah, it's a grim viewing, isn't it, for Derbyshire's 2 opening batters, neither offering a shot. That one rattling onto the stumps. Perfect start by Anderson. Be interested to get into the mindset of the batters as to, I mean, clearly, Wagstaff was the same. Jewell there, looking to try and leave, looking to try and play cautiously. They know that Anderson's going to angle the ball in and potentially nip it away, bring those slips into field. So you're trying to, where possible, leave the ball and defend. But that delivery from Anderson has angled him, but it hasn't nipped away. It's come back in, and it's a brilliant piece of bowling, obviously, by Anderson. But you wonder how much of it also is created in the mind, isn't it? It's the challenge of facing Jimmy. Is he going to get this one just to nip away? Is he going to get this one to come back in? I need to try and leave and defend. It will get easy when the ball gets softer and when the day goes on, and all those factors maybe come into it. And you kind of almost maybe half defeated even before you face the delivery, because there's an element of survival about it, isn't there?
That was his 1,136th first-class wicket at 24 and a half. Derbyshire in a real mess here early on day 2 at Chesterfield.
I've just been reminded as well that he got Jewell twice at Old Trafford. He bowled him for 16 and then got him caught for 12 in the second.
Skipper Madsen, the new man out, and he drives this rather uncertainly into the offside. He'll pick up a couple of runs for it. It's Josh Bohannon who goes out to do the fielding. So he's off the mark.
Sorry, Flash. That wicket at Old Trafford in Derbyshire's first innings.
He didn't leave it, did he?
He didn't leave it, no. But that one came from around the wicket, pitched and nipped away. He played, but took the top of his off stump. He's looking to lead that delivery, maybe thinking that is going to do something similar, just nip away, pass off stump. Instead, that comes back in. I mean, yeah, it's skill, but it's also, I guess, I would potentially in the mind as well, isn't it? Of the batters, you kind of.
Well, it was Wayne Madsen's having something done to his bat by umpire Baldwin at the moment. It was as far as I'm concerned, it was the reason that Derbyshire bowled first at Old Trafford, because they didn't want to face James Anderson on an Old Trafford pitch that they thought might be favourable to his bowling. It was his first game of the season, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
As it turned out, Derbyshire managed to avoid the follow-on. I'm glad I mentioned it early. They're some way off it at 13 for 2. Madsen's bat has been sorted out now by Paul Baldwin, whenever it needed sorting. He's off the mark with a couple, and Anderson is in over the wicket to bowl to the Derbyshire skipper, who clips that around towards deep backward square leg, and they go through for another single. 14 for 2. They've already lost both openers. Mitch Wagstaff for 0, Caleb Jewell for 4, James Anderson with both. Neither of the openers playing a shot. And somebody's just messaged me saying, could you remind them that they have bats? Yes. I mean, we see players leave a lot. It's relatively unusual to see 2 batters out in the same innings offering no shot. There are now a close catcher on the leg side as Kane is beaten outside the off stump. He was playing a shot. It remains 14 for 2. See, the players call him Jimmy. I think we can probably call him Jimmy. There was a bit of a discussion going on this morning as how they announce the Knight of the Realm. I think they call him James Anderson. He doesn't strike me as the kind of bloke who would say, hang on a minute, I'm Sir. He's in now and bowls to Harry Kane. That one's clipped into the leg side by Kane, who picks up a single. Welcome. We don't listen to welcomers, we welcome listeners to Sports Extra.
Oh. Hello.
Derbyshire 15 for 2. I'm sure Kevin's told you it's Dave Fletcher and Scott Reed. Here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, beautiful blue skies up above, temperatures rising by the minute. It's going to be a hot one. And James Anderson in full flow here as Anderson bowls to the Derbyshire skipper Madsen, clips it into the leg side, and there's no run. He's already got 2 wickets. Mitch Wagstaff, LBW, and Caleb Jewell bowled. Neither of the Derbyshire opening bats offering a shot. They were 2 for 1 and 11 for 2. They're now 15 for 2 with Harry Kane on 6 and Wayne Madsen on 3. And Wayne Madsen is still not happy with his bat, I don't think, because Aaron Donald, 12th man, has just gone on and received instructions from his skipper. He's already had it seen to by umpire Paul Baldwin. James Treadwell, the other umpire. Yesterday, Lancashire made 367 mid-centuries from Keaton Jennings, and a magnificent century from Chris Green. Jennings' century was magnificent in its own way, but Chris Green's was just spectacular. A maiden first-class century.
Yeah, it was a really good fight back, wasn't it, from Lancashire yesterday? Definitely on the ropes in that morning session. There's Tom Bailey from the pavilion end in and balls. He's left alone. And through to Matthew Hurst, and there's no run. Because it was 44 for 4 yesterday. Yeah, it was looking a bit tricky, wasn't it? Lancashire won the toss and put
44 for 4 and 132 for 6.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Chris Green was dropped on 9 as he went up to make 121 by poor old Mitch Wagstaff, who was out for a duck today.
Yes. 3 slips in place as Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls on the front foot, pushing away defensively up towards mid-off. Is Harry Kane, and there's no run. Yeah, partnership was, it was absolutely vital, wasn't it, really, for Lancashire? Chris Green involved in a century partnership with Keaton Jennings. He put on 66 with Jack Blatherwick and put on 59 with Tom Bailey. To give Lancashire that score of 367. Bowled out on the first day. Bailey in and balls. That's worked nicely away through mid-wicket by Harry Kane. That's a lovely shot. He's timed that beautifully. Anderson's on the chase after it, and he'll get to it as well. Super effort from James Anderson.
How old is he?
Yeah. He's Uncle Jones, who ran alongside him in support, and he was the one that threw the ball in. Just gives him a little low 5. He went tearing after that, did Jimmy?
Yeah. He's played a couple of nice shots so far. Harry Kane, the straight drive down the ground was nice.
Yeah, it was a pick of the shots early on, isn't it, in this first half an hour or so. 18 for 2. Bailey in balls again. That's flicked out towards the leg side. Actually, they ran 3, didn't they, in that last delivery?
Yeah.
Sorry, because that's Madsen on strike. Flicked to mid-wicket for a single this time. 19 for 2 now. Brings Harry Kane back on strike. Yeah, and the 2 wickets that Lancashire have taken this morning, as Fletch said, both batters not offering a shot. Both maybe thinking the ball would nip away from around the wicket, and both balls jagging back in. Forward in defence goes Kane. Pushed away into the onside. There's no run. And the Jewell dismissal, Caleb Jewell. He was bowled by Jimmy Anderson in the match at Old Trafford a few weeks ago in Anderson's first game of the season. And that was from around the wicket to the left-hander. Angled in, he played, but the ball nipped away and took the top of his off stump. Maybe a little bit of that is in Jewell's mind. He doesn't offer a shot this time, but doesn't see the ball nip away. Instead, it comes back in and clatters into his off stump. 2 wickets for Anderson first inside this first half an hour. Looks like there's extra help or extra fielders needed around the bat.
There's also some tape being brought out from Wayne Madsen's bat now by an Aaron Donald. A pair of scissors and some tape, that should do it.
No, that's all you need, isn't it, really?
That'll do the trick.
Get through life with that. Pair of scissors and some tape.
You can never find the scissors though, can you? Never find.
So we're in the bottom of the cutlery drawer, aren't they?
Yeah.
Hidden under the bottle opener.
Hopeless.
Wedged underneath the drawer somewhere.
Caleb Jewell's missed an opportunity there to move himself up. The leading scorer's out for 4. He's moved on to 812 for the season. Behind Marcus Harris, who didn't play last week and isn't playing this week for Lancashire. He's on 825. Ben Compton, who made, I think, 70 odd yesterday. For Kent, he's up to 895 now. So he looks to be the favourite to get to 1,000 first. And the other thing about this match is it's a side that hasn't lost this season against a side that hasn't won this season in the Championship. And at the moment, you would think that the roles were the other way around, wouldn't you? Because the side that hasn't lost, Derbyshire, they're in a whole heap of trouble.
Yep, they're on the ropes a little bit here early on in their first innings. 19 for 2, trailed by 348. Here's Bailey for Lancashire, and Harry Kane just pulls away. And
That butterfly was named. It was a little white, cabbage white butterfly just fluttering away.
Yeah, Kane just walking away. They do have a short leg in place. That's Josh Barnes. They've got 3 slips. And then a point, short cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and fine leg. And Bailey loops round from the pavilion end of Queen's Park and sets off again. That's off the front foot in defence by Harry Kane. Plays it firmly towards mid-on. And there's no runs, so 4 runs coming off the over. Derbyshire 19 for 2 inside the first half an hour of the second day in Chesterfield. Trail by 348.
Have you seen what's missing today? That was very much in evidence yesterday, day 1.
Well, this is obviously something quite obvious. That
very, very obvious.
I don't know what's missing today.
Have you heard Puffin Billy today?
Actually, no, I haven't heard Puffin Billy today.
There's a little train as part of this park complex, goes past the fence at the far end of the ground from where we're sitting at the pavilion end. Went past about once every 4 minutes and tooted his tooter.
You timed it, didn't you, yesterday?
Yeah. 3 minutes 40, I think. But he's conspicuous. Oh, there he is.
First appearance.
Why is he not?
There
we go. He's tooted. There we are.
There we go. Well done, Puffin.
Thank goodness for that. I hadn't heard him before that.
No,
that's remarkable.
No. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't get underway till 11 o'clock.
Free today, by all accounts.
Is it? All right, see you in a bit.
Anderson, it's bounced to Madsen and he leaves that one. It goes through to Hurst. Yes, I believe it's free. What were they saying last night when we were having when we were rehydrating yesterday evening? That apparently during matches it's free because if you are hit by a ball and the ride is free, there is no liability. Whereas if you pay £2.40 and you hit by a ball, where there's blame, there's a claim.
Let's see.
Anderson is in to bowl to Madsen, who drives it up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Yesterday morning, when Derbyshire's bowlers were bowling really accurately and picking up wickets, the run rate was below 2. Derbyshire have set off at 3 and over, but they're also losing wickets. It was that first hour and a quarter. It was very difficult indeed batting on this pitch, but as Jennings and Green proved, there are runs out there as this next one is left alone again by Madsen. There's no stranger to 3 figures at Queen's Park, you might be surprised to hear, or unsurprised to hear.
Yeah, Chris Green said yesterday, and I was chatting to him after the game, that it was kind of the new ball pitch was his description of it. And they kind of made hay a bit with the older ball at the back end of the day before the second new ball was coming. They cashed in quite a lot, Lancashire, and scored pretty quickly.
Anderson in, bowls to Madsen, who again pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
But as you say, both Jennings and Green, but also Michael Jones, he got 36, Chad Blatherwick 36, Tom Bailey's 21, all those little contributions as well, adding to good partnerships at the back end of Lancashire's innings that has got them a pretty solid looking first innings score on the board.
I'll say, looks fairly imposing at this stage,
Yeah,
19 for 2. Anderson in again, balls to Madsen, who goes on the back foot and carves this out towards the cover boundary. There's a chase on here for Blatherwick again, and he's got all the way to the boundary. It is so quick, the outfield. Beautiful outfield here at Queen's Park. And once it's going, it's not going to bobble, so it's not going to slow down.
No, it's rapid, isn't it?
Yeah.
We saw a lot of boundaries scored yesterday, again into the afternoon session when Lancashire in trouble at 44 for 4 with the new ball and doing its stuff. But as the day went on, runs were scored reasonably freely, weren't they, by Lancashire yesterday afternoon? But yeah, absolutely lightning outfit.
23 for 3, Madsen up to 8. As Anderson bowls to him, and that's left alone to go through to Hurst, and it's the final ball of the over as well. 4 runs from it. And Derbyshire have moved on to 23 for 2 after 7 overs. Harry Kane has 9 when Madsen has 8. This is the pair. I don't know why I'm saying this out loud, really. This is the pair that in the first innings in the last round of matches put on 206 for the 3rd wicket. This being the 3rd wicket in the first innings, and rescued Derbyshire. They weren't in as much trouble. They were 95 for 2 in their first innings. But these two batted for a very long time down at Bristol. Who's that?
Luke Wells.
An umbrella has blown onto the field. There is a bit of a breeze here, so Luke Wells has picked it up and used it as a parasol as he takes it off. Excellent work. That's why he got that little round of applause. Good work from Luke Wells. The Lancashire players have fully embraced Queen's Park, which is really good to see.
Well, they're on a little tour of outgrounds. Bailey comes in and balls, defended by Harry Kane to Anderson at mid-on. There is no run. So at the minute they're on a little tour of parks, because last week it was Stanley Park in Blackpool, and this week it's Queen's Park in Chesterfield.
Going up a notch, though. Next time out.
Yes, indeed. We're going from Stanley Park to Queen's Park to Cheltenham College in the next round of fixtures. So, had these little run of games on the horizon. Bailey comes in, bowls left by Kane. Through to the keeper, there's no run. Which has also added a little bit to the idea of the Anderson kind of story, hasn't it? Because I was trying to mention Luke Wells just now. I was chatting to Luke Wells before the start of play, and he said he's brilliant that there's a Knight of the Realm and England's greatest bowler playing, captaining the county at 2 outgrounds, in 2 parks.
Yeah.
It'd be terrific. So yeah, I think he's got to kind of embrace it, haven't you, when you're not ideal facilities all the time. It's pushed away off the front foot by Kane to mid-off, and there's no run, but
He'll be enjoying it too, though, I would imagine. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
with the greatest will in the world, if this game was being played in Derby, you'd have 300 or 400 people in a large-ish ground with a huge outfield, so you're distanced from the players. Here, basically, the crowd is right up to the rope, all the way around, and because, you know, the couple of thousand people in yesterday, it's a terrific atmosphere.
3 slips away, takes Bailey over the wicket, balls again, driven by Kane. He's leaning into it, trying to punch the ball down the ground. In the end, he's deflected it towards cover where Wells fields, and there's no run. 23 for 2, Derbyshire.
Well, I have a national audience. Could I just say that this is probably the game that would disappear should we reduce the amount of fixtures because of the money that's been spent on the headquarters ground. Just saying.
I see what you, yeah. It means it's less likely to be playing at outgrounds if you reduce from 14
Would you go to
12.
Cheltenham for as many games as Gloucestershire do? Would you end up going to a couple of outgrounds as Lancashire? They might, because Old Trafford's been repurposed, but got to think of these things.
Bailey from the pavilion end, and balls to Kane. I was asking for the LBW there, but spun Kane around. Yelp from the tall seamer, not out, says umpire James Treadwell. I was reading an article about the Cheltenham Festival. There is an element of doubt about it because it's not making much money, and fearful that it doesn't have, or potentially it might not have, kind of a long-term future.
Gloucestershire are looking to move, aren't they, from their ground, but that feels like a long way off.
Bailey for Lancashire, past the umpire again. Balls, lovely shot, punched away off the back foot by Kane. That'll be 4 through extra cover. He's played some nice shots in this morning as Harry Kane. 1 down the ground for 4, 1 off the back foot, punched away through cover. End of the over, 27 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot from Harry Kane. Plays well off the back foot. Political at all. Funnily enough, the name that popped into my head was, what's he called? Ben Elton. A little bit of politics, a little bit of politics. Just something some people may or may not have a view on. Jimmy Anderson's going to continue from the lake end. The lake is sort of in front of us, but to the left of the bridge that goes into the town centre at the far end of Queen's Park. And Anderson is in to bowl to Madsen, who just turns that into the leg side, backward of square for a single. And Jones does the fielding down a deep backward square leg. Derbyshire move on to 28 for 2. This is something of a recovery. But it is a festival because Derbyshire's women have already played here. They played on Saturday against Worcestershire. The Blaze are here later in the week as well.
And you're back at the weekend, aren't
Well,
you?
I'm not sure why Nottinghamshire are playing in Derbyshire. And there's a T20 against Yorkshire on Saturday. As Anderson bowls to Harry Kane. Oh, a little bit of hesitation there, and all's well that ends well, as they went yes, no, before the ball's eventually picked up by George Balderson. And they managed to get through comfortably enough in the end. 29 for 2.
Is this the only 4-day game here this season?
Yes, yeah. They generally only play one.
Right.
The last time they played, or tried to play 2, they moved the game from Derby to here against Kent, I think it was, because there was a concert on at Derby. As Anderson is in bowls to Madsen, and Anderson doesn't field the ball cleanly in his follow-through, and they're actually going to get 2 runs for it as it rolls towards the lake, so downhill. Jimmy Anderson bowling uphill here at Chesterfield. And all 4 days were washed out.
Right.
And the ECB put a regulation in that you could no longer move to an outground in September.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you can't do that anymore, as far as I'm aware. We talk about the slope, and it doesn't look enormous from here, it has to be said, but there is a story where Michael Holding played here for Derbyshire for the first time, and Kim Barnett said, well, do you want to bowl uphill or downhill? He said, well, there isn't a hill. I'll bowl from that far end. And after 1 over, he said, Kim, I'm going to swap ends. And comes Anderson up the hill, bowls to Madsen, and pushes that one out into the offside. And there's no run. He's on 11. Harry Kane has 14. Derbyshire 31 for 2. Many stories of games here. It's the 127th anniversary of the very first game that Derbyshire played here at Queen's Park. It was against Surrey, and they lost by an innings.
Someone should put together a book or something about it.
Yes, they should. I might have left mine in my bag.
Yeah,
Actually.
right, okay.
It's almost like it's the jewel in the crown, isn't it? Of,
Absolutely, yeah.
of Derbyshire. Anderson is in, and that one is defended by Wayne Madsen. Into the offside, there's no run. The man who wrote the book was just gone, actually. He was taking pictures over on the far side there. David Griffin, the club historian, statistician, photographer. There isn't a question he can't answer.
Well, he should mix them up, doesn't he?
I think he might do.
If not, just think of something to say. Sound convincing.
Story of the match about to start and them discovering there were no balls here.
Good effort.
Anderson bowls. Madsen defends up towards a very straight and shortish mid-on. It's the final ball of the over. 31 for 2 after 8. Derbyshire with 11 to Madsen and 14 to Harry Kane. That was a knockout cup competition against Shropshire. And Alan Hill, the former batter, who was chief executive or something like that, currently the president. He set off from Derby with the balls, and somebody left from here
To bowl for the
down
pavilion
the
end, George
down the road there,
Balderson.
61 I think it is, and they met halfway, and they discovered some balls and played.
Good effort.
Remarkable, really.
Superb.
Remarkable.
Guess you're unlikely to get those situations again, are you? Really?
You wouldn't have thought so. No. Derbyshire's first game here against Lancashire since 1989, and we discovered it was Wazim Akram against Ian Bishop,
Ooh, that'd be good,
which
wouldn't
would
it?
have been tasty, wouldn't it?
First bowling change. Tom Bailey's bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end, and he's been replaced. George Balderson coming on to replace him. 2 slips in place. And it's 31 for 2. Here comes Balderson with a wicket in. Pushed away off the back foot and towards the offside. There's no run. Gathered by Bailey at cover.
We can say what we want again.
I thought we were quite well behaved that little stint there.
Yes.
Disappointed with us, actually. 31 for 2. Short mid-wicket, 2 slips. Balderson in, defended by Kane. Plays it away to the offside for no run. That's what Lancashire got here. Got a fielder at cover point. There's Jack Blatherwick. Tom Bailey is at cover. Blatherwick's bouncing up and down the spot, so maybe Anderson's opening spell is either coming to or has already come to an end. Bohannon's at mid-off, Anderson's at mid-on. Chris Green at short mid-wicket. Ashton Turner behind him at regular mid-wicket. There's a fine leg and 2 slips. Here is Balderson. And then again, it worked to the leg side by Kane. Gathered by yesterday's Centurion. One of the 2. Chris Green. And there's no run. Remains on 14, Harry Kane. Derbyshire 31 for 2. Balderson wandering back to his bowling mark. A little bit of a breeze just blowing through the trees. Here goes Puffin Billy again as Balderson shuffles in. Bit of width there, carved away off the back foot. Lovely shot. Goodness me, he's played some good shots this morning. Harry Kane. And there's another one. He's leaning back off the back foot and sliced away through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, it's whether short or over pitched. Harry Kane at the moment, it seems. The ball that he got out to in the second innings down at Bristol was a magnificent one-handed catch from Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. He absolutely creamed it. So he probably felt a bit unlucky there.
Balderson to Kane, playing forward and defending. And as he defended it and deflected it to mid-on, he just took an extra step or 2 towards the ball that turns and walks away to square leg.
Have you got a message from Gary yet about Jimmy Anderson's first wicket today?
Nope.
Well, Connor is suggesting, I don't know Connor Fitzgerald, do you know Connor? He's suggesting.
Balderson's in, but down the leg side. He's been caught down the leg side, he has. Harry Kane has to go for 18. Caught down the leg side by Matthew Hurst off the bowling of George Balderson. And Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket, 35 for 3 after 10 overs. And Balderson strikes with his final ball of his first over.
George Balderson for 18.
Good poker player, Harry Kane, because he stayed there. He didn't turn round as Lancashire started celebrating, and in fairness, he didn't show any dissent either, which was a good effort. I'm not sure whether he thought he'd hit it or not, if I'm honest. He goes for a 28 ball innings where he looked very good indeed. Unfortunately, it means that former Lancashire man Brooke Guest has been called on slightly earlier than he would have hoped for, and Derbyshire did suffer 2 mid-innings collapses down at Bristol, despite being in the game for a long time. So a bit of a test for them here. As per the Cricket Archive, it's Jimmy Anderson's wicket at Mitch Wagstaff was his 500th for Lancashire across all formats.
Okay.
386 first class, 83 list day, and 32 in T20. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you, yeah.
That is a blow, though, to lose Harry Kane, because he looked in decent nick.
He did that, yeah.
To cling on to anything that I can. And remind everybody from a Derbyshire persuasion, as they're still 332 behind, that at one stage Lancashire were 44 for 4, and at another stage they were 132 for 6. Now, where Keaton Jennings and Chris Green are coming from in this Derbyshire team, I have no idea, quite frankly. Well, Wayne Madsen would be a candidate. Brooke Guest had a terrific season 2-3 years ago when he was scored 4 or 5 centuries and was batting at 3. Got 2 centuries already this season from Martin Anderson. So there are players who can step up, but this is a high pressure situation for Derbyshire now at 35 for 5. We're not having a change of bowling, are we, just yet?
No, he's going again.
Anderson's going to bowl his 6th over. He's just waiting for the train to pass. 5 overs, 2 for 18. He's bowling to Wayne Madsen, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Hurst. It is Madsen, despite what the scoreboard says. That was the final ball of George Balderson's first over. 2 slips and a gully. Very international flavour. Ashton Turner at first slip and Chris Green. He's probably at 4th slip actually. In fact, he might be at 3rd as Jennings just moves a little bit to his right. Madsen turns this next delivery into the leg side. 4 a single, moves to 12. Brings Brooke Guest on to strike for the first time in the second innings. The follow-on round about 218. Somewhere in that region. I'm never quite sure. Gets to be, yeah, anyway. We'll get there at some point. So I guess he just readies himself. Oh, there he is. Ready. Oh, and Jimmy Anderson's not ready anymore because he wants another slip by the look of it. So Bohannon goes into mid-wicket. He's got a gully actually. It's Luke Wells who's gone into gully, and Anderson is in to bowl to Guest, who's getting an inside edge on that. Might also have hit his thigh pad, bounced not too far away from leg stump. On its way through to Hurst behind the wickets. It's clearly causing, as you might expect, Derbyshire's batters 1 or 2 issues here.
Yep.
Didn't nip that one back.
He did.
I thought he might have done. Guest survives. 2 right-handers out there now for Derbyshire. That one's gone past the outside edge of his bat. And Anderson turns around. He can't quite believe it. Perhaps an international player would have nicked it. It's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a rather unforgiving task.
You just
Wait a minute.
know which way to turn at the moment, do they really? I would not like to be out there. I'd love to be out there, but I would not like to be out there. As Anderson is in again, and bowls to Guest, who's going to get... No, he's not going to get his first run. He guides it out into the offside, and Jack Blatherwick does the fielding. There's a sort of point. Chris Green decides that was a good enough piece of fielding to go out and have a word with him. With the customary Chris Green grin.
Yes,
He's loving life, isn't he?
Absolutely. He's a smashing
Why
guy,
would
yeah.
he not be? Absolutely loving it. Can't believe there's so much sunshine in this country. Anderson bowls, and he's got a thick inside edge into his pad on this one. He's trying to drive it out into the offside. Anderson just picks the ball up and tosses it away. Another very impressive over from James Anderson, who's now bowled 6 overs, 2 for 19. And Derbyshire with Guest yet to get off the mark, and Madsen on 12. 36 for 3 after 11 overs.
6 on the spin yet for Jimmy. He bowled 6 in his opening spell last week at Blackpool.
That's enough, Jimmy. I would have thought. Thanks.
Well, I mean,
Thanks.
Might be that type of role, because I don't think Derbyshire bowled many of their seamers for long spells yesterday.
No. You can't in this heat. I mean, it was even hotter today than it was yesterday. It was hot yesterday.
Bailey for 4 overs before being replaced by Balderson, who's in again. Glanced away through square. That's going to be 4. Absolutely raced away.
Barely touched it.
He has. Yes.
Barely. You're right. It was. I just thought he just glanced out for a single down to long leg. Nicely done. Trot to the other end, and it zipped across the outfield.
Just a little flick off the pads, but soon it's just flowing out towards the square leg boundary. For Lancashire going to keep Jones at deep square leg now. Yeah, it is Jones, I think. Yeah, at deep square leg. So they've got Luke Wells at long leg and Michael Jones at deep square leg. Green's at mid wicket. Anderson's at mid on. Bohannon's at mid off. Bailey at cover. Blatherwick just back with a point and a couple of slips. And that'll be 4 more again. Through the offside this time by Wayne Madsen. A little short and wide from Balderson, but put away beautifully by Madsen. And 4 brings him to 20, and Derbyshire to 44 for 3. Lancashire were 44 for 4 yesterday. Madsen and Guest, can they find a partnership from somewhere here? Derbyshire Madsen increasingly becoming the key man. Can he do the Jennings role? Try and anchor the innings a bit. Comes back in towards him. Does well to keep it out. Brings the bat down. Deflects it back towards George Balderson, and there's no run. It was an innings of real patience from Jennings yesterday. He built calmly and slowly and carefully, and runs weren't really the major concern for him in that first hour or so of play. Clip down towards fine leg this time. Wells is there. A single from Madsen, 45 for 3, and then as the day went on, he was able to score a bit freer, wasn't he? Put together a good century with. He was dismissed in the first over after the tea break in the end, Keaton Jennings yesterday, but he showed how maybe when the ball is new, how you need to go about trying to find runs and to play. Terrific knock from Jennings. Can Madsen replicate it a little bit here for Derbyshire? They need a partnership. They need certainly one man to try and anchor the innings a little bit. Forward goes Brooke Guess. He's asking for the LBW. It's a no ball anyway. Maybe an inside edge onto pad, but either way, it wouldn't have mattered because Balderson's just overstepped. So no ball, 47 for 3.
The ball before last that Madsen sent down to Luke Wells, he picked it up down at long leg, and the return was ridiculous. Right over the stumps. He got his own little round of applause down there.
Turned away into the onside by Guest, out towards mid-on, no run.
It was just, I mean, and this is a man who feels in slips as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Gully,
yeah.
but the arm is a fair way down there to Green's dip, where he deposited a ball yesterday for 6, and it pretty much disappeared amongst the shrubbery. Absolutely brilliant. And players must enjoy that as well. He's got supporters 2 yards behind him. It must be great for them.
Another inside edge from Guest. That ball again just nipping back in towards him from Balderson. Inside edge sees it deflect into the onside for no run. End of the over. He'll come back well there, Balderson, because he was clipped away for 4 through square leg with his first delivery, and then he went short and wide with his second, back-to-back boundaries, but came back very nicely in the over. 47 for 3. Guest on Norton, Madsen 21.
Yes, you were saying, Scott, a lot depends on the Derbyshire skipper here. Hasn't necessarily had the greatest of times against Lancashire in his career. Now would be a good time to change that. We'll check his overall figures in a few minutes' time. But Jimmy Anderson's continuing from the lake end, bowling 2 Madsen, turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. Middlesex batting on today. The bonus points are finished, and Leicestershire have picked up just 2 bowling bonus points, and the 112th over now, 384 for 6 Middlesex. Grace Road. Gloucestershire 314 for 9 at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan. They've got a couple more overs for bonus points. Lancashire aren't picking up many in the bowling department either. They've got 1 ball to go. They're 371 for 5, Kent. As Anderson is in. Anderson, he drives, does Madsen, and knocks out the stump at the far end. In fact, Josh Bohannon, I don't know whether he got a touch on that. He certainly tried to. He's feeling at that. I couldn't quite see him behind Chris Green, actually. They're sort of in line. He's feeling at a very straight, shortish mid-on, which means that Brooke Guest has to go a long way wide, possibly an entire pitch's width, so he can have a clean run. He doesn't really be wanting to run on that very green pitch either, because that will be slippery. As Anderson bowls to Madsen, that one's turned into the leg side again. There's no run. It's picked up by Tom Bailey.
I think watching back on the replay, you're right, Fletch. I think he did ban and leap across, just trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps and the non-striker.
I thought it felt like somebody got a touch. I thought initially it'd come off Brooke Guest. Of course, Bohannon is closer to the stumps than Guest, isn't he? Because of the way that he's at that very straight position. Crowd crouching down with his left foot pretty much on the cut strip as Anderson bowls to Madsen. He defends it. Back to the former England Test bowler. 47 for 3 it remains. 44 for 4, Lancashire. So Derbyshire in front.
Yes, yes.
That might be the last time. But we'll take it. Lancashire, of course, already picked up their first bowling bonus point and now lead 4-3 in that particular department.
Again, I've not seen
No,
that.
I don't know how he did that. There's
Stealthy.
something else has appeared at the bottom as well. Have you noticed? It now says finish time at the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't think it did yesterday. As Madsen drives Anderson's next delivery out into the offside, where it's fielded by Balderson. An extra cover, and there's no run.
He's a very stealthy scoreboard operator somewhere, isn't he?
It's a relatively simple and no worse for it scoreboard. It's got all the information you could possibly need.
Yes.
It's just a matter of interpreting it. But they had to put an extra auxiliary board next to it. As Anderson bowls to Madsen, who plays at that one and almost nicks it through to Hurst, but he didn't get a touch. Anderson can't quite believe that he didn't get a touch. And that was another terrific over from James Anderson, a maiden, actually remarkably his first maiden. 7 overs rather, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. His figures now, and with Guest still to get off the mark. He's already faced 7 deliveries. Madsen has 21. Guest has yet to score. It's 47 for 3 after 13.
It's just so. It's a real privilege to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
The subtle alterations, and how he can get the ball to nibble one way and jag back the other. Driven up towards Anderson, and there's no run. 47 for 3. As Balderson continues from the pavilion end. We've had an hour of play, haven't we, this morning? It's unfortunately midday. Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest trying to get something going here for Derbyshire. Balderson to Guest. He'll clip that out towards Wells. Scoops it up. Return. Right over the stumps. There you go. Another one from Wells. Single for Guest. He's off the mark with that, isn't he? Yeah, that was his first run.
Yeah.
48 for 3.
You know, it's all very well keeping hydrated.
Yes.
But when you get to my age, there is a side effect.
Yeah. Balderson in. It's a lovely ball to Madsen. Has him just kind of groping a little forward. The ball nibbling away past the edge of the bat. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's obviously crucial for staying alive, but
Yes.
it's a fine line. It's a bit of a balancing act.
I'm on to my 3rd bottle of water this
Yeah.
morning, so I can understand where you're coming from with it.
Got a cup of tea as well.
Oh, well, ideal. Balderson in, shuffling forward is Madsen. That comes back in towards him, brings his back down. And thickish inside edge sees it bouncing back down the pitch for no run. 48 for 3. Madsen 21, Guest on 1. And the wickets of Wagstaff and Jewell and Kane. 2 for Anderson, 1 for Balderson, who's in again for Lancashire. Goes full. Madsen is able to steer it to mid-on where Anderson feels there's no addition to the score. Just a single coming off the over so far. 1 ball left of it. Madsen 21 not out. Anderson's taking a close look at the ball before handing it to Barden, who inspects it himself, and then they lob it back towards Balderson. Comes in to complete the over. Played off the back foot calmly into the onside by Wayne Madsen, and there's no addition to the Derbyshire score, which stands after 14 overs of their first innings at 48 for 3. Madsen 21 and Guest on 1.
James Anderson wants a drink, and I can't say I'm surprised. Let's see a change of bowling here. Jack Blatherwick appears to have removed his cap.
To bowl from the Lake End, Jack Blatherwick.
He is indeed going to bowl from the Lake End. Update. Yeah, Wesley, it's been a very difficult first hour for Derbyshire. I'm afraid they're 48 for 3. They lost Mitch Wagstaff and Caleb Jewell. Neither are offering a shot to Jimmy Anderson, who's bowled beautifully in this opening 60 minutes, and Harry Kane most recently dismissed for 18. Wayne Madsen's there on 21. Brooke Guest is with him on 1, but Derbyshire's struggling a bit. They're 48 for 3, and they still trail by 319. Thank you very much indeed. So we didn't miss any action. We talked about the rapid outfield. I think there's been some work done on the drainage here at Queen's Park. We will be speaking to Nigel Mallander, who's the chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, at some point this afternoon. We could speak to Nigel, ask him about the efforts he's done, not only for the festival, but what they're doing here at Chesterfield Cricket Club. As Blatherwick begins the new over from the Lake End. That's the first one is left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to Matty Hurst. They're up and about, as they say, Lancashire at the moment, and unsurprisingly, given that Derbyshire are 48 for 3. Madsen at the non-strikers, then Paul Baldwin just adjusting the bails at the far end for some reason, keep himself occupied. That was a good first delivery from Blatherwick, who's replaced James Anderson. Good luck with that. On his way in, and bowls to Guest and gets very firmly behind that one. Pushes the ball into the ground, into the offside. Anderson currently fielding at mid-wicket because he hasn't done enough work in the first hour. He's just, I'll just pop into mid-wicket and field there. Leading by example. You might expect to see him in the slip corner. That's Turner, Jennings and Green next to Hurst as Blatherwick bowls. He really bent his back there and extracted a little bit of extra bounce, possibly. Ball well dealt with by Brooke Guest, just guiding it into the ground in front of him. There's a point slightly backward of square. More of an extra cover than a mid-off. Looks like Josh Bohannon's sized anyway. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg and a long leg. Away to our left-hand side. As Blatherwick is in again. Once more is defended by Brooke Guest into the ground. I'm sure there are as many people in the posh seats today as there were yesterday. They'll be enjoying their lunch in the next hour or so inside what is almost certain to be a very warm marquee, I would have thought. One of the highlights of yesterday, apart from the centuries and all the good batting and the good bowling, was somebody in the posh seats trying to throw the ball back onto the field and chucked it onto the roof of the marquee, remarkably. Miss Blatherwick is in again, and Guest picks up his second run, just guiding that down towards long leg. Jones down there does the fielding.
Yes, with the marquee being behind this person. So, yeah, he went to go and throw the ball back onto the outfield and actually threw it back over his head and onto the roof of the marquee. I didn't realise it was physically possible to throw it there.
It
was a great effort.
I bet if you went to him and gave him a ball now and said, throw the ball onto the roof of the marquee, he couldn't do it.
I think there might have been a gin and tonic or two involved in the build-up to this particular piece of fielding.
Yes, there were a couple of wobbly people. As Blatherwick is in the ball to Madsen, who cuts and gets 4. A little bit too short, really, and a bit of width offered as well. And when Madsen takes full advantage and moves up to 25, the 50's up for Derbyshire. 53 for 3 at the end of that over, 15 gone. Brooke Guest has 2. Still in trouble, but Wayne Madsen is just doing what he can with 25 off, 32, 33 balls to ease them into calmer waters, shall we say.
Yep. Shame that for Jack Blatherwick. It was a good over. Just got that a little bit wrong, didn't it? Just a fraction short and wide, but Good start by Blatherwick. He says it's some ask, isn't it, to follow Jimmy from that play again.
That's possibly the worst gig in county cricket, isn't it, at the moment?
Probably is, yeah. Especially for a lad that's not played a bundle about first team cricket in the last few years. Forward, no ball here. That's both the front foot by
It's his second.
Brooke Guest.
I suppose the flip side of that is you're playing with James Anderson. So make sure you take it all in. You watch what he's doing. And if you do a fraction of what he's been doing over the last 20 odd years, you won't go far wrong.
55 for 3. Balderson to Guest. It's defended. There's no run. He said in pre-season when I was chatting to Anderson, he said that, look, I'm also hoping, obviously I want to try and help to win games, but he said I also hope that I can, the way I carry myself, the way I prepare, the way I try and do stuff will actually have a bit of a rub off onto the other lads, you know, and they'll be able to pick things up from that as well. I kind of hope that they do that.
I'll say.
He's hit that nicely, Brooke Guest, but arrow straight. And probably would have clattered the stumps at the non-strikers end had it not deflected off Balderson himself.
Similar to Madsen, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You know, in his early 40s, already contracted for next season, captaining the side. I mean, the amount of knowledge he can pass on, and I know he wants to go into coaching. It's invaluable having him out there in the middle with you.
55 for 3. Balderson from over the wicket balls, left by Guest. He maybe for a split second thought about playing, maybe just teasing the bowlers. He, in the end, whipped the bat away.
And then thought, oh, I didn't hear anything, thank goodness for that.
It's also not too far away from his off stump, that either. It's come back in.
Yeah, I think he knew as well that he might have just... Well, he's judged it brilliantly, as it turns out, but
Yes.
I think it's more by good luck than good management, that one.
55 for 3. Balderson to Guest. And he's played away off the front foot. And
no.
Anderson...
Oh, what's he doing?
Sorry, Bailey that. Bailey at cover fields.
Oh, yeah, no, well, in that case, well done, Tom Bailey. I thought it was Jimmy.
I did at first, yeah.
I'm thinking, what's in here? Jimmy's in front of us here, isn't it? He's dived full length. I mean, it's impressive from Bailey. Got the ball in one hand, stopped it. I'm thinking, what are you doing? I mean, Bailey's had a little bowl this morning already as well.
Yeah, saving runs there for the side. Here is Balderson to Madsen. That spins him round, thickish outside edge.
That was less impressive.
Bailey managed to stomp away to his left and puts the boot down and stops the ball.
I'm going to stop laughing now because it's just, is that a bit of embarrassment? I think it possibly is, actually. I just thought for a moment he might have twisted an ankle, but he's okay. But yeah, after he's got a big smile on his face. After that first piece of fielding, which was superb, that one was slightly less superb. But
I mean, it's effective.
yes, he saved runs again.
Yeah, he's found the whole thing absolutely hilarious, hasn't he? 57 for 3. Balderson to Guest. It's turned away into the onside of the inner half of the bat. End of the over. That started with the no ball, so just had that extra delivery to send down, but that completes it. A couple of runs coming off it. 57 for 3. Guest off 3, and Madsen is 26, not out.
Yeah, so just to repeat, we're going to be listening or hearing from Nigel Mallender at some point this afternoon. He's going to pop by, tell us about the festival, tell us about Chesterfield Cricket Club. They've definitely had new drainage put in as well, which clearly will help the speed up the outfield. Not that we've had a lot of rain recently, but a lot of work into it. And Chesterfield Council as well, and the BRM.
Well, it's my first visit, Fletch, and I'm really impressed. I think it's a really nice place. It's a lovely place to come and watch 4 days of cricket.
Brampton do there, but if I'm allowed to mention them. Blatherwick is in and bowls to Madsen. I like to mention them once a day because they do put a big effort in. There's no run off the first ball of the over. That's on strike. Just squeezing the helmet onto his head to remove some of the sweat. That is the most disgusting thing in cricket. Just because when it runs into your eyes, it stings. Doesn't it? I don't know how they managed to avoid that. It's a special way of doing it. As Blatherwick's in again. Madsen pushes this one out gently into the offside, where it rolls along the floor to Balderson. No run.
Start this by Jack Blatherwick. There's a lot to admire about Jack Blatherwick. He's a really committed, wholehearted cricketer. He's a fabulous fielder. He's a very good batter, and he runs in hard with the ball. He's been in and out of Lancashire's 4-day side for quite a few years, more out than in truth. Big part of their blast setup, but a great chance for him this week.
Balls now to Madsen, who chops that out towards backward point, where Chris Green finds himself. Throws underarm further than I can drive safely. Into the hands of Matty Hurst. Madsen moves to 27, and Blatherwick 36. Yesterday's high score in first-class cricket.
It was, yeah.
So he's already made an impression with the bat. And as Scott was saying earlier, that 66 he had it for the 8th wicket with Chris Green. They felt valuable.
They did, didn't they?
59 for the 9th wicket, etc., etc. Really good effort by the second half of the Lancashire innings. As Blatherwick is in, and gets rather reaching for that. Gets an inside edge that goes to a wide mid-on. It's Bailey, I think, who does the fielding. Ball went past Anderson. Oh, the goals are out.
They're lively, aren't they?
I can't see them. Oh, just to our, yes, they are to our left. They're actually currently mobbing something by the look of it. Mobbing a hawk of some description, I think. And they don't like him at all, or her. He's trying to get away, and they're chasing after him. As Blatherwick bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside.
It's a bit of bullying there, isn't it, I think?
Well, I think it's child preservation as much as anything.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it?
I think they're seeing off the attack.
Out towards the council building.
That's an impressive building, isn't it? I walked up there last night on the way back to the hotel.
Yeah. Got a close-up of the crooked spire as well.
Yes.
Last night.
Yeah.
Blatherwick bowls and Guest drives out into the offside, rather outside edgishly, but all the way along the ground. And they pick up another single as final ball of the over, as well as Guest moves on to 4. Madsen has 27 at Derbyshire, 59 for 3 after 17. Ball was picked up by Chris Green, who decided not even to throw it this time. He's polishing the ball, and he's showing it to James Anderson, who says, yeah, that looks like a kookaburra ball that's 17 overs old to me. And I've seen a few of those in his time. They're a disgrace, but we've got to carry on. Well said, James. Why are we playing with this? He asked. Hell of a question.
2 more rounds of it to come, yeah?
Are they the ones in September? They're not in July.
No, the July
in
ones.
July?
I think so, yeah.
For goodness sake.
I think they are. Here's Balderson. Forward goes Brooke Guest in defence, and there's no run.
So they're going to play all 4 rounds with a kookaburra ball during the period when nobody who's going to play Test cricket will be using it. And then in September, when you might say, well, look, you just have a run out, it's kookaburra ball before we go on tour. They're not going to be using a kookaburra ball.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
excellent.
Anyone listening or watching that knows better than that, but I think that's the case. Brooke defends again to mid-off, and there's no run. That the next 2 rounds at the end of July are also with kookaburra balls.
Exactly what I wanted to hear.
59 for 3, Guest on 4. I mean, I suppose if you're going to do it, you might have to do it for the whole season.
Yeah.
Rather than just a couple of games.
Ruin all the games, rather than just some of them.
I'm not advocating they use it for the whole season. But,
No. Goodness me.
Balderson to Guest. That's flicked out towards the leg side, and there is no run.
I think if you were, I'd probably ban you from the ground.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But completely acceptable too to do that. 59 for 3, Guest on 4. Madsen on 27 not out.
I mean, in fairness, the game that we watched last week at Bristol was an exciting game. Thanks largely to what's happening here.
looking at the
They
Kookaburra.
don't like the ball, do they? Chris Green had shown it to James Anderson, and Anderson's shown it to James Treadwell. James Treadwell's showing it to Paul Baldwin.
To stay hydrated in the heat.
And don't forget to stay up.
Water is available from the Pavilion Bar and the Chesterfield.
Paul Baldwin hands it back to James Treadwell, who hands it back to James Anderson. He's going to give it back to Balderson, and the upshot of that is they're going to carry on using the same ball. So there we go.
And they crack on with it. A little look. Trying to see if they can get it changed.
That's a minute we won't get back.
59 for 3. Guess waits. Balderson to him. And that's played away towards the leg side. And there's no run.
Fair, Anderson is trying to polish it as best he can. It seems almost pointless. What we noticed last week, and I think it's the same this week, anybody who does polish the ball, you know, normally they look like they've been shot.
Yeah.
No dye comes off it at all.
Balderson to Guest. And that's worked away to the leg side. And an excellent tumbling stop by Michael Jones. Low to his left at mid-wicket. Losing his sunglasses in the process, but stopping the ball. Yes,
Have a look around at all the bowlers and all the fielders, but no dye comes out of the ball. It certainly didn't last week, and I don't think it has this week either. So they're clearly very different.
Balderson again to Guest. And, there's no run. There's a bit of guesswork here. I'm just waiting for the batter to do something because I can't see him.
Well, I was just thinking then, I'm glad you're doing that. You're doing it from this end, because you've got to look through Chris Green and Wayne Madsen to even see Brooke Guest, and with the best will in the world, you can't do that.
It was defended in some manner or other, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 59 for 3.
Indiana Jones is back. Ryan Duckett with his... They are actually, it's growing on me. I have to say that the wide-brimmed hat is growing on me. Yeah. I'm not sure about the sultry look, but the wide-brimmed hat is growing on me. Discount. I like the word discount. Here's Blatherwick into bowl to Wayne Madsen, who turns the ball into the leg side. He's going to pick up another single to move to 28. And Derbyshire move on to 60 for 3.
Well worth the purchase.
I'm not. Yeah, I've got a very large hat ahead.
Well, then maybe. Well, you don't think that would fit?
No.
Right.
No.
Is it not? I thought it was just like one size fits all.
Well, yes, that's the issue. Do they have different sizes? That's a large, okay. There's a Blatherwick bowls to Brooke Guest, clips it into the leg side. Anderson parries it, as he does dive this time at Chesterfield. Then he looks at his right hand because he's actually fielding on the square. Might be an old pitch.
So get yourself a large.
I think it might be an extra large.
Extra large, right.
The clothing, if it doesn't have 4 X's in it, I'm not interested anymore.
Right. Okay.
It's not quite the same with hats. Again, because it's got the Derbyshire badge on as well, that puts me off it slightly as Blatherwick bowls to Guest, who guides this down to third man for 4. There isn't a third man. Ball bounces off the rope and into the ground control. That makes it sound like David Bowie
song, yeah.
Well, it's not really stadium control, is it? Because it's clearly not a stadium, and all power to it for not being one. Guest moves on to 8, incidentally 64 without loss. That's where the officials looking after the running of this venue over the course of the festival week are based just to the right of us in our gazebo. There's a breeze out in the distance because you can see the trees moving, but I'm not feeling it here.
Me neither.
It's Blatherwick. It's into bowl to Guest, who defends this one back to the bowler. There's no run. Just deal with a bit of that breeze.
Yeah, good.
Sweeping through.
That'd be nice.
First straw hat of the day.
It's a lovely straw
There's
hat.
a couple there actually.
Yeah,
Now he's removed it early. Must be going indoors. You can't wear a hat indoors.
Oh, say the breeze has picked up there
That's
now.
nice.
That's nice.
That is nice. Guest waits as Blatherwick bowls. It's pushed out into the offside once again. This time it goes straight to Balderson.
Good start this by Jack Blatherwick.
Yes, he's done well, hasn't he? His third over. Boundary down to third. Third man is... It's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't for the batter. Absolutely unfortunate. It's brought Guest's first boundary where Madsen's got 4 and he's 28. That's 64 for 3. Blatherwick bowls and back goes Guest and pushes it straight to Balderson again, and it was the final ball of the over. 5 runs from it. Madsen 28, Guest 8, Derbyshire 64 for 3. A very fine pair of tailored burgundy shorts. Walk down to the posh seats.
Yes.
Shirt untucked.
Yes.
Very on brand.
No socks.
Yeah. I'm a big no socks man, really.
You like a no? You're a no sock.
No, I like the little socks.
Oh, I like a sock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially a day like this. It's sweaty.
Well, your shoes would be a mess, wouldn't they?
They
by the end
would,
of the
yeah.
day? Your feet would be a shambles.
It's a really nice linen shirt he was wearing too, wasn't it? A white linen shirt. Ideal for these temperatures. There's a partnership here just starting to develop for Derbyshire. Balderson brings Madsen forward in defence and there's no run. Got a 35-minute spell leading to lunch, which really feels pretty important, really, for these two and for Derbyshire to try and get to lunch with no further damage. 28 away Madsen. Balderson loops round from the pavilion end, bouncing in, bowls flashed away by Madsen up towards square leg. Michael Jones is there to field. Madsen takes a single, takes him to 29 not out, 65 for 3.
You just feel he's got to play the Keaton Jennings role, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
Stay out there for as long as he can and then cash in when the ball becomes even worse than it is now. And the bowlers are in their second and third spells.
Yes.
That's the way forward.
On a hot day,
Yeah.
and work for this. And comes Balderson. Forward goes Brooke Guest. On the front foot, defends to mid-off, and there is no addition to the score. Trail by 302, 20th over of the first innings. There's a bit of mechanical sounds here every now and again. Maybe some, sounds like there's some building work going on somewhere. I think hearing a drill or something.
Working day.
Well, it's true. Yeah. What's happening in the park today? Into the pads of Guest, there's stifled appeal. It looked leg-sidey. Leg bye has been given. Not out is also the outcome of that appeal. I see there's got some construction work.
Yeah.
So that's someone kind of bolting together some framework.
What's in my car for me? Just noticed. It's warm in there.
Yeah. Keep your windows down.
Shouldn't have left the dog in there.
Oh dear, don't say that. 66 for 3, Balderson over the wicket to Madsen. Keeper standing up, plays off the front foot and defends. And there's no run.
I don't have a dog.
Madsen 29. Speaking of construction work, I wonder on at the weekend when we get to Old Trafford for the T20 match, whether the party stand will have been built. Yeah. May have been built.
One's ahead of the Roses game, aren't
I guess so, yeah. A couple of obviously international cricket as well. It's pushed away off the front foot by Madsen, back down the pitch. Anderson comes away to his left from mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. Madsen 29, Guest on 8. 66 for 3, 20 overs gone. Yeah, double header on Saturday, so Lancashire Derbyshire in the afternoon. And before that, as is often the case, There are, in the double headers, Lancashire Thunder are up against Essex at 11 o'clock, and then the men against Derbyshire from 3.
Toppers will be there?
I suspect it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, that's a shame.
You never know. You never know when you
That would be an absolute bonus if you want.
just turn up.
Absolute bonus. I've seen him for a while. Which again is a bonus. There's Blatherwick into bowls. It gets to pushes this straight back to the bowler. There's no run. A couple of people are moving their chairs now. They're sort of brown fold-away chairs. Looks like they're taking them out of the ground, actually. They're just moving them into a very shaded bit, which makes perfect sense. The sun has just disappeared for the time being, but there are not many clouds up above, and Chris Green looks like he's getting serious about coming on to have a bowl as well at backward pointers. Blatherwick bowls to Guest. Inside edge onto pad, into the leg side for a single. Guest moves to 9. Brings Wayne Madsen back on to strike. He's on 29 not out. 67 for 3. Chris Green is serious, isn't he? He's definitely warming up.
It's definitely an uptick in the warm-up routine.
Also. Big turns at the top of his mark, bowling from the lake end here at Queen's Park. Into Madsen, who pulls this around the corner for 4 runs. He's hit that very well. Jones stood no chance, actually. He wasn't that far away from it. And Wayne Madsen moves to 33, and with it scores his highest score against Lancashire in his 11th innings.
Goodness.
Went into the game averaging 15.88. And that's the highest score that he's actually... Sorry about that. Big foot struck there. I just kicked the powers. The gist of it was that Wayne Madsen's now got his high score against Lancashire.
Some stats on.
37. He's on 2 now.
So how many innings did you say?
This is his 10th innings.
Right.
He's been not out once. Went into this game with 143 runs against Lancashire. That's an average of 15.88. As Blatherwick bowls, generally defends this one into the ground.
I wonder how that shapes up against other counties he's played against. Because that does seem very, very surprising for someone of such high quality.
I can tell you in 30 innings against Middlesex, he's got 1,100 runs. In 30 innings against Northamptonshire, he's got 1,200 runs. 1,500 runs against Gloucestershire, 1,400 runs against Glamorgan. He obviously played some of these teams more. So it's on his 11th innings against Lancashire. Blatherwick comes in and bowls to him, and that one is chopped into the offside. And they go through for a single. He moves on to 38, 76 for 3. I knew it wasn't many, and I'd looked it up, and I didn't want to say what it was before he got out. But it is a remarkable statistic.
I think that is, yeah.
Sort of 10 innings that he's had against other sides, and there aren't many in fairness. He had 15 against Yorkshire, for instance, and the average is 43. He's got more than 650 runs against them. Worcestershire, 24 innings, averaging 54 with 1,200 runs. But they do play these teams more often. Looking for Surrey, he averages 38 against Surrey in 22 innings. Lancashire were the team he's always really struggled against.
I seem to remember him scoring runs, but it must have been the T20 stuff, yeah. I just assumed that because he's got runs in T20, or at some point he's got quite a bit of runs in Championship cricket.
And he's also the kind of character who would know that.
I see, okay. Right.
I mean, obviously, Griff keeps him up to date with lots of stats that he tweets out. And he piles them up, but he knows a lot of stats, as batters often do, don't they?
I think Lancashire were quite keen on signing him a few years ago. When Paul Alec was director of cricket, because he mentioned it on commentary the other week that he tried to sign him. Right, we are going to see some Chris Green. So Balderson's opening spell was 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Chris Green, his replacement from the pavilion end. Right, what's he going to have around the bat here? Slipping a short leg. There's a short fine leg, there's a deep square leg, deep backward point. Mid-wicket, cover, mid-off and mid-on. So Green with a century with the bat yesterday, having his first chance to have a ball today. He's off-spin from over the wicket. Played back towards him by Wayne Madsen, but...
He looked a little surprised.
He did, yes. He's kind of slightly close face, almost kind of leading edge territory. Dot ball to begin with. Green bouncing in, bowls again. Back and, pushed away into the offside, and there is no run.
Good to hear the Chris Green fan club.
Well, yes, there's lots of members of the Chris Green.
I mean, I'm a big fan, but not as big as these chaps.
Green in balls to Madsen. The front foot. Steered up a thickish outside edge. Down towards deep backward point for 1.
2 77s on the board.
Yes, 77 for 3, and that's the 77 squad number. And below it, 39 not out. So Harry Kane facing Chris Green for the first time. Just wants his deep square leg to come in. Just maybe a yard or two. It's a very subtle adjustment. Dropped away to the leg side by Guest. And it's Bohannon who's at mid-wicket to field. And there's no addition to the score, 77 for 3. Polish on the bottom of his shirt. And set off again, Will Green puts his feet together and up onto his toes, and then bouncing in and bowling. On the front foot goes Guest. And deflects the ball out into the offside, no run.
We have a nourishing 12-inch pepperoni.
I was surprised when they came. That's not what I was expecting.
No, nor me. Very exciting.
Green balls to Kane. Turned across his front pad behind square on the leg side. And there's no run. End of the over, the first from Green, just a single coming off it. 77 for 3. Yeah, it was. If you asked me to write maybe a top 3 likely lunch options, or even a top 10 likely lunch.
Would have been on it, wouldn't it?
I don't think he's on it.
Wouldn't
No.
have been on it.
But still, it was lovely.
Stuart just said, I don't know if you are aware, and I wasn't, but the town hall in the distance is almost identical to Stormont in Northern Ireland.
Oh, right, no.
He said it was an imposing. They seem to have one flag on today. The Union flag fluttering, wind blowing from that way. From the
westerly.
from the west, yeah. We look out north. Our vantage point here.
There's a grand kind of entrance up to the town hall.
Well, new over begins full toss actually, and by the way, Wayne Madsen just bunts it out into the offside. Possibly not expecting it, going for the Yorker first up.
But it's a nice way to get to the ground from the town centre. Walking through the town centre, then past the town hall, then you can actually pop over a little bridge, don't you, over the A road,
Possibly, yeah.
and then into the park.
You found your way home last night, all right?
Yes, I did.
That's good. By the way, bowls, Madsen flips it up to mid-on. Bailey Fields, no run.
Yes, managed to find the way back all right. Just about.
The open windows made little difference in my room last night.
Yeah, it was
I
hot.
noticed it was,
You've not got a fan in there or anything like that? No. Okay. No, obviously no air conditioning.
no.
No.
No, not for that price.
No.
Blatherwick bowls. Madsen clips this one away down towards long leg for a single. Moves on to 40 now. 78 for 3.
There was no air conditioning. Well, there is air conditioning in my room, but it wasn't on when I got back in. I didn't quite know how to switch it on, but it wasn't that warm. It wasn't that warm. It was quite.
No.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's in the part of the hotel that just doesn't get any sunlight coming through the window or something. But
I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning, opened my eyes, was almost blinded by the sun coming in through the window. That was an issue this
not
morning.
ideal.
Wasn't quite as wet after I'd had a shower. Blatherwick bowls and Guest turns this into the leg side straight to mid-wicket. Luke Wells fields. 78 for 3.
I walked back from here to the hotel to check in yesterday, and it's full of, as you wouldn't be surprised to hear, full of cricket supporters. Most of the hotel are here watching the cricket, and there was one poor guy he was on his own, checking people in, serving food behind the bar. He was doing the whole lot, and there was a row of people waiting to check in.
Blatherwick bowls, and that's chopped away. A little loopily initially, but he's going to get 4 runs for it, Brooke Guest. He didn't hit that exactly as he would have wanted, but he does pick up 4 and moves into double figures. He's on 13, Derbyshire 82 for 3.
And everyone was just knackered after a day in the hot sun, and people just desperate to get into the room and have a shower and kind of start again. There's a lot of hot cricket watchers in a queue waiting to check in yesterday, and at breakfast already this morning.
Slightly calmer tonight when most people are either here already, I would have thought. There's Blatherwick bowls, and that was clipped into the leg side this time by Brooke Guest. He might get 4 more here. It's racing across the outfield. Nope, Jones gets there. They come back for a second. No throw as well, but 2 more to Brooke Guest, who moves up to 15 rather. And it's 84 for 3 now. Derbyshire having at one stage in 2 for 1, 11 for 2, and 35 for 3. Wagstaff and Jewell out without playing a shot to James Anderson. Harry came victim of George Balderson earlier on. Those wickets all falling in about the first 35 minutes or so, and the subsequent hour, Derbyshire recovering reasonably well, but it's still a long way to go.
Yes, it's a start, isn't it? 20 minutes up to lunch is potentially quite a significant little period here. If they can get to lunch, it gives Derbyshire something to build on this afternoon. These two can push it for another 20 minutes towards the lunch break.
Yeah, they've got to be there this afternoon, haven't they?
They have, yep. Madsen especially, 40 not out. He's on strike for Chris Green, starting his second over of the day. Green into Madsen, played nicely away through the leg side. Anderson shuffling away to his right to field, and fizzes the throw in towards the stumps at the keeper's end. And is that the 50?
50 stand, I think. Yeah, 85 from 35. Spectators are more on it than me.
So 50 partnership. Guess waits. Green is in and bowling. Set off the front foot and worked away towards the leg side. There's no run. Keaton Jennings under the helmet at short leg. He's at slip. Probably be Luke Wells. I can't quite see. Yeah, it's Wells. I think it's slip. Blatherwick at deep backward point. Bolton at deep backward square leg. And that's worked to the right of Anderson, who's at mid-on. A full ball by Green, tucked away to the leg side for a single. Brooke Guest moves on to 16. Derbyshire now 86 for 3. Brings Madsen back on strike. Close catches got creeping down into position. Green in and bowling. A little flatter this time. And maybe just a fraction quicker. Nudged away to mid-wicket by Madsen. Gathered by Josh Bohannon. There's no run. Green gets it back, and as the breeze picks up, he comes in and bowls. And that's found a gap through the leg side. That Madsen is clear to the left of short mid wickets. Mid on, Anderson has to come round to complete the fielding. Madsen moves on to 42, 87 for 3.
I've got a new contraption on the water behind us. It's very popular at the moment.
I've had a go myself.
Have you? Was it good?
Absolutely superb.
Excellent.
Green's in, bowling. Slapped away down the ground by Brooke Guest. Stopped by Green, low to his right, to deny any run off the final ball of his second over. 87 for 3. It's some kind of contraption that they put into the big water.
It's like a water cooler.
Thing,
thing, isn't it? Yeah. Very exciting. Henry's testing it out at the moment.
It's very
good.
efficient.
Yeah, he likes it.
Press a little button, sucks it up.
Did last week did Matt Parkinson open the batting?
He did. Yes, he did.
What was the story behind that?
Well,
I'm just trying to think now, because obviously wickets have fallen early in both innings. I'm just wondering if he was sent out as a sacrificial lamb.
that's the conclusion we came to.
Was
yes,
it? Yeah.
That he kind of came out almost like a kind of night watchman type thing, but to start the innings to try and see if he could get through
the old
40 minutes.
Turn the batting order upside down.
A little
trick.
bit, yeah. So he opened the batting with Ben Compton, and that's the only conclusion we came to, just to try and see if he could block it for a bit.
He's not necessarily known for his batting, though, is he?
He hung around longer than Compton did.
Oh, fair enough. Did his job.
He kind of did his job, yeah.
87 for 3 here. Blatherwick to continue from the leg. End bowling to Madsen, who clips. It's not going to click it at all. He clips it into the leg side for a single, moves on to 43, 88 for 3. Been out there a while now, Wayne Madsen. Well, his strike rate's pretty good. 43 off 55 deliveries. Guest waits and tries to whip this way. I'm not sure that's hit anything. I don't think it has, unless it just caught his pad on the way through. Now buys signalled that he's standing up, Matty Hurst, so he had no chance there as that one was fired down the leg side. And it's not Blatherwick at all, it's Tom Bailey who's bowling. So my apologies for that. They're not particularly similar. Derbyshire move on to 92. 4-3.
Yeah, what's that spell then for Blatherwick? 5 overs for 29. In that opening spell.
Jane didn't spot the change in bowling either. My defence is Bailey bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside.
Yeah, I didn't think I heard it.
I didn't hear an announcement, but the announcements have been a lot quieter, much to everybody's relief. Certainly everybody's eardrums relief, because they were loud yesterday. Blimey. We're down to 2 speakers now.
It's like a Bruce Springsteen concert yesterday.
Oh, it was ridiculous. Was it Glastonbury? 92 for 3.
Didn't watch any last night.
This one is clipped down. Normally clipped into the leg side by Guest. When I switched, he's got a single there instead. It was on 17, 93 for 3. When I got back to the room, I did switch the television, and they were just showing a little bit of pulp.
Okay.
In a sort of montage.
Right. Because it was Rod Stewart last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, really a Rod Stewart fan.
No, I can't say I was too desperate to watch them.
I'm sure plenty were.
Oh, yeah.
93 for 3. Bailey bowls to Madsen, clips this one into the leg side, picks up another single. And this will do for Derbyshire at the moment. He moves to 44, 94 without loss. Just stretching out something, Wayne Madsen. Non-strikers, and he'll be glad of a cold shower and an energy drink at lunchtime, I'm sure.
Yeah, most of the players will enjoy a 40-minute break from the sun.
Perfect argument for having 2 half-hour breaks, I would suggest, rather than a 40-minute and a 20-minute one. But anyway, there we go. Josh Bohannon's just had a word with Tom Bailey. Had to look a long way up. As Bailey is in, and Guest pushes it out into the offside. That's the final ball of the over as well. There were 7 runs from it, just 3 of them off the bat. Those 4 byes. 94 for 3, 17 to Guest, 44 to Madsen, with around about 12 minutes or so until the lunch break.
A few years ago when the temperatures were kind of 40 degrees and they altered, well, teams could have the choice if they wanted to do it, to alter the playing times.
Did you
Yeah,
you did.
Lancashire at Northamptonshire that week, and that was it started, I think, at the usual time, but then there was a long break in the height of the afternoon, early afternoon.
I'm Derbyshire were playing Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire batted and made about 7,000 for 3.
Green in, flashed away by Brooke Guest to deep back with square leg for 1.
I don't know if Griff is listening, but Notts made something like 450 for 3 on that hottest day of the year a few years ago. I'm sure Ben Duckett made 200 in a day. I mean, it was just... And it didn't look that hot because we were in the air conditioning, of course.
Green in to Guest. Pushed to mid on, no run.
439 for 1.
439 for 1, thank you, Griff. I could have looked it up. What did Duckett was... He made a lot, didn't he?
200 plus.
Yeah, 200 plus.
And was that a change?
But I don't think they changed. I don't think they changed the regulations as far as lunch, and I don't remember them doing that.
Green in balls again. Brooke Guest goes forward and defends.
We went out to do the post-match interviews at 6:30, and I'd been in this air conditioning all day, and it was nice and comfortable. And it went bang when he walked out the back door, and I went, blimey, it's warm out here. Heaven only knows what it must have been like in the heat of it.
Green in balls. Brooke Guest defends, and there's no run.
It's not quite like that today.
No.
But because there's that breeze as well, isn't there, which is just taking the edge off it a bit. I mean, you're going to get burnt to a crisp.
Close of day 1, 431 for 9. Hamid 165 not out. Duckett 237 not out. 97 overs. We bowled an extra over.
Bowled an extra over, see.
Green in, works it, and Brooke Guest flashes the ball away to mid-wicket for a single.
So on the hottest day in history, Derbyshire managed to bowl an extra over. So they must have finished on time at 6 o'clock then.
Well, Lancashire's game definitely had altered playing times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know they were allowed. I remember. Now you mention it, I remember them being allowed to do it. And there weren't many people watching, you have to say. I mean, most people had taken the sensible decision and stayed indoors.
96 for 3. Madsen's on strike. Green in balls. Madsen steers this one out through the offside. Runs out through point and jogs through for a single. Keeps the strike as well. He's 46 not out. 97 for 3. But I can't quite remember what the playing hours were. But they're being altered to try and prevent players and supporters being kind of out there in the
Well, it was dangerous, wasn't it?
the heat of it. Yeah.
It was genuinely dangerous. There's any question about that. At the moment, James Anderson and Tom Bailey are having a discussion about field placings, which gives me the opportunity to tell you that elsewhere in the second division, Gloucestershire have just been dismissed for 380 in their first innings down at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan yet to get their first innings underway. It just says innings break, but there were like 1 over maximum, or 2 possibly, you would have thought, before lunch. Kent are 440 for 5 now against Northamptonshire at Canterbury, batting on. As are Middlesex, they are 428, 429 for 6 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. I can't imagine any of those places, possibly with the exception of Cardiff, but I think it's been warm in the southwest as well, hasn't it, that anywhere will be any cooler than it is here. So when Leicestershire eventually, and Northamptonshire eventually come out to bat, they will have had a day and a half in the field. As Bailey is in, Madsen clips this away out towards the mid-wicket boundary for a single, moves on to 47, 98 for 3.
I found that
Excellent.
so it was an 11 o'clock start,
Yeah.
and because the extreme heat was forecast for Tuesday, each session of that game was shortened by half an hour with a close of play at 4:30.
That's right. We didn't do that at Derby. We just we just got on with it. Just got on with it.
Get on with it, yeah.
They added the overs on the subsequent day.
Yeah.
That's right. This one's clipped into the leg side by Guest and fielded there by Jennings, who's fielding a short-ish leg. He's not a proper short leg, but he's very close. He is wearing the fielding helmet.
But I seem to remember, because as ever, scheduled close of play was 4:30, but you never finish at 4:30, do you? So I think in the end we almost
Went to
finished.
5:15.
Yeah, we kind of went on almost to what would have been a normal close of play type thing. It was a bit of an odd thing.
Bailey in again. That one is a little bit of extra bounce there, and Guest as well to get it to ground quickly off the splice of the bat.
Yeah, so each session was shortened by half an hour. So we had the earlier lunch, the earlier tea, and then the close of play at 4:30 for one day.
Derby, we had an extra over.
Meanwhile, Derbyshire were playing more.
40 miles up the M1.
Yeah.
Just carry on, boys.
Oh, dear.
I knew there was a lot for next to nothing. 430 odd for 9. That's even Mead and Ben Duckett doing all the damage. Bailey in and bowls. That one is defended by Brooke Guest. Of course, the game was effectively over by that point. Certainly as far as Derbyshire were concerned. You don't recover from letting a team score 440 for 1.
No.
Very often.
No idea.
Communication from Gary Hickenbottom from the Derbyshire Disability Club, which I will relay to you momentarily as Bailey is in. That one is clipped into the leg side again by Guest. This time it's Anderson who fields it. There's no another win in Cheshire for Derbyshire Disability Club. Warwickshire away. Then the big one against Yorkshire at Darley Abbey. That's on the 27th of July. If you want to go down, all support most welcome, he says. And signs off as he always does. Life in the old dog yet. Thank you, Gary. Good to hear from you. That's the 27th of July. Derbyshire Disability Club against Yorkshire at Darley Abbey.
Sounds like a nice venue.
Which will be very pleasant. Yeah. Before the pizzas have arrived.
Again?
Yeah.
Day 2, right.
Pizzas again. Very exciting.
Yes.
I think she wants cash. Just ask her if she takes card, for goodness sake. There comes Bailey again. Smells nice. Into the down the leg side, that one. Nicely taken by Hurst, standing up. Tom Bailey, which is a good effort. And there's no, here come the drinks, I think. Out of that, we've got some straight cut chips in a box. At the end of the over, 98 for 3. There are some very, very greedy people who, normally say, no, we'll wait until everybody's ready.
Yeah,
Not a chance. No.
Straight in.
Diving in. Unbelievable.
Straight in.
Griff with the ironic Diet Coke.
Here is Green in balls.
What,
It's off the inner half of the bat, no run.
what are you looking after? Yeah, that's better. If you crouch down, we can actually see the cricket. There we go.
Dot ball to start the over. Green in balls again to Madsen. In behind it, defends.
I'm sure I've got anything I can throw at him in case he stands up.
98 for 3.
This morning, Neil, the groundsman, said, "Are these covers in your way?" No. Why would they be? They weren't yesterday.
Green in balls. Back, flashing the ball out towards the leg side. Worth a couple that from Madsen. He'll jog back for 2, and he's bringing up the 100 for Derbyshire, and he's within 1 of 50 for him. 100 for 3.
65-run partnership now. Very important. very important partnership this for Derbyshire.
49 to Madsen. Here is Green in bowls. Forward goes Madsen in defence.
The Green said last night, new ball.
He did.
Hugely important, and it's been important in both innings, hasn't it, really?
Yes. Green to Madsen. Definitely a quicker ball, that, from Green. Madsen. Drill it back towards Lancashire's off spinner. And there's no run.
Quite the conversation going on next was about salad.
Not keen on salad, is he, Griff?
No,
I noticed that last night when he was getting some food.
I'm not a big fan.
He was appalled at what I had to eat last night.
Well,
As Green comes in and balls to Madsen. That's in the air, but clipped out towards the leg side. That'll bring him 50, that. 50 not out. And 101 for 3. Yes. Nice knock from Wayne Madsen. Half century just when Derbyshire needed it the most.
Wayne Madsen.
It's just to start this, however. He's got to go on if he can this afternoon. Edging towards lunch. It's 101 for 3. I don't know if you've got the details of that.
64 balls, 6 fours, I believe. Thereabouts, certainly.
Yes. I'm going to back you up with that. It looks pretty good.
John Cross from Sky was in touch yesterday saying it's a cool 13 degrees and very wet on Sky today. There is a new over beginning from Bailey, and its first delivery is flicked away by Wayne Madsen for 4. He moves to 54, 105 for 3 now. You get too overexcited here with this is the last over before lunch. The last thing Derbyshire want to do is lose Madsen. Not that flicking the ball off a leg stump or just outside is particularly dangerous if you play it along the floor, but just saying, he knows better than anyone. As in comes Bailey again and bowls to Madsen. Oh, he flicks this one away. That's gone down to fine leg for 4 more, but that was a slightly riskier shot. Back-to-back boundaries though. Madsen's up to 58 now. His high score against Lancashire by a considerable distance. In fact, he's doubled his best score.
Some stat was that.
Yeah.
It's amazed at that.
Previous high 29, now on 58. Improving his average against the Red Rose all the time as well. So Bailey bowls to he goes for the expansive looking drive, gets a thick inside bottom edge. The ball goes out into the onside and there's no run. What have we got? 3 balls left until lunch.
Until pizza time.
They do smell nice. Might have to nip round the back first. Though.
Yeah, me too.
So comes Bailey. Oh, a little bit of extra bounce there. Madsen trying to turn it into the leg side. It hits him either very high up on the bat or on the gloves. Difficult to tell from here. He's got his back to us, then there's Ashton Turner, and then there's Matty Hill, and all sorts of people. I'm sticking to that. 2 to go. The ideal would be for them to finish before the update, but sometimes it doesn't work like that. As Bailey is in and bowls, Madsen defends. Nicely done. Thank you to Scotland. Well, there's Scott in the afternoon session, assuming he hasn't melted somewhere, which could happen. Although it's unlikely, it has to be said. Bailey wearily walks back to the top of his mark. I think this is the last ball before lunch. Derbyshire had been 35 for 3 as Bailey is in and bowls. Madsen leaves that one alone outside the off stump And that will be lunch with Derbyshire on 109 for 3. Wayne Madsen on 58. Brooke Guest on 18. And all that means is that Derbyshire still trailing this one by 258 runs, but it's been a good response to having been 35 for 3 at just gone 11:30. These two batters so far have put on 74 runs for the 4th wicket.
Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field. Please be aware of players practicing, and we ask that no food or drink is taken onto the outfield.
Thank you, Jane. There we go. Jane with the announcements as Wayne Madsen leads the players off. Just removes his helmet. He knows he's got more work to do and just raises his left hand. Well, after a disastrous first 35 minutes or so, Wesley, they've done okay. They're 109 for 3 at lunch with Wayne Madsen, unbeaten on 58. Remarkably, his highest score, his first half century against Lancashire. Brooke Guest is there on 18. They had been 35 for 3 at one point, having lost Wagstaff, Jewell and Kane, but they have recovered. They're 109 for 3, still trailing by 285 runs.
We have a wide selection of hot food to enjoy today, including burgers and fries. Refreshments are available from the Brampton Brewery tent, as well as from various outlets around the ground, such as and the Chesterfield Cricket Tea Bar. A range of beers, ciders, hot and cold drinks are available from around Queen's Park, as well as water, so please ensure you stay hydrated while enjoying the cricket. The final few tickets are available to buy for the Vitality Blast fixture between Derbyshire Falcons and Yorkshire Vikings on Sunday, 6th July. Buy tickets in advance to save, visit the club shop during the lunch interval, or head over to the derbyshireccc.com to get yours today. Members can also claim their tickets from the club shop if they have not already done so. Queen's Park Life is available on sale from the Pavilion Bar and Chesterfield Cricket Club Tea Bar.
So Henry's trade 1 was near mirror. Two. Barry Wood against his old player in 1981. And Kim, obviously better so, in 1980. So 40 years. And then keep going.
You've gone very high.
I've got it.
As soon as he's only just doubled his score.
Well, it's like, and he's going to have to fake him.
Oh shit, it's hot. Pizzas.
Speak up. Sorry.
This crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Not a slap.
Cannot be.
Yeah, just left him to it.
Yeah, whole pink top.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
So all the third voice never showed up for it.
Want me to do it for one?
No. It's easier without. And Scott, no, well, no, without anybody. Scott just.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched.
I'm going to send you a message saying she's not
Oh
so.
my goodness me!
She's not player. But me and Scott will have it. Because we were expecting an extra.
Where's Dutch Kane?
No, don't care. It's important.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Yeah, well, just. It's a bit like Paul Collins.
I was thinking either Collingwood or. Or Stokes. Mark.
Oh, it's Mark.
I don't know.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Turn it right off. That's safe, isn't it? Beautiful. Katie won't be very happy, will she?
No, no.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
And welcome back to Queen's Park in Chesterfield for the afternoon session of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Lancashire. Day 2, swelteringly hot, and Derbyshire recovering slowly. 109 for 3, having at one stage been 35 for 3, having been 11 for 2, having been 2 for 1. 18 to Brooke Guest, 77 to Wayne, 58 to Wayne Madsen. So I read his shirt number out. Derbyshire still trail by 258, but they have put on 74 so far for the 4th wicket, which is a recovery of sorts. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and this is Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire.
Good afternoon.
And this is George Balderson from Lancashire, bowling to Brooke Guest, who drives it up to Chris Green at mid-off. And there is no run. They've tried to get the ball changed once, so I can't imagine that they'll give up on that, Lancashire, but they didn't succeed the first time. It's only 29 overs old. So goodness knows what it'll be like in another 50 overs. We get close to the second new ball. They will get there before the end of the day as well. There's 67 overs left in the day. As Balderson is in again, and Guest drives. It hits Balderson in his follow-through, or he sticks out a foot. Again, there's no run. So the match situation is that Lancashire made 367 yesterday. 109 for 3 that Derbyshire have made so far today in 29 overs means that they trail by 258, so another 100 runs or so. A little bit more would make it more comfortable. A fair way to go before we get there, as Guest defends this next delivery from Balderson back towards the bowler. There's no run.
No, but to state the bleeding obvious, it was. I mean, that was a pretty important kind of hour or so, wasn't it, in that morning? Because that could have unravelled up a little bit there for Derbyshire. Desperately trying to find something to give them some hope going into these this afternoon.
The other thing to say is Balderson bowls and Brooke Guest has a little flirt with that one outside the off stump. 2 slips in place. Is that Wayne Madsen's score of 58 is his highest against Lancashire in 11 innings that he's had against the Red Rose. His first 50, previous highest score was 29, which is barely believable.
It is, isn't it? It is. Well, I'm quite surprised. He seems to always score runs, but it must be T20 cricket.
His next delivery is down the leg side and lifts his bat out of the way a bit. Brooke Guest allows it to go through to Hurst. So in addition to the 2 slips, there's a man at point. He's quite deep. Oh dear. James Anderson is windmilling his arms. That's not good news for Derbyshire. Cover mid-off. Anderson mid-on. There's a catching mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket. And a long leg, or a deep backward square leg. Down by the beautiful red tree. That one is pushed out into the offside. And there's no runs. The afternoon session begins with a maiden. Yeah, when I said it was a you, I don't think it is actually. It might be a Birch. That wasn't on your list, though, was it? Birch?
I don't think Birch was on the list.
Was on the list. So. It could be anything, really.
No, Birch. It could be a weeping ash. No, right, we've got a liquid amber. Oh, it's not. Is it an oak? No, it's not an oak, is it? No, it's definitely not an oak, is it? So a weeping ash or a liquid amber or an ancient yew.
James
Is it
Anderson.
an ancient yew? We don't know, do we?
It's not a birch.
No idea. It's not.
I'm looking at pictures of birches here. There isn't anything that colour.
How about a weeping amber? No, liquid amber. Here's Jimmy Anderson, meanwhile, to get things going after lunch from the lake end. With one slip and a gully. And a deep point, deep square, fine leg. Mid wicket, cover, mid off, and a mid on. A little bit of width there for Madsen. That's steered away down through deep backward punt for one. Who's down there? It's Jack Blatherwick down in front of us here. Scoops round to his left, pick up and throw.
If it is a liquid amber, it's worth a few quid because you can buy one here from this shop for £419.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you'd struggle to dig that one out. That's fairly well established, I think.
Yes, need some heavy lifting equipment. Well, it's a lovely tree.
Beautiful.
Gully goes to second slip. Here's Anderson in turned into the onside by Brooke Guest. There's two mid wickets in place for Brooke Guest. So there's Josh Bohannon, who's the shorter and straighter of the two. Wells slightly more square on at mid wicket. He's within comfortable chatting distance to umpire James Treadwell because he's nattering away to the umpire. There's also a long leg, which will be Balderson. Turner and Jennings are two slip catchers. And it was left by Brooke Guest, which when Jimmy's been bowling today has been a rather dodgy shot today.
Brave shot.
Yes. Both opening batters succumbing to dismissals where they did not play a shot. LBW for Mitch Wagstaff and bowled Caleb Jewell. Here is Anderson striding in over the wicket and bowls again at the inner edge half of the bat down to fine leg. I said it was Balderson at fine leg. I'm talking rubbish. It's Michael Jones at fine leg. And it's Balderson who is at cover. No, there's one run there for Brooke Guest, so he moves on to 19. 111 for 3. Just noticed there's a line of school children all filing out of the ground back over towards the bridge. Madson's turned around a little bit by that, and the thickish outside edge to point, and they scamper through for a single. Madsen moves to 60, 112 for 3. And if the school kids have been in today, they've been very well behaved and very quiet.
Yeah, well, there was a little guard of honour, wasn't there? And I think they might have stayed. They do often have a school or two here, which is great.
Yeah. Maybe it's too hot to be too rowdy and loud.
When we were at Old Trafford, there was a lot of schools there, weren't there?
Schools there, yeah. It's off the back foot by Guest and punched to mid-off. End of the over, Jimmy's first of the afternoon. 3 runs coming off it, 112 for 3. Guest has 19, Madsen's on 60. Trailed by 255. As we settle into the afternoon. And be grateful, definitely, that we've got cover, because I must have had, can't remember, more than 15 minutes outside in the sunshine chatting to my dad and his mate. And
it is, isn't it?
Oh, it is hot, yeah.
I queued up for the toilet briefly. Desperate to get inside, and you're not usually desperate to get inside the portable toilets, I can tell you. George Balderson to continue.
No, it's not one that you're often going to...
No, not in this weather as well.
No.
I mean, the sort of posh ones, but...
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Posh Portaloo.
112 for 3. 3 runs added since lunch. Wayne Madsen waits as Balderson bowls to him, but he drives it out towards the cover boundary. Pick up another single. He moves on to 61, 113 for 3. Leicestershire must be Well, they'll be exhausted, won't they? 440 for 6 now, Middlesex, in the 131st over of the innings. That's not doing Leicestershire any good.
No, it's a hot day in the field, that, isn't it? Well, 2 days.
Balderson's in again. That one is tickled down the leg side, is it? Yes, it is. And Brooke Guest can barely believe it. He kicks the ground in frustration. He's sent on his way by umpire Treadwell. And as happened yesterday, a wicket falls early in the session after a few wickets had fallen in the morning. Brooke Guest goes for 19. It's 113 for 4 now.
Yeah, second leg side dismissal this in the innings is 2, isn't it, as well? Harry Kane has caught down the leg side. Not too dissimilar dismissal, really, was it? It was Balderson bowling on that occasion. And, yeah, that was caught behind for 19, and yeah, pretty similar to the way that Harry Kane got out.
Seem very happy. Martin Anderson is the new batter, incidentally. 78 runs the partnership.
Incoming batter, Martin Anderson.
It's a rapturous applause.
The partnership, what do you say it was, Floyd?
78.
78, thank you.
4th wicket. I need another one of those and
They
then another one on
definitely do.
top.
Yep.
71 balls is almost a vigil. Brooke Guest and Derbyshire still 254 runs behind, and they have collapsed in recent weeks. So I've got to be careful here. Martin Anderson now, then Dal, H. Chapel, Tickner and Morley. 113 for 4. Balderson with his second wicket now has 2 for 22, exactly the same figures as James Anderson. Just 4 deliveries fewer. And he's on his way in to bowl to Martin Anderson, who pushes this very solidly into the offside. And there's no run. Number 17, is that George Bell?
It is George Bell, yes.
He fielded that one at, in the covers.
I think the bell dog's off. Yeah, the bell dog's off. Tom Fairley's off.
He likes a late entrance, doesn't he?
He does, he does. He likes to work to his own time, doesn't Tom?
He's finishing off his pudding. Here's Balderson. Couple of slips in place, and Anderson drives out to the point boundary for 4. A fairly safe-ish shot. It was a little bit away from his body, but it's all the way along the ground. And 4 to Anderson takes Derbyshire up to 117 for 4.
I was going to get one of those cold drinks at lunch. I forgot to get one. I might snaffle one when I disappear from my intake.
I'm sure you're going to get one. Might self-combust. This one is defended by, or spontaneously combust. That was the word I was looking for, phrase I was looking for. Defended by Anderson to the offside. It is warm. It is warm. Just checking Balderson's front foot there, James Treadwell. One of those sort of unofficial warnings. I'm keeping my eye on you.
Or in particular your front foot.
Front foot, yes. As he's in and bowls, and that one is stroked into the offside by Anderson for a single. So he'll keep the strike, and it will be Anderson to Anderson. So I'm glad it's not my over. Martin Anderson has 5. Derbyshire 118 for 4 with Wayne Madsen. 61 not out.
Yes, he has the extra S, doesn't he, Martin?
Yeah, but he can tell the difference when we say it.
Both squad number 9s.
Yeah. See, it's Tom Bailey now.
Yeah,
a couple of overs. I'm ready now, lads.
He's all right now. Good to go. Bell, off you come. I'm all right now.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Did you see the moment earlier this season when the phone fell out of his pocket? He took his mobile phone out inadvertently to bat.
Yes.
Didn't realise, or forgot that the phone was in his pocket. And it fell out as he came back to room 2.
Bit naughty that, and then taking your phone out.
It's a bit dozy, is what it is.
Check it on the latest scores from elsewhere.
Yeah. What's going on elsewhere? Let's check the live feed on the BBC website. Right, there's going to be a third slip in here. So this is going to be Chris Green, isn't it? Yeah. Because it's Martin Anderson, new batter, facing James Anderson. So 3 slips waiting. Nips nicely through towards Hurst. There's no run. 2 wickets for James Anderson earlier today. Dismissals of the 2 opening batters. 2 for Balderson as well. We've seen a little bit of Bailey. He's bowled 2 spells in that morning session. First was a 4-over spell. The second, 3-over spell. And there was some 1 spell from Jack Blatherwick. Anderson bowls. And Martin Anderson plays it down to fine leg for 1. And 4 overs from Chris Green as well this morning. So 4 overs for 10 for Green. Blatherwick's 5-over opening spell for 29. Balderson's into his, he's bowled 8 overs now. 2 for 27. Bailey 7 overs for 25. And James Anderson is into his 9th over of the day. Wayne Madsen, who is now the most valued of wicket for Lancashire, if they could try and prize him out in balls to Madsen. That's turned away off these pads out towards the leg side for no run. Fielded at mid-wicket. He's 61 not out.
Well, he won't want to get out to his fellow veteran, will he? Well, he won't want to get out to anybody. We expect him to be doubling down on Anderson deliveries.
Yeah, Griff informed us on the first day as Anderson's in to Madsen. That just gets up a little bit on him, steers it nicely down through point for a single. This is the first time that a game has involved Derbyshire, where both captains have been over the age of 40. 1974, the last time it happened.
It's been a while.
So the two wily old dogs are, were then for a little spell up against each other. Single though for Madsen takes him to 62 not out. 120 for 4 Derbyshire. Martin Anderson back on strike, left by Anderson, and through it goes to Matthew Hurst, who's taken a couple of catches both down the leg side to dismiss Harry Kane and Brooke Guest off the bowling of George Balderson. Very similar looking dismissals. Standing with his wicket-keeping gloves on his hips. And he'll settle into position now because James Anderson is in and bowling to Martin Anderson, who plays off the front foot and defends. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. Just 2 runs coming from it. 120 for 4, Derbyshire. Madsen 62, Anderson on 6, a trail by 247 runs. I still need another 100 runs or so.
Do you do that in your head?
Avoid the follow-on. No, it's on the screen.
Oh, excellent. Good.
Well, you mean the trail by?
Yeah.
Oh, good grief, no.
No. It was exceptionally impressive.
No, if my maths teacher was listening, then he would definitely account for the fact that that was definitely not done in my head.
There's Balderson as we approach 2 o'clock on day 2. Pulled around the corner by Wayne Madsen down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 121 for 4 as Madsen moves on to 63.
He said, my maths teacher said to me when I passed by GCSE and I scraped through, he said it's one of the biggest surprises of his career.
Blimey.
Kind of hoping he was kind of joking because we got on pretty well, but
Well, saying it was one of the greatest achievements of his career might have been a nicer way of putting it.
biggest surprises of my career. You've actually managed to scrape a C. I'm amazed.
It's Balderson into Anderson, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Hurst. I was okay at maths at school. It's deserted me now.
Especially in these temperatures, Fletch.
Well,
just about string a sentence together.
Yes, barely. Barely. He's continuing to warm up. There's a lady to the right there in the posh seats with her own personal fan.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah. Let's go where she got it. As this next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Anderson. He'll pick up a single. Will he pick up two? Misfield there.
He was most unlike Jack Blather.
Yeah. I just sort of looked down because it looked fairly straightforward, and he just miscontrolled it, Blatherwick, so they got back for a second, and Anderson moves on to 8. I'm slightly distracted because my alarm always goes off at 1:59 because I always miss the 2 o'clock update because it's so soon after the start of play.
You're not into your rhythm, are you not?
No.
Okay.
But the fact that they will merely put the feed in my ears makes it easier. This one is defended by Anderson, back to Balderson.
That fan that lady's got there, I was at a cricket game a couple of years ago. It was abroad, and they provided fans, or they sold fans, that plugged into the socket on your iPhone.
Use that.
And it used your phone battery to operate the phone.
Of course, you were completely out of touch with everybody because it drained the battery in 10 minutes, and you ended up with no fan and no phone.
Yeah, lost.
Balderson bowls. Anderson on the back foot pushes it out into the offside where Bailey feels there's no run.
Yeah, I can't remember how quickly it did drain the battery, but it probably did eat it up pretty quickly.
They usually do things like that, don't they? Phone degradation, battery degradation. My phone's not that old, but it does need charging quite a lot.
Another feeling.
Yeah.
Charge myself up with some fizzy drinks.
Balderson bowls. Anderson defends out into the offside, up towards Chris Green at mid-off. There's no run. It was the final ball of the 123 for 4. James Anderson makes his way down to the lake end, the top of his mark. Various reports that there might be a drop of rain this afternoon. It seems unlikely, if I'm honest. But you never know. Puffin Billy comes past again. James Anderson's on his way into Wayne Madsen. He's on 63 and he turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run. 244 behind at the moment, Derbyshire, so work to do to avoid the follow-up. It's under 100 more runs now, which is the good news. But even then, they'd be a fair old way behind the game. Anderson in again, and that one is driven by Madsen up to mid-on. Here comes the update. Early stages of the afternoon session here. Sally and Derbyshire have lost another wicket since lunch. Brooke Guest caught down the leg side by the wicketkeeper Matty Hurst off the bowling of George Balderson for 7, having added 78 for the 4th wicket with Wayne Madsen. He's still there on 63 and has been joined by Martin Anderson, who's already on to 8. And Derbyshire 123 for 4, still trailing by 244. Now moved on. 227 for 4 as Wayne Madsen picks up another boundary. I have to admit, I was looking down at the time. Completing the update, but 4 more to Madsen. He's waiting now as Anderson comes in and bowls trimming. He mistimes a drive. This is his 9th boundary, incidentally, Wayne Madsen, of this innings of 67. 2/3 of the way to what he would love to achieve. The Derbyshire skipper. Who's had a very impressive season. Back in charge, averaging over 60. As Anderson is in, and Madsen cuts that one away. Out towards Blatherwick, runs across the artificial strip. Blatherwick picks up safely. Madsen moves on to 69 and Derbyshire to 129 for 4. As I said earlier, we'll hear from Nigel Mallander at some point over the course of the afternoon session. And when he has a couple of minutes, he said he'd pop by, say hello. The chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, 130 years old, this club.
I'm sure he'll be very proud of everyone's efforts again to
absolutely.
stage this game and the ground to look as pleasant as it does.
Absolutely. There's Anderson bowls and
Shot.
Anderson drives out towards the extra cover boundary for 4, and he moves into double figures. Oh dear, topless man, not quite cutting the mustard down there. 132 for 4, the score at the end of the over. 12 to Martin Anderson, 68 to Wayne Madsen. Derbyshire still a considerable distance behind, but it doesn't feel as tough as it felt in that first 40 minutes or so, perhaps 45 minutes this morning when wickets were tumbling a lot. The afternoon session yesterday was interesting because it was 152 when Lancashire lost their 5th wicket. They were 106 for 5. So not an awful long way behind.
No, it was the Green Jennings partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Balderson's in. It's a leading edge. It just loops in front, well in front of Anderson at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, Jennings and Green came together and put on 106, and then it bounced from the following 2 partnerships, isn't it? There was 66 and 59 following that partnership.
Sort of innings have been backwards, haven't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Upside down.
Yes, lower middle order scoring the bulk of the runs in Lancashire's innings. Balderson in. A little thin inside edge. The ball disappears down towards fine leg. Madsen wants to come back for 2. Oh, in the end, it's comfortable. They've run very nicely for 2. Throw comes in over the keepers, out of the stumps, but they have hurried back for a couple. So Madsen moves on to 70. Well, we're talking about Wayne Madsen having to try and put together some kind of innings that might replicate what Jennings did, with support, obviously, from elsewhere. Likewise, what Green did, but he's been a very solid start here, Wayne Madsen. It's off the front foot, cutting forward and pushing the ball away and towards the offside, and there's no run.
Yes. Important that these two stick together for as long as possible. Anisdale, a solid enough batter. Aitchison, Zach Chappell. Blair Tickney, Jack Morley after that. Not necessarily in that order.
I do like that get out. I use it quite a bit. Yeah. Balderson to Madsen. Oh, it's a lovely shot, but he's picked out mid-off. Driven firmly to Green. There's no run.
Every time the encouragement comes from next to us, I have to turn round because they just shout Baldy. Every single time it gets me.
Oh dear.
Terrible nickname.
There was someone listening to the coverage of Lancashire. It made at a game last season, the season before, and they were either listening or watching, doesn't really matter which way, and they counted the different nicknames that Lancashire players had for George
excellent.
Balderson that they could hear, and there were loads. It was well into the teens. In different ways that they managed to shorten Balderson. He's in again. Oh, dropped him on the pad. That's a decent shout. He's got him. And it's Madsen as well, who departs for 70. It's the 3rd for George Balderson. He liked that straight away. The keeper stood up behind the stumps. Traps him in front. Oh, yeah, they like that. And so did the umpire. Treadwell gave it. Key wicket. Wayne Madsen's gone for 70. And Balderson gets his 3rd of the day, 134 for 5.
Went back, didn't he? That was the issue there. Wayne Madsen departs for his high score against Lancashire. But he's just punching his bat there as he walks off. It's a huge disappointment for the Derbyshire skipper. His side still 233 behind. And a lot of work to do here now.
There is indeed, yeah.
For the middle and lower orders, Anuj Dal comes out to bat.
Incoming batter, Anuj Dal.
They've lost 2 wickets since lunch in half an hour or so. Similar to Lancashire, but this is the moment at which the set batter, Keaton Jennings, was joined by the dynamic Chris Green.
That's a good way to describe Chris Green, I think. I think I quite like that. I might use that in the future.
Yeah.
Dynamic Chris Green, that's a good description.
Have it on me.
Oh, cheers.
But he is, isn't he?
He is, yeah, I agree.
I mean, he's so heavily involved. I mean, his enthusiasm has to rub off on his teammates. He's there cleaning the ball, wiping the ball, polishing the ball, that's the phrase. Furiously on his shirt, even though it makes no difference. Just that enthusiasm.
And he's Dahl is a new batsman. Balderson finds his outside edge as he pushes forward. End of the over. It's a really excellent over from Balderson. It's a very classic Balderson style dismissal, that really, with the keeper stood up, slip in place, fielders close in front of the bat, and he bowls pretty straight, wicket to wicket, and then just tries to get the ball to nibble around a little bit. He gets a lot of LBs, he gets a lot of batters just missing the line and length and clipping off stump from that. A lot of little nick behinds the keepers. That's a very, very characteristic dismissal, that, for George Balderson. And he's backed up by the fact he can consistently kind of land it. He's taken more wickets for Lancashire than anybody else this season, but his economy rate's outstanding. He barely goes at 3 and over.
James Anderson's going to continue from the lake end. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he? It's only the 4th over of this post-lunch spell. He's conceded 14 so far. And he's going to be initially bowling to Martin Anderson, who always struck very high up on the back leg. Ball bounces down to Chris Green, who uses that magnet of his to attract the ball. Turner, Jennings and Green, the triumvirate alongside Matty Hurst, who's taken a couple of catches in this innings already. Anderson is in, and I should have used his first name. Martin Anderson pushes the ball out into the offside. I don't know how you wangled this.
I don't know. It was the update, wasn't it?
Delighted before lunch not to be doing the Anderson to Anderson commentary.
The updates have
Yeah, flipped it.
forced us to switch ends.
2 bare torsos at the far end. Those
Good Lord.
gentlemen need to just be careful. James Anderson. Past umpire Baldwin, bowls to Martin Anderson, who edges and is dropped by Keaton Jennings. Diving away to his left-hand side, the ball goes all the way down to 3rd man for 4. He was sort of diving for it. It wasn't straight to him, but he probably would have expected to have caught that, Keaton Jennings. And he'd be a little bit disappointed. Martin Anderson moves to 16 and Derbyshire to 138 for 5, but it could have been worse.
He got both hands on it, didn't he? He's almost, it's almost like he's parried it a little bit, you know, kind of goalkeeper style, tipping it around the post type thing. But he's got both hands to it, to his left. First slip coming behind him to try and see if he can gobble up any rebounds, but it's a chance.
Here's James Anderson again, and this time Martin Anderson guides the ball down towards the 3rd man region. It's picked up by Jack Blatherwick. They come back for 2. Martin Anderson all of a sudden is on to 20. 142 for 5. 218 is the magic number. Not 3. 218 or 219.
I'm about to say, are we confident that it's 218?
No, or 217 possibly.
So it's in the region of that.
I think so. What we need is to get a 4 when we're on 216. Anderson bowls. Martin Anderson clips that one into the leg side. afraid. Years and years have gone by when I've never been confident of a follow-on target. 7 times Wayne Madsen this season as I've got to 50. 3 centuries in there. No century for him today as Martin Anderson defends this. Next delivery from James Anderson into the offside. The over comes to an end, an over in which James Anderson might have picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings, but it wasn't to be. And as a result, Derbyshire 140 for 5. Anish Dal yet to get off the mark. Martin Anderson has 18.
Make notes of these little stats, don't you? Little landmarks. And they're getting scratched away. There's Griff that was telling me about previous Derbyshire players to have scored centuries, first-class centuries here at Chesterfield against Lancashire. There's only 2 that have done that. So wait a little longer, at least for the time being.
Barnett's always on those lists, no matter how long they are.
Balderson in. It's driven back down the ground. It'll be 4. It flashed away from Balderson to his right-hand side. So 4 runs hit firmly by Anish Dal down the ground, gets him underway. 144 for 5. Dal off the mark with that. It was in the air, but it was never a kind of a genuine chance for Balderson off his own bowling. He was going to his left, the ball went to his right. Stuck out a hand in hope rather than expectation.
Yeah, that would have been some catch,
It
wouldn't
would,
it?
yeah. So one of the great return catches that I've seen.
Was that Chris Green?
It wasn't actually. It was Jimmy Neesham
Yes, Neesham in the
T20.
That's right.
Balderson to Anish Dal forward in defence, and there's no run.
Stream,
At Chesterfield,
yeah.
yeah.
I saw it on the. I was watching the stream
Ridiculous.
actually.
It was Bohannon. He clubbed it back down the ground.
Yeah,
Stuck out his right hand and
and it's just stuck.
just stuck.
Yeah. And then just sort of threw the ball away, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was. I think mainly because his hand was hurting so much.
Probably. Yeah.
But it was astonishing.
144 for 5. Balderson to Dal. Keeper stood up, forward and defends to mid-off. And there's no run.
I need to ask Paul Edwards at some time the story behind what is clearly a Derbyshire belt. The man who is in the Derbyshire
Yeah,
colours.
it is, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
very much a Derbyshire belt.
Yeah. Whether he... whether it's actually an official part of Derbyshire merchandise or just a coincidence.
I think it must be. I can't imagine he's parted with any money, can you?
No, I cannot, no. Balderson into Dal. He drives, but off the inner half of the bat. Out towards mid-on where Anderson fields, and there's no run. 144 for 5. It's his first visit for a 4-day game to Chesterfield. I'm pretty sure that's what he said to me.
Really?
Yeah, I think he said
okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm sure he's been here for 1-day cricket, but it's his first 4-day game here.
I think I've seen him here.
Yeah. Now I've said it out loud, maybe I'm thinking
It's not the kind of thing you forget.
yeah. Balderson back into Dal, left and through to the keeper, probing away. Balderson again, just outside off stump, in and around that kind of 4th, 5th stump line. Keeper stood up and just getting the ball to nibble around a bit. The old one will come back in. The old one go straight on. Got the short straight mid on in place as well. Josh Bohannon maybe 4 or 5 inches away from the pitch that we're playing on. There's a couple of slips in place as well. And just keep going. Well, Balderson in again. He's not offering a shot there as Dal. It's deflected off something. It's disappeared down towards the slip fielders. Maybe it came off part of Matty Hurst, I'm not sure, but it's the end of the over. That one shot down the ground for 4, and then dot balls to begin with. He has come back in. He's left it Dal past the off stump. It's going to gone through Matty Hurst. It was stopped by Ashton Turner at first slip to his left. End of the over. 144 for 5.
Speaking of Paul Edwards, is it the cricketer that he works for?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure if he's working at the Times or not today.
But if you look at his photograph on the cricketer's website,
He's in Derbyshire there, isn't he?
well, it was taken about 45 years ago, surely, the photograph. At least there is Chesterfield in the background.
Yeah. He must have been here for a 4-day game. I think I must have made that up completely.
No, I'm
Paul,
all right, Griff. Thank you very
I might
much.
have one at tea, but thank you very much, mate.
Oh yes, some of us have to talk for a living. You just talk sort of on a freelance basis.
Some nice looking cakes, though.
Who's this?
Bailey.
Thank you. Bailey comes in and bowls to Anderson. That's going to make it a lot easier. He pushes it out into the offside. So James Anderson's first burst after lunch has come to an end. 4 overs for 20. So far this season, Martin Anderson has got to 53 times. And on 2 of those occasions, he's gone on to make 100. So against Leicestershire and Middlesex, his former county, of course. As Bailey's in again, that was left alone by Anderson. Look who's there. It's Nigel Mallender.
Am I getting the hook?
Well, only if you want it.
No, it's fine.
Yeah,
All good.
We can accommodate Nigel for 10 minutes. This is about as much as most people will be able to cope with, I would have thought. He's a top man. He's making his way in next to us. We will continue to describe ball by ball, of course. He's got notes. He's written notes. Unbelievable. Martin Anderson turns that delivery out into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 18. I'd move from there, though, Griff, if you won't mind. Not because I can hear you eating in the microphone. I couldn't see the scoreboard.
No, so just for you, Fletch.
You'll have to wait until I switch you on. Nigel Mallender, everybody, from the chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club. How are you?
I'm good, Fletch. How are you?
Good man. Yes. No. This has been excellent, hasn't it?
Great.
I mean, Derbyshire aren't exactly on top, but good crowds, beautiful weather. I want to ask you about the fast outfield. You've had some drainage work done here, haven't you?
We have indeed.
Which
yeah.
is, I mean, it is
Lightning.
Absolutely. It's like glass out there as Bailey comes in and bowls to Dahl and pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Just before we get into the nuts and bolts at Chesterfield Cricket Club, how does this make you feel? You sit here and you look out, there's spectators all round the ground. Obviously not as many as Sunday, but there's still a very good crowd in second day of a championship match.
Very proud. Very, very proud, yeah. The ground just looks an absolute picture, doesn't it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, we're very, very proud. And the teams have just worked so hard, Fletch. It's been amazing.
I'll ask you about some of that hard work, because there is an enormous amount of work that goes into this as Bailey bowls to Dahl, he defends it straight back towards the bowler. He doesn't feel in his follow-through, but no run is scored.
A few better places to be, Fletch, I think, on a day like today. It's brilliant.
When would the planning for this year have started? As soon as last year had finished? Before last year had finished?
Yeah, I mean, what we try and do when the festival finishes, we look at the areas that we perhaps could do better, the areas where we feel we're lacking. So if there's areas that needs a bit of investment, for instance, we need to start planning that quite quickly after the end of the last festival. And then when the fixtures come out, we obviously start putting the dates in our diaries, the volunteers start planning their holidays around it, and so on and so forth.
As the next delivery, just a slightly leading edge feel about it. Dahl pushes it into the ground off Bailey. Final ball of the over. 145 for 5, 19 to Anderson, 4 to Dahl. Because so much of it is familiar when we come back year after year. You see, but there's little tweaks here and there, obviously, all the time.
Yeah, and that's... My wife would tell you I'm a very impatient chairman, Fletch. I've got lots and lots of ideas for how we improve the place, pushing the facilities forward, making it more welcoming, not just for Derbyshire and our special guests, but also our membership as well, so that they feel proud of the place and it's a place where they want to come down and spend their afternoons.
And important, I imagine, for Chesterfield Cricket Club as George Balderson begins a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to Anderson, who gets a little bit wrapped up by that one. An important game, an important week for Chesterfield Cricket Club, because you need money to run Chesterfield Cricket Club, and you'll make a couple of quid out of it.
Yeah, we do. And, it all stems for the volunteers, to be honest. They work, morning to night. You come down early as I do every morning, and we've got the catering team here on site at 7:30, and they don't leave till 7:30, planning various dishes, and we've got the tea bar team, the pavilion bar.
Balls and balls to Anderson. There's no ball, so 2 more to the total. 147 for 5.
and we have, you know, the members and the ladies going round selling raffle tickets as well, and we, you know, with a good crowd in yesterday. You know, we'll make that up, Fletch. We'll make that up. I'm sure we will. Bottle of champagne, signed Derbyshire bat, signed mini Rhineside bottom bat. I think that went unclaimed, so you know, maybe you got a shout at that.
I'm surprised, if I'm honest. It's Balderson bowls to Anderson, no run.
You asked me earlier. I'm so proud. The team just come together every year. They work so hard. They do it all with a smile on their face, and the volunteers. You know, that's what it's all about. And we've got a real special club here on our hands, and we know what a beautiful home this is, and actually how important it is to so many people too.
Absolutely, and you'd be delighted to hear the words. They are very welcoming to everybody because they're just great. We have a very good relationship with everybody in the pavilion to our left and elsewhere as Anderson defends this next delivery from Balderson straight back to the bowler. So what would a week like this enable the club to do that we'll never see because we're not here for 51 weeks?
This is it. Yeah, this is it. And it looks so simple when so many people rock up, don't they? They probably see a few chairs put out and a few fences put up and they think that that's it. But there's an awful lot of work that goes into it, from moving the infrastructure up from Derby, IT and comms.
Which have been excellent, by the way. Balderson bowls. That one is crashed away by Martin Anderson for 4. Very dismissive. He moves up to 23. Ball goes out towards the cover boundary. 150 is up for Derbyshire, 151 for 5.
And what the week enables us to do, and the funds that we raise from this week, Fletch, is really to push the facilities forwards. You mentioned earlier about work on the drainage. It's quite ironic actually, two years ago we put a new watering irrigation system in, which I don't think I'm exaggerating by saying that if that wasn't in this summer, I don't think we could have put this game on today.
It's started to crisp up a bit at the moment as Balderson goes in and bowls to Anderson. That's clipped away nicely into the leg side. He'll only pick up a single this time, though. We've moved to 24, 152 for 5. But this outfield is better than some I've seen on streams from other games and other places. It's a beautiful surface.
Yeah.
The fielders can trust it, can't they?
They can.
And
value for your shots.
And at the same time, you get the ball racing to the boundary.
You do,
it's sort of 1 or 4.
Yeah, and you know the ironic thing about the watering system is we put it in place 2 years ago, and of course the following season it didn't stop raining.
No.
So I was getting stick for that, and over the winter we put 3 hybrid wickets in, and it stayed dry ever since.
Yes.
So I know there'll be somebody listening to this at the moment, and that's our vice chair Tim Kirk, and he'll be listening to this with a smile on his face because he's the one that normally roots me on both of those.
Quite right too. That ball was pushed in. The final ball of the over was pushed into the offside by Dal at 152 for 5 after 40 overs now.
And in terms of next projects, Fletch, everybody who knows me will know that I don't like to stand still, and we've spent a lot of money on honours boards over the last sort of couple of years. So we realised that there were so many greats of the game that had not just played here but scored hundreds and taken fifers and 10 wickets in a match. So we've got some wonderful honours boards up in tribute really of those fantastic cricketers.
Bailey begins a new over for the Lake End. First ball is defended up towards mid-off by Martin Anderson.
And in terms of what's coming up next, as we look out towards the Lake End, we've got our eyes on getting some more modern sight screens up, so almost on a curtain sort of pulley system there, so that will clear some space in front, so that the cycle track's free, and you will hopefully fit a few more in there. We're looking at getting a new PA system in that the county can then piggyback onto when they come down.
Jane will enjoy that. As this next delivery is pushed down the ground, they're going for the quick single, Martin Anderson, and for a minute he was slaloming down the middle of the pitch, it appeared from here. He can't have been. He moves on to 25, 153 for 5. Well, I'm just glad that we're down to 2 speakers now, because yesterday I was nearly deafened by that speaker system. Obviously, it'll be worse on Sunday when the music's blaring, but that's just my own personal problem. Nobody else's.
But it's amazing today, isn't it, how many people have come over the Pennines and over the tops from Lancashire as well. And I saw a group, and I think, you know, this is the other great thing about Queen's Park. We had a group of Leicestershire members here yesterday.
Bailey bowls, Dowell clips the ball into the leg side, no run.
you know, they've obviously not got an allegiance with either side. And I said to them, what are you doing up here? And they said, well, we just feel it's the finest ground in the county. And there was a group of them that had been here and will be here for the full 4 days. So.
Excellent. Yeah, so we were out with a Knox member last night, I think. And you're right. And everybody who's been here has basically said, well, this is beautiful. People who've never been, because Lancashire haven't played first-class cricket here since the late 80s, come across for the first time.
I never thought I'd see Jimmy Anderson opening the ball in here at Queen's Park.
Bailey bowls and Dahl gets the ball out into the offside. They love it next to us. I've no idea why. 153. It was all right. 153 for 5. But I mean, it's the middle of 3 outgrounds for Lancashire. They played at Blackpool. They played at Cheltenham next, and you must be delighted with the way Lancashire have reacted to it, because they have absolutely embraced playing here, haven't they?
They really have, and that's nice, because I think that when you go to outgrounds, when you play outground cricket, there has to be some compromises.
Of course there does. Bailey bowls, Dowell drives, but straight to mid-off.
And I think one of the compromises is you know, you look around here at the moment, I think we got upwards of 2,000 here yesterday. Some people said more like 2,500, but ultimately, you know, if you go to a test match ground, there's no way you'd get this amount of people in for a 4-day game. No. And the players love the atmosphere, they love the ambience of the place. But then they don't get perhaps quite the same comforts in terms of the size of the dressing room. But then, of course, the flip side is that they get well catered for with our catering team.
Only just. Yeah, I'll say. I've heard no complaints so far from the players about the fare on offer in the pavilion.
It was a little bit, probably why I was a little bit late down to see you, Fletch, as well, because I was enjoying my lunch a little bit too much. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, it is a warm day. Lots of ice cream.
Bailey bowls to Dahl, who clips that one into the leg side. He'll scamper through for a single. Dennis Dahl scampers everywhere, really. He moves on to 5. 25 to Martin Anderson. That was the last ball of the over. 154 for 5. My big feet isn't doing the technology any good. I've already knocked us off there once. 213 behind now at Derbyshire. But for the rest of the summer, this is Chesterfield Cricket Club headquarters. So you've got first team, second team, lots of senior sides, but you've also got all the kids as well.
Yeah, we have, and we're growing and growing, Fletch. We've got 3 senior teams. 2024, we just had the most amazing season. Our first team were promoted back to the Premier League as champions. Our second team won Division 4 as champions. This year, it looks like the thirds are going to get up from Division 9, doing really well so far. Hopefully, I've not put the kiss of death on them.
Some balls down. We can't do that. Pushes the ball out into the offside. And believe me, we can't do that.
we have a Sunday team in the Mansfield League that's sort of our development team, experienced cricketers, blooding with some of our juniors, and we've got a real talented group coming through. I've got high hopes for sort of 7 or 8 of them, and you know, whilst we'll always bring the odd player in here and there, for me it would be wonderful to have all of those in our senior teams.
Some balls down the leg side, flicked away by Dowell. That'll be 4 down the fine leg. He'll move on to 9, just a bit off target there. George Balderson walks back to his mark, shaking his head, not happy with that delivery. 158. For 5. And
then the juniors, yeah, you're quite right. I mean, at the moment, All-Stars on a Wednesday night, we've got 40 All-Stars. We actually have 100 kids here on a Wednesday night for training. It's absolutely marvellous. And that's one of the things I do it for. People always say to me, what do you get out of it, Nigel? And it's the community. It's making it such a great place to come along to, and then seeing all these juniors and the parents here on a Wednesday night, it's brilliant.
Balderson bowls, Dowell drives, but he didn't really time it. Oh, I thought you did it for standing next to the Mayor of Chesterfield ringing the bell.
There is something to do with that as well, yeah.
The Mayor ringing the bell today, Bumble yesterday.
Yeah, Bumble was brilliant yesterday. I got him a car parking ticket, and I said, come on, in return, you're going to have to ring the bell for me. So
he's cheap then, isn't he?
Oh, very much so,
he's cheap.
We had a dinner with him a few months ago, and he was absolutely brilliant, superb, some great stories.
Goes Balderson and bowls full, and Dowell digs that one out, goes to Bolton's finest.
And the juniors, as you said earlier, my little girl has just started All Stars at 5, but we've got kids all the way up to under 17s as well. Fletch, so it's great. And this year we've started a new women's and girls section. We were, in some respects, I suppose we were a little bit behind other clubs, but our support of women's cricket actually goes back to the early 70s. We hosted a game here for the first ever Women's World Cup in 1973.
Blimey. As Balderson is in and Dal goes back, chops it away, that'll be 4. He can chase it all he likes, really, can Jones, but the ball was always going to win that particular race. Away it goes. Oh my word! Well,
there you go.
This is going to be impossible to commentate with this kind of. What is it? Did I hear the word yogurt?
Greek yogurt.
No, that's not.
Yeah, Greek yogurt.
No, I'm all right. Thank you. It looks delicious, but I'll be fine.
When the ice cream comes round.
Yeah, no, and then I'm in. 162 for 5. Dahl has 13 now. Derbyshire just. It's been a strange old innings, similar to Lancashire's in many ways, as Balderson bowls. Dahl gets that off his hip, I think. He might have got some bat on it. He says no to a second, and in fact he did get some bat on it, so he picks up another run. It was the final ball of the over. He moves on to 15, I'm going to say. Could be wrong. I think I am. He moves on to 14. 163 for 5 with 25 to Martin Anderson. You've got the All-Stars. Is there a Friday night as well?
Yeah, so we do quick crickets on the Fridays.
Traditional
it is.
children's night, kids' night, isn't it?
Yeah, they shift it around a little bit now. So we did ours a few weeks ago, and it was great. There was teams from all over North Derbyshire, and actually, Middle and South Derbyshire as well. And it was the ground was full. It's what it's all about. I think that the great thing about this place is it's a first-class venue, and people just love coming down and playing. I was going to ask you, as a club, that would help you to attract some of the best juniors, the players who want. Well, Jimmy Anderson bowled from this end. Yeah,
I mean that's enormous, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I think it's sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword, Fletch, because what you do find is in league cricket.
Bailey begins a new over. That one's pushed out. I think it's Bailey. Pushed out into the offside by Dal. It is. No wrong.
Our lads play here every week. When you get an opposition that comes here, they see it almost as their cup final, and you can actually see them raise their game. And we have to sometimes remind the lads of that they need to be on it. But yes, ultimately, I think once you get a kid down here and they see what, if they came down today, for instance, they have a look around and you think, goodness, we want to be part of this. And that's why I think that we've got such a growing junior section, along with the fact that we've got some brilliant coaches in place at the moment too.
Bailey bowls to Dal, who cuts this away down towards backward point. There's a fielder out there. It's Jack Blatherwick. And they go through for one more. Dal moves on to 15. 164 for 5. What about... It's got to be addressed, I suppose. And I don't know if you have an answer. I haven't, because my answer will be don't touch it. But they come down from 14 to 12 to 10. It's going to affect places like this. This week, with a game being played at York, last week with the game being played at Blackpool, they're the ones who are going to suffer.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be an interesting dilemma for the county clubs.
Bailey bowls wide of the off stump.
Because at the end of the day, what you've got here is you've probably got the largest attendance in 4-day cricket that Derbyshire are going to have all season. So for me, it would be an absolute banker if I was at Derbyshire. And of course, as the Chesterfield chairman, we want to keep bringing Derbyshire cricket here. I'd actually like to bring them here more often, but as I said earlier, the infrastructure and everything like that is, as you know, it's an enormous asking of the Borough Council, the cricket club, and Derbyshire as well. But it would be lovely to have a couple more fixtures here.
Bailey bowls. It's cut away by Martin Anderson quite violently. He's playing on his home ground, of course.
Yes, he is. He is. We've not seen him yet.
No, I imagine you wouldn't. He's been a terrific signing for Derbyshire, and therefore he's playing at pretty much every game going.
Yeah, we signed him at the start of the season, Martin. We myself and Harry Wilmot, the club captain, we met up with Martin, and he was very, very keen to join us, but I don't think any of us expected him to start so well. And of course, he's had about 2 Saturdays off from Derbyshire since then, carrying a few niggles, and who wouldn't blame him for wanting to put his feet up?
Bailey bowls to Dal, who just guides that to backward point for a single. He moves to 16, typical Anna's Dal shot at 166 for 5. Yeah, he's been a terrific signing.
Looks a really good player, doesn't he?
You've got Martin, you've still got Slats as well, haven't you?
Yeah,
Ben. And when, but again, he's having a terrific time of it at the moment.
He's been great for us, though, Fletch. He's part of the fixtures and fittings, and as you know, we've got Dave and Linda here today working behind the scenes. But We've had slats 4 times this season. He's got 200s and 280s. So yeah, he does okay, does Ben. And obviously, you know, for the lads as well, we've got some really good players in the first team. But when they see Ben coming into the dressing room, they don't half lift the game when they're playing with somebody like that.
Surprised. Bailey bowls to Martin Anderson, pushed out into the offside. He's thinking about 2. There isn't 2 there. Again, it's Blatherwick who does the fielding. He moves to 27. Anderson 167 for 5. Sorry.
Again, it's you know, you look at some of the names that have played for Chesterfield over the years who have come through our youngsters. You know, starting way back with Jeff Miller when he moved here from Cutthorpe because FC Jim Brailsford wanted him to develop his game further. And then we move on to Ian Blackwell and Ross Whiteley and Ben Slater. So we've got a real good history there of bringing through some really good players that have gone on to play first-class cricket for Derbyshire and other counties. And we want to keep doing that. I think that we've actually got a few now coming through the youngsters that potentially, if they keep working hard with our coaches, they could kick on and become really good cricketers in, who knows, professional and beyond.
He's good. James Anderson is back, which is a bit of a concern for Derbyshire at 167 for 5. Listen to the applause and just the announcement of him bowling. It's the 127th anniversary of the first class match on this ground today. Against, Derbyshire lost by an innings, so we should probably gloss over that. But there's been some terrific games, and we've mentioned David Griffin's book enough times.
Yeah.
Already in a day and a half, but you can just sort of feel the history, can't you, when you walk around the place?
You can, and you know, that's a big part of it for me, Fletch. That, you know, one of the reasons why I put these honours boards up over the winter is if you get a chance over today or tomorrow, Fletch, you must go and have a look. Some of the names on there from Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, Adam Gilchrist, all got hundreds on this ground. And then you go back, I was showing Bumble yesterday, his 200s on there, Jeff Boycott, Bob Wilmer, Glenn Turner, Mike Proctor, Gary Sobers. There's some unbelievable names on there.
Here is Anderson then bowling to Anderson, inevitably pushed out to the offside.
I think that's why the place is so important to so many people, not least us as a club as well, that, you know, you look at all that history and it's so important. And you know, it was funny yesterday, actually. I walked through the away stairwell yesterday, and the Lancashire lads have already put the sticky tape across with Keaton Jennings and Chris Green's names on it. So I hope that stickiness comes off that board, Fletch.
Otherwise, Lancashire will be getting a bill, won't they?
Well, if there's any of our members listening to this, they'll know that I'll not be happy.
James Anderson bowls to Martin Anderson, who pushes the ball straight back towards the former England Test player.
But again, it's you know, we're quick to stress, like you said earlier, that the rest of the year, other than that 1 week, Chesterfield Cricket Club are here, and we've been here now since 1894. That was the first Chesterfield Cricket Club game on the ground. So, you know, we are still the sort of principal party of Queen's Park in pushing cricket forward and making sure that cricket does continue here. And we desperately want that to happen. And as I said to you earlier, a demonstration of that is what the infrastructure that we keep building on and the investment in the facilities.
They say that the north of the county is the heart of Derbyshire cricket, don't they? As this one is going past the edge of Martin Anderson's bat. Just a little bit of extra bounce there from. It's been a good pitch, hasn't it?
He's played really well, hasn't he?
I don't mind it.
Yeah, he's played really well, and you know, we've got our groundsman Mick Taylor. He's just put an incredible amount of work into it. He's been coming in early on a morning for weeks and weeks and weeks, turning on our sprinkler system. He tells me there's been between 50 and 60,000 litres of water going down every day, and you can tell by the lushness of the square what a great job he's done of looking after it.
Next, James Anderson delivery is pushed into the offside by Martin Anderson.
And I know James Whittaker, the match referee, I spoke to him earlier today. He's been delighted with the pitch, and the umpires are very pleased with it too. If anything, it's moved more in the air than it has done off the pitch with the Kookaburra ball.
Yes, yeah, I don't know why we're playing with the club with us.
Yeah, I can't completely share your thoughts there, but we'll talk about that one later.
Dear, oh dear. Got 2 more after this. Anderson bowls to Martin Anderson, who pulls this violently into the leg side for 4. That's a really good shot. He moves to 31 now, Martin Anderson. 171 for 5. 218 is the number we think that they need to get to avoid the follow-on. I'm not sure, given the heat, that they would. I think they might enforce it, but you never know.
And the square this year, Fletch, we've had some really, really strong efforts with the bat this year. The pitches have been absolutely superb. High-scoring matches. On Saturday, we had Derbyshire women versus Worcester women here. And they used a hybrid pitch, and somebody told me that it's the highest ever total for a Tier 2 women's game and the highest ever aggregate total for a women's game as well, so it should tell you how well the square's playing.
George Bell just gets in the way as Madsen Anderson clips the ball into the leg side for a single off the final ball of James Anderson's over. He moves to 32, 172 for 5 with Dal on 16. I can't let you go. Well, I can, but I can't let you go without talking about. I know you've got a Blaze game coming up. Why Knots are playing here, I don't know, and I'm not going to ask you about that. But you've got the big one, 8 in a row. You know how.
I know what you're going to ask me.
Well, no. You must have mixed emotions, but
yeah,
it would be something, wouldn't it, to make it 8 in a row? There's been some absolute belters over the last few years now.
There really has. Yeah,
T20
really
against
has.
Yorkshire, I'm talking about for the Lancastrians. Apologies.
Yeah, and it's ironic because you know where I'm from. But I think I said to you earlier that I've got splinters in my bum from sitting on the fence with what I'm going to say to you next. But no, look, it's a great day for the town. It's a great day for the community, a wonderful day for the club, and to look around as I will do on Sunday. I always like to get on the balcony at some stage and just have a look around, and it just gives me that shot in the arm that I need to continue doing what I'm doing, to see 5,000 people in the ground, loving being here. Will Derbyshire do 8 in a row? I wouldn't bet against it. I don't think. I think Yorkshire psychologically now in the head. I think they come here and think, "Oh goodness, what's going to happen today?"
I don't think they enjoy it.
I don't think they do.
No,
I don't think they do. So I think they're used to the home comforts of the Headingley dressing room and all that. So,
you might be right.
but I think look, all we want is a good game here at the end of the day, and for people to want to keep coming back. All I'd say to the people listening to this as well is don't forget that you can come down and watch Chesterfield Cricket Club every Saturday. It's free entry. £20 to be a social member of the club. We've got a lovely, well-stocked bar, as you will know, Fletch, and
What do you mean?
it's not a bad place to watch cricket, is it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, listen, Nigel, it's always good to talk to you, man. Thank you very much for
My
joining
pleasure.
us, and
Thank
I'm
you for
sure
having me.
we'll cross paths over the course of the remainder of this game, and of course on Sunday. I know you'll be busy, but we'll say hello and have a quick chat, and we'll perhaps talk about the outcome when it's finished.
Very much so. Thanks for your time, Fletch. Good to see you.
Nigel Mallender, the chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club, who do an absolutely amazing job here at Queen's Park, getting this game on, with help of course, but they're planning for 50 weeks of the year, 51 weeks of the year, perhaps even more than that, to make sure that they get this festival on, done and dusted. And so far so good. Derbyshire women have had a game. Derbyshire are in the second day of this one. The Blaze are playing later in the week, and of course on Sunday Derbyshire take on Yorkshire in a game that probably won't have any bearing on who qualifies for the knockout stages of the Vitality Blast, but that doesn't lessen its significance. Derbyshire going for what would be has to be surely an unprecedented 8th successive victory over Yorkshire, and who doesn't enjoy that, saying that? The problem is that the longer that run goes on, the closer you are to it ending, of course, but it's one of those. But just one more, come on, just one more.
That will be the best sequence of. Well, is it already the best sequence of results?
I imagine so. I've never asked Griff about it, but it must be unprecedented, mustn't it? It's Bailey, after a brief drinks break, bowls. That one is driven down the ground. It's being chased by Chris Green, but he's not going to get there. And all of a sudden, Martin Anderson's looking in some decent nick here. He moves on to 36, possibly. Yes, he does. Up to 36, 176 for 5. Confident that's going to change that scoreboard in a moment. Very confident.
Yeah, I think
massively confident. It's not moving.
You're willing it to change.
I think it will.
Yeah,
it hasn't yet.
Oh, there you go.
And there we are.
Never in doubt, Fletch.
Well, and yes, my thanks to Nigel Mallender for joining us.
Nice.
Chairman of Chesterfield, as Bailey bowls. He tries to force it out into the offside. It went plink. It was a horrible noise off the bat. There was no run. Derbyshire, having lost those 2 wickets early in the afternoon session, were 134 for 5. They're now 176 for 5, so 42 added by these two, just 16 of them to Al-Ojdal, which sort of tells you how dominant and prominent Martin Anderson has been as Bailey bowls to him, and he pushes this one out into the offside where it's fielded by Will Williams on the field as a sub-fielder.
Yeah, he's faced the bulk of the bowling, hasn't he? Well, it feels this way anyway. I don't look at the numbers to see if that's the case.
Stan's only faced 24 of the 51 deliveries, so about half.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But
It just feels like he's been on strike more, doesn't
yes,
it?
it does.
I know he's scored more runs, hasn't he? But no, this is we're in that moment again for Derbyshire where you're looking at, well, there's something developing here. There's something in which they can try and build on. They had the 78-run partnership.
Next delivery is defended by Anderson back to Bailey, full face of the bat.
Madsen and Guest 78, Madsen and Anderson 21. That was a bit of a start, wasn't it? Likewise, Harry Kane and Wayne Madsen before that. So one of these has got to go on and probably put 3 figures together in terms of a partnership, at the very least, to try and take away the possibility of the follow-on, which is looking a little nearer to being.
I think it's less than 50 now.
Yeah.
As Bailey bowls, that's whipped into the leg side by Martin Anderson. It's a good piece of fielding now by Chris Green, moving away to his right and then putting in the slide, keeping Anderson down to a single. He moves to 37, 177 for 5. A lot of cricket still to be played today. Still 20 overs away from tea. So 52 overs left. Just the 44 bowled so far. There's been no shortage of excitement, and it's understandable that things might slow down a touch.
Yep.
It's just clouded over briefly, but it doesn't make it any less warm. As Bailey sets off and bowls to Dal, who covers up, pushes it out into the offside. That was a dot ball to finish the over, 177 for 5, 37 to Anderson, 16 to Dal, and Derbyshire still trail, but now by 191 runs, so 42 more, and they will achieve part 1.
I was just looking when I was off commentary at some other scores elsewhere. There are a lot of runs around this week again. Surrey have got to 700 for the loss of just 4 wickets.
They're playing Durham.
Yeah.
Oh no! I bet half of the commentary box is purring, and the other half, well, I dread to think.
So Dom Sibley's 291 not out. Centuries for Sam Curran and for Dan
700 balls.
Off 3 months of batting. God, there's loads of runs around. Worcestershire are high on the runs as well. It's off the back foot, punched into the offside by Anderson. There's no run. Yeah, Worcestershire have reached 626 for 6 in their match at Hampshire. Double century for Jake Libby to match Adam Hose from yesterday. Plenty of runs around the country, some decent scores in Division 2 as well, from Kent and from Middlesex.
Like the fact that Leicestershire aren't batting yet.
It's a nice shot by Anderson, from Anderson to mid-off, and there's no run.
They're not exactly racing along, are they, Middlesex? But my word, they've taken some time out of the game in that first innings. 146th over. Richard will be he'll be laid back enough not to let it bother him.
There's James Anderson for Lancashire, Indian balls. Martin Anderson plays the ball away to cover, no run. Kent have got to 500 in their first innings, still with just 5 wickets down. Daniel Bell-Drummond, 151 not out. Harry Finch, 112 not out.
I mean, it feels like batting weather, doesn't it?
Batting weather and a batting ball.
Well, yes, there is that too. Yeah.
Anderson from over the wicket balls. Clipped away off the pads down to fine leg. Blatherwick with a tumbling stop. Throw comes in over the keeper's gloves. Good work by Blatherwick. He was bowled, has he, since the morning, Jack Blatherwick?
No, I don't think so.
Bowled 5 overs this morning. So the seamers, Anderson, Bailey and Balderson, have carried the bulk of the work.
I think they did my conveyancing. Fairly sure they did.
Very reputable company.
Very good. Yeah.
Good reviews.
Trustpilot.
Yep. Great customer service. 178 for 5. Here is James Anderson. And bowls on the front foot goes Anus Dahl, and Dahl defends for no run. Have we seen Chris Green?
Not since lunch.
No. Can't be too far away, can he?
He's windmilling, isn't he, already? You'd expect to see him. What did he bowl? He bowled 4 overs, didn't he? 4 overs for 10 this morning. Likes to be in the thick of the action.
Yeah, I get that impression. Next to...
He's dynamic, you see.
He's very, very much is. Anderson bowls to Dahl. That's turned away into the onside. Ball that's angled in towards him. And he steers it away to mid-wicket for no run. Completes the over. Just a single coming off it. And Derbyshire, a 178 for 5. The follow-on target, 218. So it is within sight with 5 wickets remaining.
I'm not betraying any confidences because it was just said out loud on the radio by Nigel Mallander. But he said that James Whittaker's told him how pleased he is with the pitch. The 2 umpires have said how impressed they've been with it.
Good.
And I think you'd have to say
Ball for
it's
the
a...
Lake End. Jack
There
Blatherwick.
is Blatherwick, you see. It is a very sporting pitch, isn't it? There's something in it for the bowlers, but we've seen 2 centuries, so you can't say that it. You can't bat on it. There aren't too many marks on it from our vantage point.
Well, I think I said to you yesterday, I was quite heartened that we had first 15, 20 minutes of the game and balls were carrying through to the keeper at a good pace and good carry. Last week at Blackpool, they were bouncing twice.
Yeah, no, it's no good to anybody, is it?
Not really, no. Everyone's heart sunk.
Just wait till the ball goes soft.
Yes, quite.
Martin Anderson on strike then as Blatherwick is in and bowls. Too many drives, that one out. There's a good half stop initially by Will Williams. And they come back for a second, but that one would have gone for 4. I have little doubt if Williams hadn't have got a paw on it. So well done to him. 40 now for Martin Anderson, 180 for 5. Derbyshire. So Anderson's got those 3 times to 50 this season. On 2 occasions he's gone on to turn them into hundreds. He waits now. Oh, and there's a waft at that. If he carries on doing that, he'll not even get to 50. That was a horrible shot from Martin Anderson. Very out of character. As far as this innings has been concerned, he's batted nicely and he goes off to square leg to have a stern talk to himself. But he still hasn't come back.
He's still talking, still chuntering away.
I'm not going back until I've finished telling myself off.
Yes. I'm not through with myself yet.
He's ready now. As Blatherwick comes in, bowls, and he goes on the back foot, pushes it out into the offside. Williams takes some of the sweat off the nape of his neck. Beautiful. Wow, that's early. 180 for 5. I know, I don't know why it's quite so loud. I do apologise. Only 3 minutes away. We just got some music in our ears just to explain. Here's Blatherwick on his way in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Martin Anderson. I have absolutely no idea who the music is either, so that's not helping. Have you heard this one before?
No, I'm not aware of this particular.
No.
I don't think it was performed at Glastonbury. In the headliners act on Sunday.
It was it one?
I don't think it was performed at Glastonbury, was it? This one.
No. Could be anybody. It's probably somebody incredibly famous.
Yes.
That was #1 for 100 weeks. Here's Blatherwick on his way in, bowls to full toss, and that's gone all the way for 6, possibly off the top edge. No, 1 bounce 4. It was above waist height, so it's a no ball. It slipped clearly out of Blatherwick's hand and it just popped straight up in the air, it seemed initially. And then it had enough spin on it to bounce once and leap over the boundary. 6 runs to the total, just 4 more to Anderson. He moves to 44, 186 for 5, and a 50 partnership between. Is it? No, it must be a 50 partnership. 184. Yeah, it's a 50 partnership, of which Anuj Dal has got 16. Anderson on 44, not a free hit. Don't forget, not a free hit. That one is driven nicely into the offside. They'll go through for a single. A tumbling James Anderson stops the ball from going to the boundary. Anderson, Martin that is, moves on to 45 and Derbyshire to 187 for 5. It's a sort of drone, the music, isn't it? It's just a droning noise. Looks like we're going to see Chris Green because Tom Bailey, who's going to come back onto the field in a moment, has got fielding pads and helmets under his arm. 187 for 5. Here comes Blatherwick into bowl to Anuj Dal, who leaves that one alone, goes through to Matt Hurst. And there is no run. Blessed relief as they go into the news jingle, which we can never hear for some reason. And then we'll hear the voice of the newsreader, I think is Wesley Mallet. It's Sally Swinfen. Doesn't sound much like Wesley. Almost halfway through the day. 49 overs left, 47 gone. 187 for 5. And that score means that Derbyshire trail by 180 as things stand. We're going to see some spin by the look of it. Fielding pads being put on. It's Keaton Jennings, of course it is, who's popping on the fielding pads. I'm not sure whether he's done this in the right order, because now he's putting on his a jock strap, which he puts over his trousers, then he sort of drops his trousers a bit. He seems to have done this all back to front. There we go. Trousers have got to come down. And he's got to sort himself out. There we go. It's taken a while. 187 for 5. Middlesex 498 for 8. After being put into bat by Leicestershire at Grace Road, nobody laughed. Stopped laughing at the back. Jennings has finally sorted himself out. Chris Green is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Initially to Martin Anderson, who's on 45 not out. Derbyshire are 187 for 5, Sally. That in reply to Lancashire's 367. It means they trail by 180. Martin Anderson is to the 4 at the moment. He's 45 not out. He's out there with Anuj Dal, who's on 16. And these two are put on 50 so far for the 6th wicket. 187 for 5. I mean, the schoolboy error of not pressing my stopwatch start button, which is entirely pointless. Green on his way into bowl to Anderson, who pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run. And if Sally's still listening, with apologies for not pressing the start and the stopwatch at 187 for 5. 45 to Anderson, 16 to Dal. Partnership this since when? Madsen was dismissed. Next delivery from Green is pushed back to him by Martin Anderson. Thank you, Sallet. 187 for 5 it remains. Green, not quite happy that he was on his mark. He is now. He's going to come in, fairly strange looking run up, high action. Pushed out into the offside by Anderson. 2 balls to go in the over. It's been almost as long as an over from one of the seamers. A couple of umbrellas up now, I noticed, at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, but they're basically to shield the spectators from the sun, which continues to beat down. Very bright. Green bowls. Anderson clips that one into the leg side. They take an agreed single. Anderson moves to 46, 188 for 5. Just to complete those scores in the second edition, 546 for 6 Kent now. Still batting. Glamorgan 60 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 380. As Scott was saying, plenty of runs around the country in both the first and second division. Nobody's managed 700 yet. I don't think we're going to get 700 here either. As Green's bowled the final ball of his first over of his latest spell. Bowls that one. It's off an edge, and it's gone all the way down to third man for 4. It wasn't too far away from the slip fielder Luke Wells. Anish Dahl moves on to 20, and Derbyshire up to 192 for 5 now, with 5 runs coming off that Chris Green over.
Yes, he used all his, I say length, but all his height to stretch out and try and get something on it, Luke Wells, but it was just beyond his reach, wasn't it? Low down to his right, but he went leaping after it off the edge. Quite get something on it. 4 runs, 92 for 5. This is excellent, isn't it, by Anderson and by Dahl? They're finding a way. Yes, they'd like to go on and get one of these partnerships kicking on for a big partnership, but what they have done well is that when they've lost a wicket, they've found a way to make sure it's not one after another quickly. Apart from kind of that opening new ball spell,
yeah, the first 2 really.
Since then, if they've lost a wicket, they've found a way just to try and stop it and try and build something again.
I had a shocker at 3 o'clock, by the way.
Oh no, why?
Well, I didn't press my stopwatch.
Ah.
I looked down and thought, how long have we been going?
It's Jack Blatherwick in and bowls. That's carved away with the offside. There's a man on the point boundary. So just a single for George Ball. It was driven to George Palmerston, so just a single to Martin Anderson. He moves to 47. 193 for 5. So do you reckon you're in the vicinity of 20 seconds? Or you're not?
Yeah, and then I heard the weather forecast, and it didn't sound particularly long or short, and that's their buffer.
Right.
If it all goes wrong.
193 for 5. Dahl's back on strike. 1 slip and a gully. And Blatherwick in balls. Short pull. It's in the air. It's only in the air for time being. Bouncing well short of Michael Jones on the fine leg boundary. 2 leg side fielders for Blatherwick. They've got the fine leg and the deep square leg. And then mid wicket, which is a skipper, James Anderson. There's a mid on, mid off cover, 1 slip, gully and deep point. So 194 for 5. It's Jack Blatherwick in balls, forced away for a single by Martin Anderson. Through point, he moves to 48, 195 for 5. Brings Dahl back on strike. Field changes for Dahl, or is it the same? No, it's going to be the same. Fine leg, deep square, mid wicket, slip gully. Blatherwick, he bowled a 5-over spell this morning, returning this afternoon in. Oh, he's bowled him. He's not off with his shot. And Blatherwick sees the ball rattle on towards the off stump, and Anuj Dahl is bowled for 21 by Jack Blatherwick, the 3rd time in the innings. that a Derbyshire bowler, batter has been dismissed, not playing a shot. Blatherwick enjoyed that. Back into the attack for his second spell of the day and gets his first wicket as well. 195 for 6. And Hughes Dahl bowled for 21.
It's bizarre, isn't it? What on earth is... I don't think I can't remember seeing too many times this season when a Derbyshire batter hasn't played a shot and has got out. And today we've seen it 3 times. Absolutely bizarre. But there we are. It's happened again. Derbyshire are still 23 runs away, I think, from avoiding the follow-on as Zach Chappell comes down the steps and onto the field of play. A bowling almost all-rounder, Zach Chappell. I just find it very strange. They batted together for almost an hour to put on 61, I believe. I could be right, I could be wrong. 61 indeed for the 6th wicket. 78 for the 4th wicket. 68 for the 6th. And as you said, Scott, those have been massively helpful, clearly. But at 195 for 6, they're still a long way behind, and Lancashire might just be stuck. Whether they can force the following in this heat, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, they certainly just avoided the follow-on up at Old Trafford. I was just looking back on it earlier, and they got to the follow-on target with back-to-back 4s off James Anderson, which was very pleasing.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, that was.
Was it Ben Aitchison? Was it Tickner? It was one or the other. It was either Tickner or Aitchison. They were together.
Aitchison finished on 45 and Tickner finished on 9 not out.
I think it was probably Aitchison.
Yes, because they brought Jimmy back, didn't they, when they were trying to hold him
back. They looked like they didn't want to, so they could bowl when the follow-on was enforced.
He just scrambled over the line. It's a good game, though, isn't it? Good 4 days, though. Here is Blatherwick in bowling to Zach Chappell. It's defended towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, I mean the early dismissals where they've not offered a shot. Look, I mean, we need to get a batter in, don't we, or a batting coach in to try and ask some questions as to why those dismissals happened. I was just wondering whether Mitch Wagstaff and Caleb Jewell were, to some extent, dismissed because of the kind of the psychological aspect of facing Jimmy and trying to leave the ball. As Blatherwick's into Chappell, that's defended, and there's no run. Certainly the Jewell one was in the game at Old Trafford. Ended the over that. That's good stuff from Blatherwick, picking up the wicket. And just a couple of runs conceded, 195 for 6. I was wondering whether Caleb Jewell's dismissal, how much of what happened in Manchester was behind that one, when one which he played a shot at, but then it nipped away and took the off stump, and this one he left and it came back in. Was there any kind of fallout from the Manchester game involved in that kind of leave? But it is odd, isn't it, how 3 batters have got out by not playing a shot?
Yes. Odd, and at the same time slightly irritating.
Yes, I can well imagine. Good stuff from Blatherwick, though. Good comeback. I think that's his second over back, isn't it, in this spell since this morning. And gets his first wicket of the day.
Chris Green continuing from the pavilion end as a very welcome breeze just blows through the commentary box. And he's bowling to Martin Anderson, who's on 48, and he's driven that one away and gets to his half century. Really nice shot out towards the extra cover boundary. Well played, Martin Anderson. It's been a very fine innings from him in not a particularly enormous amount of time. 63 balls for his half century. That was his 8th 4. He's batted nicely, Martin Anderson, here today. It is the, what did I say before? Anderson, where is he on this list? There he is. It's his 4th time to 50 this season. On 2 occasions he's gone on to make centuries. Green bowls to him, and that one is clipped into the leg side for a single by Anderson as the 200 comes up for Derbyshire. A ripple of applause for that. Anderson moves to 53. It gets bigger, that ripple.
He did, didn't he? It grew.
Yeah, when they realised. 200 for 6 now. So 62 balls, no, 63 balls with his his 7th four. Or as we like to call it, his 8th four. When did we get there in the end? So Green, very deliberate at the top of his mark. Deliberate in the way that he comes into bowl, very upright, and bowls to Chappell, who pushes it back towards him, and there is no run. That breeze has now gone again. As soon as it arrives, it goes.
It doesn't last long, does it?
No, most of it. Anderson is into Chappell, who defends that one. So Chappell this season, he's useful with the bat. He's got a high score of 61. That's his only half century. So capable. In 10 innings, 1 half century and 1 duck. He's still yet to get off the mark. He pushes that ball, having barely moved his feet, straight back to Chris Green at the other end. Still 2 ice cream vans operating. Both have got queues at them. It's good to see.
I wonder if they're rival ice cream vans, or are they kind of part of the same group of ice cream vans?
I think they're part of the same group. I'm not sure though. That one is turned into. Did you have one of those puddings that came around?
I did, yes.
I thought you would.
Yeah.
Greek yogurt.
Oh no, not one of those ones. Sorry, no. I had one of the.
Have you had a cookie?
I had a
type
cookie
thing?
cake thing. Yeah.
I've not had one of them yet either.
There's a couple left. For the time being.
I've got to come back soon though.
That's very true. They were courtesy of Mrs. Wagstaff.
Yes, I'm not sure that's what she is, but.
Well, okay, fair enough. You know what I mean?
Katie, yeah.
Katie, thank you,
Yeah.
Katie.
Yeah. I think she'd like to be.
Who wouldn't? I'm sure,
Well,
but she's lovely.
I know he's a great lad, but yeah. Perhaps we should gloss over that. 200 for 6. Let's concentrate
On the ice cream van.
yeah. Getting new sight screens apparently at the far end.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they look all right to me.
They're blowing in the breeze a little bit as Blatherwick comes in and bowls. And Anderson glances that one down towards fine leg. That'll be 4. Jack Blatherwick kind of stands back and looks towards the skies, and a little bit of frustration just straight onto the pads of Anderson. And he helped it on its way down towards the boundary for 4. 204 for 6. It's a new sight screen from the lake end then. Very good.
They've had the new drainage
So I see you would.
and
Okay.
irrigation system.
Oh, that sounds very high tech.
Had it put in a couple of years ago, and it did nothing but rain for 12 months after that.
Said nothing but sunshine.
Yeah.
Blatherwick in again, balls to Anderson. Oh, it's cut and it's dropped at gully by Keaton Jennings. And
Sharp.
yes, he certainly went after it, didn't he? It was a wholehearted attempt to try and cut the ball. Jennings at gully couldn't keep hold of it. So a lifeline for Martin Anderson on 57. But he was travelling some, wasn't it?
Yes.
Blatherwick in, balls. Pushed into the offside. Anderson wants a single. Gathered by Jennings. Shies at the stumps towards the bowler's end. But they are safely through for 1. 205 for 6. So yeah, the cookies were lovely. They were very nice. Just the sugary boost you need
Yes.
on a hot day.
I'm sure I asked for flapjacks. But anyway. No, they brought those Greek yogurt and
Saw them, yeah.
something. I didn't fancy one of them.
Well, the slight issue I had with it was Blatherwick's in and balls, that's cracked away through the offside. That'll be 4 off the back foot. He's hit that firmly as Chappell. Out towards kind of wide, long off, almost extra cover, where the ball's in the end gone to.
How did you miss-hit a ball that far?
I don't know.
Because it sounded hot. He did hit it hard, but it sounded horrible.
It's not where he was aiming, was it?
No.
It brings him 4 runs, gets him off the mark. 209 for 6. Blatherwick could have had a wicket in the over. In the end, he's conceded a boundary. Brings Chappell forward in defence. It's no run. Yeah, it was very kind of them to come around and offer us some yogurts and berries, but she said, I've got no spoons for you to eat it with. I didn't quite fancy kind of
Getting your fingers in
getting
there.
my fingers in there.
No. I just said the words Greek yogurt.
Looked lovely with a bit of raspberry on top.
Well, they're very attractive looking things.
But potentially quite messy to eat.
Yes.
Blatherwick in and balls. That's flicked away by Chappell. Down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. So at the end of the over, it's a quirky one that for Blatherwick. He's gone for runs. He's gone for 2 boundaries, but he could have had a wicket in there as well. He's gone for 50 from his. In fact, he's gone for 51 from his 8 overs. So he has been maybe a wee bit expensive, but running in pretty hard and giving it plenty. Jack Blatherwick, 210 for 6 at the end of the over. So within 8 runs, I think we could safely say
They do well
that,
not to avoid it now, won't they?
that
There will be
Derbyshire-
some effort if they fail to avoid
Yes.
the follow-on from here.
Derbyshire are going to be okay in terms of that. It would have been interesting to see had Lancashire enforced it, but I suppose the first little tick on the to-do list, get past the follow-on target. Well, they're pretty much there now.
Chris Green from the pavilion end. Wins ball to Zach Chappell, who pushes this up to James Anderson. And there is no run to avoid the follow-on. They actually trailed by 144 at Old Trafford. And they eventually avoided the follow-on. Ben Aitchison, the last man out. And then reduced Lancashire in their second innings to 137 for 6. I think they were going for it a bit. As Green bowls at a particularly loopy delivery to Zach Chappell, who pushes it up towards long on for a single. Josh Bohannon does the fielding. They're eventually set 329 from 88 overs and didn't get anywhere near really. 220 for 8, match drawn with Anuj Dal and Jack Morley. Rochdale Richards out in the middle at the time.
Good game though, good 4 days of cricket.
Yes, it was.
That was probably Lancashire's best performance of the season at that stage.
It's a huge consolation. That one is turned into the leg side by Anderson. Fielded by Anderson as well. Different one, obviously. He throws at the stump, sort of, and Chris Green lost it. Ended up covering his head almost. This Lancashire team is too good not to win a game. There's any doubt about that. As Green is in, and that one's clipped into the leg side again by Martin Anderson, fielded once again by James Anderson. And it remains 211 for 6. 45 overs left today, so another 13 before tea. Could be another late-ish one. Well, they very conveniently got out last night with just over 2 hours to go. As Green bowls, it's clipped into the leg side by Martin Anderson. He may well be our victim this evening with his half-century.
Yes, it was nicely timed, that wasn't it? It meant that Lancashire didn't have to come out. Sorry, Derbyshire didn't have to come out bad, did they? So
No, that worked out really nicely.
it did.
It didn't do poor old Mitch Wagstaff or Caleb Jewell much good because they slept on the thought of facing James Anderson and both got out to him. That one is clipped back by Martin Anderson to Chris Green, rolls the ball along the floor back to Matty Hurst, end of the over. Decent enough one from Chris Green, 58 to Martin Anderson. 32, no, that's his number. 6 to Zach Chappell, 211 for 6.
He'd be happy with 32,
Yes,
honestly.
he would. In a championship game, that scoreboard's perfect with the pace of the game. It's when you get to T20 time and
good luck with that.
Oh, man alive.
Especially a run chase, close run chase. Oh.
There's a lot of things written down. We'll be here on Sunday. Greg Cork will be with us, I believe. Myself and Dominic Dietrich will be here too. T20. That's after Dom's been with us to Old Trafford. I can't remember whether or not Joe Shakic is with us at Old Trafford.
Champ Blatherwick and bowling. Angled in towards Chapel. That's nudged out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yes, back to the Blast this weekend. I'm just settling quite nicely back into the Championship.
I much prefer it.
I'm with you. So I'll soon get the enthusiasm come Friday night at Northampton for it.
It's tough when your teams that you're commentating on is pretty much already out.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't help. Yeah. Short ball from Blatherwick, and I'm not sure Chapel was sure whether to try and play it or duck it, and in the end probably did a bit of both. Kind of ducked it and played it.
Played it with very soft hands.
Yeah, Lancashire have had a pretty decent Blast campaign. It was a timely Blast campaign for Lancashire after the first 7 Championship matches. Managed to park the red ball game for a bit and try and win some T20 fixtures. Blatherwick to Chapel, that's tapped away back down the pitch and there's no run. I guess for Derbyshire the opposite, wasn't it? A great first 2 months of the season and then didn't quite kick on into the Blast.
No, there was the concern that what had happened in the Blast might affect the red ball stuff, which it doesn't seem to have done particularly. Not a particularly high scoring first innings here, but they've done all right.
2-11 for 6. Blatherwick balls to Chapel. Flicked out towards the leg side. He finds Anderson at mid-wicket and there's no run. 2-11 for 6, trailing by 1-5-6. Chapel on 6. The man on strike. We've got Blatherwick, second spell of the day. He's sent down 4 dot balls to begin this over. Turner is at slip and Jennings at gully. Blatherwick is in, balls again. And there's runs through mid-wicket here. Wells trying to get around to his left to cut it off. He can. But they do hurry back for 2. Throw comes in by Wells from way out in the deep. And gathered by Matthew Hurst, the keeper. Chapel moves on to 8. 213 for 6.
The way Jimmy Anderson just flung his arm around then and pointed, and he couldn't have got to it. But at one point I thought it was going to go to the boundary. That's not a good look, is it? So the ball's going to the boundary over there. Well, did well to get round.
Blatherwick to Chapel. Defender back to Chapel, off to Blatherwick off his own bowling, and there is no addition to the score. Just 2 coming off that over from Jack Blatherwick. 213 for 6. Derbyshire live from Queen's Park in Chesterfield via the BBC Sport website and app, and pictures across the live stream through Derbyshire TV. Looking at the bowling figures, Anderson 13 overs, setting things off earlier today, and they've used Bailey and Blatherwick and Balderson, all the Bs, and a bit of Green as well. In fact, Green will continue into his 8th over of the day.
Be bowling initially to Martin Anderson with all the S's. Slipping a short leg in as Green bowls to him and he clips it into the leg side. What a stop that is, nicely done. James Anderson diving away to his right hand side. Didn't get the applause he deserved. Has a look round. See what I just did, boys? As Green is in again, and that was played out into the offside by Anderson. Just backward of square, picks up a single. 214 for 6. They now trail by 153. 4 more runs, and we may well be heading for a 4th day. Which is a lengthy game at Chesterfield. Bit cooler tomorrow and cooler again on Wednesday. The possibility of
Yes.
showers. Green bowls, back goes Chappell, and he says he'll have a single there because neither Green nor Anderson could get there. Jimmy's got a big smile on his face. They're a very smiley team, Lancashire. They are really enjoying themselves here at Chesterfield. It's great to see. I mentioned that to Nigel, because he's a Yorkshireman.
Oh dear.
Yes, quite. Without suggesting that Yorkshire don't enjoy it here, and they clearly don't. As Green is in, that one's turned into the leg side, but I kept a bit low on Anderson. There's no room. That's on and off the pitch. Miserable bunch in here as well. They're forever complaining. It is what it is, isn't it? An outground.
What's to complain about?
Well,
It's
nothing.
Terrific.
Nothing. Green bowls, Anderson defence. 215 for 6 it remains. Anderson on 59 not out. 9 fours. Batted really nicely here, Martin Anderson. Green in again. Anderson sweeps, and he's going to get 4 runs. He's swept it quite fine. I didn't see where it went, in all honesty. In fact, he hasn't swept it that far. Oh, it's gone into Green's dip. Whatever. Is that what it was?
Green's dip,
Yeah, Green's dip. The search is on. People are looking behind them. Where's that ball gone? No idea. The 12th man's down there. He's having a peer in.
Doesn't fancy going into Green's dip, does he?
Doesn't. Does he? That gentleman there in the white hat's gone in.
We might not come back.
Keep an eye out for him. He's put his hand up. I think he's...
For help?
It means he's either found it or he hasn't found it. I don't think he's found it, actually.
No, it was a very brief search, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't, I wouldn't say that was a fully committed search.
No, I think there are. Oh, there we are. We have got
there
it back.
we-
There
well
was somebody else down there already. There we go. The gentleman or lady in the blue. I think it's a gentleman in the blue top, I think, has brought it back. Derbyshire move on to 219 for 6. They have avoided the follow-on. Anderson moves on to 63.
Let's have a little wander around that side of the ground tomorrow. I need to try and find this cafe that sells... Well, it's over there, isn't it, behind the scoreboard? That
Did
sells
you not
these.
go this morning?
I didn't, no. I didn't fancy it this morning, but maybe tomorrow. Because you came back with the most magnificent-looking sausage sandwich, or whatever it is it was.
And a couple of Cornish.
Yes, I noticed you had a couple of Cornish pasties to wash it down
They're
with.
sensational. We asked them to warm them up. Crispy and, oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
try that maybe tomorrow.
The ball's back. We've got one. Have we got one ball left in the open?
That was the final ball of the previous over,
Oh, it
wasn't
was, of course.
I think
it was.
it was.
They have swapped around, haven't they? I was just looking at that, thinking, I'm sure that's 6 deliveries. The reason for that is it was 6 deliveries.
Yeah, we'll blather it to set off again. Ball's a short ball, which Chappell just kind of sways forward and then dips a little bit and allows it to go over his shoulder down the leg side. For no, apparently, obviously doing the rounds is this cafe that's providing.
Oh, yeah.
Because I went across at lunch and I heard a couple of supporters chatting about, I hear there's a very good cafe behind the scoreboard on the far side. Words creeping around about the quality of their sandwiches. Short and pulled by Chappell, controlled pull, not kind of full-blooded pull. He just steers it down into the ground out towards square leg for a single.
Really got to go up until lunchtime, then they close.
Close at lunch,
Cater for a breakfast trade, and then they
Okay.
bit of passing trade in the morning.
220 for 6. Brings Martin Anderson back on strike, so he's 63 not out. Blatherwick sets off again. Balls to Anderson. Turns the ball away to the onside. Gathered at mid-wicket by his namesake, Lancashire's captain James. And there's no run.
I didn't realise, but you can see the gate. Just to the right of the scoreboard, there's the 2 gate posts. That's the
Yes.
gate you go out of, and it's just across the road there.
Okay, right,
So
perfect.
it's very straightforward.
To get into that tomorrow.
'Cause when we come back on Sunday, they won't be open.
Sad times.
But it is. We've often tried to persuade them, and 5,500, 6,000 people in the ground. It might be worth your while. It starts at 2:30.
Blatherwick in balls 4 to Anderson. That's defended, no run. I feel like they're missing out on an opportunity.
I do. Yeah.
6,000 people across the road on Sunday.
Just for the sake of one Sunday. I mean, they'll have their reasons, but it does seem a little strange not to open when there are 5,000 hungry cricket supporters across the road. But
Yes. And our friends from Yorkshire, they'd love to go out and spend some cash. Something like that.
might be the reason.
220 for 6. Blatherwick comes in and bowls again to Anderson. Oh, it's a nice ball. That's nipped through him. Oh, he's kind of asking for a little snick behind, potentially, or maybe a little LB if it flicked the pad, but it's a good ball from Blatherwick.
There's Anderson for his walk to square leg after a difficult delivery.
Yes, that's come back in, beaten on the inside edge. Nice from Blatherwick. 220 for 6. 10 overs until tea. Well, it'll be 9, won't it, after this one, I think. Blatherwick in balls. Flashed away through the leg side by Martin Anderson for a single. And as he pinched the strike he has, it's the end of the over. 221 for 6. Derbyshire replying to this Lancashire score of 367. Martin Anderson on 64. Zach Chappell on 10, with 9 overs remaining until tea will be taken.
Deficit 146 now. They'd like to get that below 3 figures, and then a little bit further down after that. Still some work to go. Still to come. Ben Aitchison, Blair Tickner and Jack Morley. 2 members of the Derbyshire backroom staff, substitutes, away to our left, out the side. In front of their changing room, as Green is in, and that one is defended by Anderson, back to the bowler. Cloud cover, relief, I'll say that. Here comes the sunning up. Half of the ground bathed in sunshine, half not. So Anderson waits. And goes Green, drives it into the ground, straight back to the bowler once again. 2-2-1 for 6, 64 to Anderson, 10 to Chappell. 70, the highest score in the innings so far, scored by Wayne Madsen. Dismissed earlier in this session as Green is in. Anderson guides that backward of square on the offside. Luke Wells races after it, and they content themselves with a single as Anderson moves to 65, 222 for 6. Josh Bohannon as close to us as he's ever been in this match, although he was too close clearly because he's moved. Middlesex have finally been dismissed at Grace Road. They've taken tea with Middlesex all out for 534. Chappell goes back and turns this next delivery from Green into the leg side. Anderson fields 154 and a half overs. Leicestershire have been in the field. See how they fare after tea with the bat, the league leaders. 2-2-2 for 6 here. As Green is in. Reverse sweep comes out, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It's Zach Chappell. There's nobody down there. If he'd have missed that, he'd have been in trouble by the look of Hurst and Green. He didn't miss. He moves on to 14, and Derbyshire up to 226 for 6. Glamorgan have lost their second wicket. 95 for 2, still trailing Gloucestershire by 285. And Kent have declared, and they've gone to tea at Canterbury. Kent 566 for 8 declared. That's enough. It's more than enough. Green in as the aircon goes off behind us. It's noisy, isn't it, the air conditioning unit behind us?
I didn't realise that's what it was.
I think so, yeah. Or the fans for the kitchen, but my word, they're loud. That one was clipped into the leg side. There is no run. 226 for 6 at the end of the over. 65 to Martin Anderson, 14 to Zach Chappell. And as a result, Derbyshire trailed by 141 runs.
Yes, I just assumed it was kind of... We had the generator buzzing away for 4 days at Blackpool, right behind the media tent.
No, I think it's a...
We remind all spectators to remain hydrated in the
Oh,
heat.
yeah, don't forget,
Hydrated.
stay hydrated, everybody.
From the Chesterfield
Michael Henderson, who's here at the far end of the press box, has just leapt into action, reached into a bag. I thought he was going to get something to hydrate himself, but he's pulled out a knife. And
Steady on.
popped it back in again.
Oh, that's a relief.
Looked like a butter knife. I was sure he was going to get a drink there, Michael, and he thrust his hand into his bag and pulled out a knife. Be afraid, be very afraid.
Dear me. It's like he's half asleep, to be fair.
He's brought his own chair.
Here's Blatherwick. Balls again, turned away down towards fine leg for a single by Martin Anderson. Decent little spell, this, isn't it, from Blatherwick? What's he into now? He's 6th over of this spell. He's picked up 1 for 26 from his 5 overs. Of course, he did have Martin Anderson dropped at gully. It was a tough chance because it went low to Keaton Jennings and it was hit pretty hard by Martin Anderson, but chance nonetheless. Blatherwick is in, balls again. Spins Chappell round. Ball deflects away into the offside and there's no run. 6 over spell in the heat of the day. Fine effort from Chap Blatherwick. Four seamers in this attack for Lancashire. Jack and Balderson, Bailey and Anderson as well. Blatherwick balls, swinging a miss from Chappell. It goes to Hurst. And there is no addition to the score as we're getting towards the back end of the afternoon session. It's still day again. There's barely a breath of wind, really. The trees now, who have fluttered from time to time in the breeze, are standing rather still at the minute. Lots of blue sky and just the odd little patch of cloud, but bright, warm sunshine. It's hammered back down the ground. Bohannon can't cut it off. Addle before. Slapped away by Chappell pretty firmly through mid-off. Takes Chappell on to 18. 231 for 6. One or two supporters have brought their umbrellas, which is a pretty smart effort, that. Because there is not much shade to be found in the ground, just little pockets here and there under the odd tree, but a few brollies up to offer a bit of shade. Be a single here for Chappell. Just run out through the offside for 1. Takes him to 19. 232 for 6. Most of the spectators away to our left-hand side, either in the foldable plastic chairs or they've brought their own chairs up on the bank. Slightly elevated view, square on. Blatherwick in once more, balls again, defended by Martin Anderson to James Anderson, and there is no runner. End of the over. 230 2 for 6. Chappell on 19, Anderson on 66. 39 overs remaining in the day's allocation. So a break for the players for 20 minutes or so is not too far away. That tea break, not too far away now. Especially with spin coming from one end in Chris Green. 57 overs gone of Derbyshire's reply, trailing by 135.
I heard some applause. I just nipped around the back momentarily, a rehydration issue. And I heard some applause. I couldn't work out what it was for.
I think it's just for the shot from
Yeah,
Chappell.
I think so.
Cracked it back down the pitch for 4.
Here is Green. No, he isn't. He didn't bowl to Zach Chappell. I don't know why he didn't bowl to him, but he didn't. He got all the way to the into his bowling action and just basically ran through the crease. 232 for 6. These two have already put on 37. As Green is in, Chappell turns that into the leg side. Actually, stopped there by Keaton Jennings, who's in at short leg. Look at that. That's a cold, wet towel there. That looks glorious.
Yeah, nice like an ice towel.
Oh, and ice on it as well. Yeah.
Not surprised.
I don't know who's wearing it, but I'm going to be mugging them. Green is in. Chappell goes back slightly dangerously and then pushes the ball up to Josh Bohannon, who hurls it into Matty Hurst. Luke Wells at slip was running backwards to make sure that overthrows weren't scored, should the keeper not claim it, but of course he did. Now Josh Bohannon walks towards us because he's fielding it long on now. Probably 10 yards in from the boundary, something like that. Anderson clips that away, very fine. There's a chase on here for Balderson, but the ball's going to win the race. And it's 4 more to Martin Anderson, who moves to 70. 237 for 6 now. He joins Wayne Madsen as the leading top scorer in the Derbyshire innings, with his 11th boundary. Nicely done by Martin Anderson.
Yeah, that's a little shot that, wasn't it?
Poor old George Balderson had no chance. He's defended by Anderson. Head right over the ball as he plays it back to Chris Green. Zach Chappell and Chris Green in conversation. Zach is a chatter. To anybody who'll listen.
And even if they want us, they'll still chat away. Yeah.
He did something I've never seen. There were so lots of things at Bristol we've never seen on cricket fields. He did something at tea time on the final day that I'd never seen before. As Green is in to bowl to Anderson, who defends this one. A little bit of extra bounce there for Green. End of the over, 237 for 6. The gulls descended on the ground, and there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. It actually made it difficult to watch the cricket at one point when they were around. And at tea, Zach Chappell in a pair of shorts and muscle, it wasn't the last ball of the over incidentally, and a muscle vest, comes running on with waving a towel around his head and frightened them all off. Absolute lunatic. Here is Green, bowls to Anderson, who turns that into the leg side. That now is the end of the over at 237 for 6. It means Derbyshire trail by 130.
If he did that running towards me, I think I'd run away as well.
Yeah, no, it was.
I'm sure he's a lovely fella,
He is.
but he's still scared me.
The lad who was in charge of the stream there, James, had the foresight, because we weren't on air at the time, to film it, save it, and then show it when we came back on air.
Good work.
So that was excellent work.
To bowl from the Lake End, George
Bowling change.
Balderson.
That's a hot spell from Jack Blatherwick, and he's run in hard for 6 overs, picked up 1 for 32 in that spell. And Jack Blatherwick's going to have a breather for a little while on this hot day, and George Balderson's going to replace him from the Lake End of the ground. 237 for 7. Balderson's picked up 3 wickets today. 3 for 52. The dismissals earlier of Harry Kane and Brooke Guest. Both were caught down down the leg side. by Matthew Hurst, and then he trapped Wayne Madsen, LBW, for 70. Got the key wicket, didn't he, Balderson? Into Chappell, that's whipped out towards the leg side. Fielded by Jimmy Anderson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, where Fletcher and I are commentating from, we're right next to the pavilion here, and the lanky players and staff are just, well, 2 or 3 yards away from us. And Blatherwick came up after his spell, knew he was coming off there, didn't he? And you mentioned about the ice towel. It was him, yeah. I mean, he's as fit as a fiddle. The Balderson's into Chappell. A shot off the back foot to mid-off for a single. But just running in, 6 over spell, he absolutely drained.
Well, it gets hotter around about between 3 and 5. It's the hottest time of the day. Don't go out in the midday sun, but because the heat is building and building and building, it tends to be at its hottest around about now. What are they suggesting? It should be about 31 degrees at 5 o'clock. I mean, that's mad.
Balderson to Anderson off the front foot. Drops the ball into the offside, no run.
Not dropping below 19 degrees all night.
Beer garden tonight then, Fletcher?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can already picture the
Me
seat.
too,
I can
yeah.
feel the seat under my bottom.
I can feel the cool drink.
Yeah, rather cooler 24 degrees tomorrow.
I'll bring me coat.
Yeah, long trousers.
Yeah.
I've got a coat in the back of the car.
Balderson to Anderson, playing forward with the keeper stood up and absolutely cramped for room, defends it into the onside, there's no run.
Can't be too careful.
No. Come on.
But still no rain in this forecast.
I did actually pack a jumper, so I was on Saturday packing the stuff, and it just felt wrong to not go somewhere without something. I mean, I looked at the forecast and it was saying 32 degrees, and I still put a jumper in the bag. Here's Balderson to Anderson, that's clipped out into the onside for a single. He was on to 71, 239 for 6.
Yeah, it's difficult to know exactly what to pack, really, isn't it?
Like I knew I was not going to need it, and I also knew I was not going to wear it this week. Never going to come out of the bag, but I just didn't feel right leaving without one.
So I've got a big coat in there that I've had it all winter. I wear it in the middle of winter, and it's on the back seat. Well,
Your big coat. Don't need that tomorrow, definitely. Balderson to Chappell. Oh, is he overstepped? There's a no ball.
I think that's his third. He bowled a couple of no balls from this end, didn't he? It's his fourth, in fact. Blatherwick's bowled 1, but that's 4 no balls for Balderson.
Score moves to 241 for 6. Here he is again, in and bowling to Chappell. Hurst from behind the stumps reacting as though that bounced a little. And, he safely plays the ball away into the offside for no run. End of the over, 241 for 6.
Welcome to listen to Sports Extra.
Hello.
5 overs until tea here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where I suppose the main news is that Derbyshire have avoided the follow-on. They've avoided it quite comfortably in the end. It didn't look like it this morning when they were at 2 for 1, 11 for 2 and 35 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 367. They're currently 241 for 6, so still a little way behind, 126 runs. Martin Anderson is currently on 71 not out. He's facing Chris Green, a new over from Green from the pavilion. Oh no, there's going to be a run out here and Zach Chappell has gone. There was hesitation. Chappell said yes, I'm sure. Anderson continued his run and on a pitch that is, well, you can bat on it, as several players have proved. The last thing you want is a run out, and Zach Chappell has gone. Run out, and Derbyshire 241 for 7 now. Chappell dismissed for 21.
Well,
that was horrible.
It was. We're just better off moving on from that, aren't we, really? And
the only good thing, if there is a good thing to come out of a run out, is that I think Zach Chappell had the good sense to think, well, it's got to be me that goes. He's shaking his head. He doesn't look like he's particularly happy with the decision. He faced 32 balls for his 21 and helped out 46 for the 7th wicket. Balderson's throw.
Incoming batter, Ben Aitchison.
I'm saying nothing about Ben Aitchison's batting, otherwise his dad will shout at me. I think we sorted things out. The boy can bat.
Well, he did at Old Trafford a few weeks ago.
He can. He can bat.
40 odd, did he? I think 45.
Yeah. 126 behind still. Derbyshire. Coming up to 5 to 4 with 5 overs, including this one to go until tea. 241 for 7 now. 46 useful runs, 61 added for the 6th wicket, 78 for the 4th wicket. They've sort of chipped away. Martin Anderson doesn't want to get himself stranded, 29 away from a potential 3 figures. It's a sort of bonus wicket for Lancashire, really. The last thing he wants to be doing is giving away bonuses, but there we are.
Yes, well, there's been 3 of the dismissals from batsmen not playing a shot. And then we've had the run outs, and the other 2 have been caught down the leg side.
So it's not covered themselves in glory, really. Chris Green will be bowling to Ben Aitchison. That was the end to which Chappell was running at the first ball. It's defended out into the offside. Aitchison was there with Anuj Dal 8 down when Derbyshire completed the draw at Bristol last week. He waits now for Green, who's in, and that one is defended out into the offside. So since lunch they've lost Brooke Guest for 19, Wayne Madsen for 70. Both of those to George Balderson. Anuj Dal for 21. Jack Blatherwick claiming his wicket. Martin Anderson was dropped on 57. Tough chance for Keaton Jennings. He's now on 71. Aitchison always caught behind, is he? Yes, he is. He went forward indeterminately. Matty Hurst takes the catch. And he doesn't last very long at all, Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire are all of a sudden 241 for 8 with just Blair Tickner and Jack Morley to come. They still trail by 126 runs.
Matty Hurst off the bowling of Chris Green.
It was a disappointing and very brief innings from Ben Aitchison. Always good catches when they're standing up to spinners, I think. When you just get a feather through, you've got to be on your mettle, and Matty Hurst was.
Yeah, it's good tape from Hurst, wasn't it?
That Green's first wicket?
It is,
I
yeah.
thought it was.
Just dragged him forward. Little thin edge. Hurst does the rest. Nice bowling from Chris Green. 2 wickets in the over. A run out. And then a little nick behind to Hurst.
Well, just waiting for the next batter to walk out there. I don't think anybody's got. Here he is. Blair Tickner, 13 on his back. The big man. And potentially his last game for Derbyshire. There's a word with Alex Thompson, who's just been on to give Martin Anderson a drink, and he is very much in danger of not getting to 3 figures and being stranded now. Tickner this season, 103 runs at 34. He has had 3 not outs in his 6 innings. He's hit 13 fours. Surprisingly, I think he hasn't hit a 6. I say surprisingly because when you think Jack Morley's hit 2 and he's half his size. It's all about technique, of course. The Rochdale Richards still to come, and that's it. So 241 for 8. Not too far away from the tea interval here. 4 overs and 2 balls from tea. Blair Tickner stretching all sorts of muscles that I've never heard of. As Green. Green does the little run on the spot, which is what Blair Tickner does at the start of his run. I wonder if he's going to do it again. No, he's taking it seriously again. Nicely done from Chris Green. And that one is pushed out into the offside. Backward of square. There's no run. I tried to rack my brains as to where the Kiwi and the Australian will have come across each other. Josh Bohannon loves it though. Look at him, big smile on his face. It has been played in a very good spirit, this game. Both sets of players enjoying themselves in the sunshine in Chesterfield. Oh, he's done it again. He's trying to get under his skin. Oh, so he does the flex of the knees that Green does and goes forward and defends it. Tickner will love this. Green clearly is enjoying himself, and Tickner will love it because he likes the engagement. He loves talking to people, and I don't mind it at all, do you? I think it's good.
Yeah, I like it. It's brilliant. Why not? It's good that it's been played in a nice spirit, and I think Lancashire have enjoyed their few days in Chesterfield so far, and yeah, I quite like the kind of good-natured feel. It's a hot day, and sometimes tempers can get a bit frayed, can't they? But it's actually quite nice on a hot day that everyone seems pretty relaxed and happy to try and be competitive and try and do well for themselves and their team, but do it with a nice smile. And Chris Green, to be fair, never stops smiling. He's got a terrific demeanour and a great way about him. It's worked away off a thickish outside edge. Anderson comes back for two. Blatherwick, who's back on the field after having a nice ice cold towel after his spell of 6 overs, sends the ball in towards the middle, but they have crossed for two. Anderson moves on to 73, 243 for 8.
134 runs added so far in this afternoon's session for the loss of 5 wickets.
Balls again, Balderson, but down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, that last partnership, they didn't score, did they?
No.
Anderson and Aitchison. That's the first time since the fall of the Caleb dual wicket where they've not managed to find a partnership, at least into double figures.
Yeah.
You know, they've found a way of, when they've lost a wicket, of stopping it and rebuilding to a degree, which they're to their credit this afternoon, but they've just lacked that so far. That one big partnership, haven't they? To try and get somewhere near off the inner half of the bat from Martin Anderson, deflecting down to fine leg for a single. Takes him to 74, 244 for 8.
I'd be surprised if we saw that very big partnership now,
Yes.
in all honesty, with Blair Tickner out in the middle and only Jack Morley to come. So it's the big Kiwi quick, followed by the slightly more diminutive left arm spinner. Martin Anderson is just offering Blair Tickner some advice in the middle of the pitch before he faces his first ball from George Balderson. Balderson is on his way in from the lake end, 2 slips in place, keeper standing up. Tickner pushes it out into the offside and there's no run. Closing in on tea here in North Derbyshire. Update as well for BBC Radio Derby listeners coming up fairly shortly. Tickner yet to get off the mark. In comes Balderson and bowls. That one is defended again by Tickner. Into the onside, fielded there by James Anderson, who's fielding at mid-wicket. 244 for 8. Here's the update. Yeah, approaching tea here, Sally and Derbyshire, 244 for 8. They've avoided the follow-on, but they've lost a couple of wickets in the last few minutes. Zach Chappell run out for 21 and then Ben Aitchison out for 0. Martin Anderson is still there, though. He's on 74 and he's been joined by Blair Tickner, who's yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire, 244 for 8, trailing by 123. That one was pushed out into the offside and there's no run, so Tickner yet to get off the mark at 244 for 8. Anderson back on strike. 26 away from what would be his 3rd century of the season. Batting at 6. I think has he got centuries at 6 and 7 or 7 and 8? I'm not sure. Check at T. He's a long way off that just yet. Here's Chris Green in bowls, defended by Anderson. Back towards the Australian, who made his maiden first-class century yesterday in Lancashire's first innings of 367. A century as well for Keaton Jennings. But, Lancashire have been struggling at 44 for 4 early on as Green bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside again by Anderson. Derbyshire also 6 away from their first batting bonus point, having picked up 3 bowling bonus points. They've done pretty well this season to be second on the strength of 2 wins, but they're yet to be defeated as Green bowls. That's clipped into the leg side and hits Keaton Jennings and loops up in the air. And there is no run. All back underway in the other 3 matches in the second division. Northamptonshire beginning their pursuit of 566 for 8 declared by Kent to 14 without loss. As Green bowls, that one's turned into the leg side. Again, Martin Anderson hesitates and then sets off for the single. He gets back in time. Picks up one more to move to 75, 245 for 8. Leicestershire 20 without loss as they reply to Middlesex's mammoth 534. And Glamorgan are 3 down now, 117 for 3, still trailing Gloucestershire by 263. Fascinating season in Division 2. Leicestershire top, Derbyshire second, Glamorgan third, Gloucestershire fourth. In comes Green and bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly there by Blair Tickner for his first run. Wanted to get off the mark, I think, quite desperately there, and managed to do so. 246 for 8. Brings Anderson back on to strike. Still trailing by 121. Green. Anderson on strike. Green goes in and Anderson doesn't time that drive at all. The ball goes up to mid-off where it's fielded by Bailey. So 2 overs to go until tea. 246 for 8. Anderson 25. Tickner 1. I think 1 more wicket, of course. Is tea delayed?
Oh goodness! Even with temperatures of 32 degrees.
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not either. No,
sure.
you could be right. Yeah, it could be another half an hour, couldn't it? Yeah, you could be right. I always forget whether it's a lunch that you can push back or a tea you push back, or you can do both. I don't know.
No, I've got no idea.
No.
You'd think we'd know the regulations, wouldn't you?
Think so, but I'm always comforted by the fact that I'm reasonably confident most players don't know it either.
Oh no.
Balderson's in to Tickner, that's defended. There's no run.
I don't think there's any doubt the fact that the players don't know what's going on.
I was listening to one of the umpires. I was chatting to one of the umpires the other week at Blackpool, and they were saying something similar about this. There was a rule that was being discussed, or a law. Balderson's in, that's chopped away to mid-off, and there's no run. And the umpires were saying, "Oh, most of these players." But then again, I suppose there's so many, aren't there? So many rules. Going to, if you go through the, which I don't often do, go through the rules and regulation of first-class county cricket. It's like into 70 pages long or something.
It's the regulations that fox everybody, because the laws are the laws, and we sort of know them. Oh, blimey.
As Balderson is into Tickner, he's kind of half pushing forward, but he's cramped for room with the keeper stood up right behind the stumps. And there's no run. It's a 2-4-6 for 8. Yeah, he's got Matty Hurst stood up behind the stumps, and the 2 slip fielders are Ashton Turner and Keaton Jennings. Balderson, he's in again. Oh, Tickner's pushing forward the ball past the bat and through to Hurst. And there's no run. Good little spell, this, isn't it, for Balderson, with it, especially when he can get the keeper to stand up. Little room for the batters to work with. Probing away, looking for a little inside edge or outside edge, or targeting just the top of off stump. Dabbed out towards the leg side by Blair Tickner. Fielded by Jimmy Anderson. And there's no run. 3 closer on the leg side there. There's a mid-on. Anderson's at mid-wicket. They did have Luke Wells as like a second catching mid-wicket, about 5 or 6 yards to his right, but Wells has now retreated back towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's also a fine leg. There's a third man, 1 slip, cover and mid-off. Balderson to Tickner. Again, strides forward and defends. Steers up towards mid-on. That's the end of the over. It is, yes, a maiden that for Balderson. 246 for 8, Derbyshire. So maiden over for George Balderson, who's picked up 3 for 59. Martin Anderson still going strong. He's 75 not out, the highest score in the innings for Derbyshire, and Tickner alongside him on 1. We've got 1 over to go before, we think, before tea, unless there's a wicket.
Unless there's a wicket.
We might go
and then
on.
it might be tea and it might not. Here is Chris Green bowling to Martin Anderson, who goes back, turns it into the leg side. It's fielded by Keaton Jennings. I've requested the loss of Q. Thank you, Dominic. 246 for 8 it remains. As in goes Green. That one's turned into the leg side by by Anderson, who moves on to 76. 247 for 8. Probably. Scoreboard seems to have got stuck again. I'm not sure why. We're at an out ground, everybody. There we go. 247 for 8. 76 to Anderson, who's at the non-strikers end. It brings Blair Tickner back on to strike. He's on 1. Green is not messing around now. He bowls to him and he defends it. He's got a very long stride as Tickner, as you'd expect for somebody who's 6'5". May well have a job to do before the close of play with the ball, as well as this game moves on apace. 18 wickets so far in the match. Green is in. That one is defended straight back to him by Tickner. Green's going to go around the wicket. I think with 2 deliveries to go. Sets off and goes back. Tickner stands up, settles over his bat again, and goes forward. And there's an appeal from Keaton Jennings. I've no idea what that could possibly have been for, because he hit it with the bat onto his pad quite clearly from here, and yelped. Green stretches both of his arms up. He then says he'll go over the wicket, and then tells Martin Anderson he's going to go around the wicket. This could be the final over before the final delivery before tea, couldn't it? 247 for 8. Tickner is ready, and Green is going to bowl. He bowls to him, and he pushes this one out into the offside. There won't be a run there. Martin Anderson's already decided that it is tea. He's had enough for the time being, and I can't say that I blame him. It's been a terrific effort from Martin Anderson. He's on 76. Blair Tickner is with him. He's on 1. And at tea, Derbyshire 247 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's 367. It means that they still trail by 120 runs, and we will return for the final session in around about 20 minutes' time.
Please take this opportunity.
Innings and narrow this gap. 32 overs to go today. Balderson in. Just pops a little bit on Tickner with a thickish edge down towards third man. Comes back for two, and Jack Blatherwick catches up with the ball at third man. That does bring up the 250. That is a batting bonus point.
Get in.
What is the live scoreboard on the bonus points means it's Derbyshire 4, Lancashire 5.
Lancashire will get a 6 though, won't they?
250 for 8. Yes, one more wicket will do that. In comes Balderson. That might be it. He likes it. Balderson asking for the OBW. Tickner looking to clip it away to square leg.
Had the look of a leg-ish, but almost an inside edge onto the pad. I didn't hear two noises on this occasion.
No, looking at that back there behind, just sliding down the leg side. 250 for 8. Balderson. Playing with the front foot by Blair Tickner. Strikes it cleanly enough, but to cover where Tom Bailey fields, and there is no run. 250 for 8. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty interesting afternoon session. A really good session of cricket.
Yeah.
And Lancashire working their proverbials off to try and take wickets on the hottest day of the year so far. And Derbyshire have tried to scramble some partnerships together and fight really hard to try and make sure one wicket wasn't followed quickly by another, as that's played back down the pitch by Blair Tickner to end the first over of the evening session. So a really kind of hard-fought cricket through the course of the afternoon, as it has been through the course of the game. 117 is the difference as it stands. Derbyshire got 2 wickets remaining in their first innings. It's the end of the over. Balderson's sent down 17 today. Anderson, Bailey and Blatherwick, the 4 seamers, use Green, the off spinner. Will he continue as he did before tea? He will.
This is an important little period, this, because wickets have fallen early in sessions throughout the game. Derbyshire haven't got many to play with here, just the 2. Jack Morley will be padded up somewhere, I hope. Martin Anderson is 23 away from what will be his 3rd century of the season. I mean, it's still a long way away, but sort of Tickner and Morley's responsibility to try and get him as close as they can as he goes back. Anderson to the first delivery from Green, clips it into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. Oh, they are. Tickner hesitated. He might be in trouble. Oh, he got the dive out. I'm not sure it would have got him in. The throw wasn't great from Jack Blatherwick, and then there was a sort of rugby-style pass towards the stumps that missed from Chris Green. Blair Tickner's still down, but that doesn't really mean anything at this stage. I mean, he is carrying a bit of an injury, and he's way. I want some gloves.
Yes,
I'm not sure he'll have another pair, if I'm honest.
Oh dear.
I don't think he carries a large number of large amount of batting paraphernalia around with him. 252 for 8. Anderson. Ooh, he's caught behind. There we go. Another wicket early in the session, and he goes for 79. Chris Green gets his 2nd wicket. And Derbyshire are 252 for 9 now, and on the brink of having to come out and bowl again.
Martin Anderson was
Yes, the same thing happened yesterday, wasn't it? With a wicket in the.
79.
I think actually yesterday the wicket of Keaton Jennings fell in the first over after the tea break. This is
incredible. I mean, the bowlers are fresh, I suppose. The deeper you can take them into the session, the more tired they're going to get. And now we've got the number 10 and number 11 together, which is always exciting. Another catch from Matty Hurst.
Yeah, that's his 4th of the innings. Couple when he's been stood back off Balderson, and 2 when he's been standing up to Chris Green.
11 fours, 107 minutes. Martin Anderson. Derbyshire still 115 runs behind. As that wicket falls early in the evening session. Here he is.
Rochdale Richards.
Yeah.
Did you mention it to him?
Yes.
Excellent. Did he like it?
Well, it sort of grinned a bit.
Did he?
Yeah, I haven't managed to get it to take off, really, if I'm
No,
honest. But
I'm not surprised.
no, I'm not really. Left hand, right hand, all
Yeah,
that kind of
there's a
thing.
lot that's not good
There's a
about
lot
it.
wrong with
Yeah,
it.
There is. But we had a bit of fun with it anyway.
He's a top lad. There's Jack Morley, enjoying himself this season.
Yes, he's had a good year, hasn't he?
Yeah, very good. Sort of established himself as the number one spinner ahead of the man who's just come back from giving Blair Tickner a drink, Alex Thompson. His batting has seen him get 102 runs at 25. He's only been not out 3 times, so that's not a bad indication. And with the ball, he's got 22 wickets. Now at 40, which is a little expensive, but left armers can go for a lot if the ball isn't turning. He has gone for a lot on occasion.
Yes. Well, they need another little partnership here, don't they, Derbyshire?
Just
Lancashire.
another 20 or 30 runs would be nice.
Would.
He's got a short leg, a leg slip and a slip for company. As Green is in, and there we go. Defensive shot into the leg side. Fielded by Keaton Jennings.
Lancashire had an excellent day, haven't they? They've been terrific. They've bowled really well. The chances that they've created have all been taken. It's a good effort to get Derbyshire 9 down for 250.
Green in. That one's defended again by Morley. Still plenty of time in the day's play as
There is,
well. With,
yeah.
I mean, there'll be 28 overs to bat if they get him out in this over. And a relatively healthy lead. We're not even at the end of day 2. Green is in. Morley tries to play that away down the leg side. It ricochets off Hurst's gloves. Jimmy Anderson at leg slip. Tidies things up. Martin Anderson, the high scorer in Derbyshire's innings, with 79. Wayne Madsen with 70, and then it's just sort of lots of bits and pieces after that. What can the final pair do? Green bowls to Morley, who just guides that backward a square on the offside. The over comes to an end. 252 for 9. Morley gets to get off the mark. Tickner has 3. And Derbyshire are still a little way behind. 115 in arrears.
Yes, he made 41 at Old Trafford, didn't he? But that was
That was a night watchman.
Watchman, wasn't it? Came out to bat and got runs, didn't he, in the morning. It was a bit of a awkward wicket, wasn't it, for
Yes.
Lancashire? They're getting a bit frustrated with that.
I thought he did really well. Right, here we go. What did he make in the end? Put on 50. Was that with Martin Anderson? I think it might have been.
In comes Balderson, and that's
there we
clubbed
go.
out towards the leg side for 6 by Blair Tickner. That was a bit stand and deliver, wasn't it? Walloped away off a mid-wicket.
His first 6 of the season. The big man. He said to Jack Morley, what should we do? Shall I just hit the next 5 in the same place and see what happens? That'd be quite exciting.
I've got Jack Morley and Brooke Guest putting on 76 together in that
Probably.
on that third day.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably more right than I am. Yeah, you're right. Anderson was out 4th ball.
In comes Balderson to Tickner. He'll push and go into the offside for a single. Takes him on to 10. Score is 259 for 9. Yeah, to resume that morning.
76 for the 5th wicket.
Yeah,
That's
what I've got, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well done. Morley made 41. Guest eventually out for 77.
Well, if he can hang around a bit here, try and chip away at, well, there's at the minute a difference of 108 runs between the two sides. I think it's just lining up a very, very tasty looking first innings lead.
Yes, Derby should have to bowl them out for 200, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
have any chance, and even then it would be slim.
What were they set last week at Gloucestershire?
200.
It's quite a generous declaration, isn't it?
No,
Is it not?
no, it wasn't. It wasn't 200. They were set
This is full by Balderson, pushed away by Morley, no right?
316 off 67
Oh, right,
overs.
okay, right.
Which is 4.7 and over, and the average had been 3.
Right, okay. Right. But they set off like a bit of a train, didn't they?
170 for no loss.
Right, yeah.
Well, at tea we thought it was on.
Yeah.
I mean, it was on. They were firm favourites, but bit of a collapse. Should have shot in the last 3 or 4 overs.
259 for 9. Here is Balderson to Morley. Back and across and defence. And there's no run. Anderson flicks the ball up with his left boot. A couple of keepy uppies and catches it with his right hand.
Likes his football though, doesn't he?
Aye.
So he did that very early this morning. A couple of keepy uppies and then kicked it to a teammate. It's brilliant.
He's just relocated himself from cover to mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket, actually. And he's asking Jack Blatherwick to go a little finer at fine legs. Left alone by Morley. Through he goes to the keeper.
I think 5 without playing a shot would be just taking the mickey. Is it 4 now? It's 3. 3, isn't it?
3.
Is it 3 or 4? It's 3.
Wagstaff,
It's 3 and a pathetic run out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dahl, Wagstaff and Jewell.
Half of the wickets had basically been chucked away. Not to say that they wouldn't have been out some other time, but
259 for 9. Balderson from around the wicket bowls. Oh, it's a no ball again. He's bowled a few, hasn't he, Balderson?
I think that's his 5th, I'm going to say.
We had a load of no balls last week at Blackpool. Primarily from Kent, in truth.
His 5th.
And again to Morley. Has he edged? He has. And that's Derbyshire all out. And George Balderson claims his 4th wicket of the innings. 4 for 71 for Balderson. Derbyshire all out for 261. Lancashire lead by 106.
It's a substantial lead for Lancashire. Only really Martin Anderson and Wayne Madsen with 79 and 70 respectively can really feel that they've done themselves justice. There were a number of little partnerships that were okay, decent enough, but it means that Lancashire will come out to bat momentarily with 27 overs left in the day, which is a fair old bit. The heavy roller's coming out, which is disastrous. Ban the heavy roller is what I say. The not-out batter was Blair Tickner. He made 10. And Derbyshire all out for 261. We'll have a short break and return with the final 27 overs. of Derbyshire against Lancashire in the County Championship. Derbyshire having been bowled out for 261, 106 behind on first innings. And there are 27 overs left today. And it's going to be Ben Aitchison by the look of it to bowl the first over from the Lake End. Blair Tickner windmilling his arms. And Luke Wells will face the first delivery by the look of it.
Yes. Looks that way. Wells out for 3 in the first innings.
Derbyshire need the kind of start they had in the first
They
innings.
do,
The
don't
kind
they?
of start that
Yeah.
Lancashire had in the first innings as well. Quick wickets early. Preferably these two and one more. Keaton Jennings did a lot of damage in that first innings by batting exceptionally sensibly to start with, and then sort of opened up after that, made a century. Start with 3 slips. How long they persist with 3 slips remains to be seen. But I think the new ball is important. 2 floppy sun hats, Anuj Dal and Mitch Wagstaff. And here we go, around the wicket. Ben Aitchison into Wells, who's clipped that away for 4 runs. Here we go, catch. And it bounces across the tarmac. And Lancashire are underway. 4 to Luke Wells off the first delivery of the innings. And the ball already bashed by some tarmac. Excellent. Couldn't have been much better, really. But Robbie Williams, I recognise this one in my ears. It says we're not far away from 5 o'clock. As in comes Aitchison and bowls, and that one just troubles Wells a touch as he tries to defend it into the onside. Derbyshire's over rate is -1, so not too much to worry about there. It's just so loud. 4 without loss. No need. They've just moved their gazebo, Lancashire, and now I'm in the sunlight here. Oof, we tried to withdraw his bat there, did Luke Wells. It's come off the face, I think, in the end. They got down to 3rd man for 4 more. And all of a sudden, Lancashire could be off to a flyer, 8 without loss.
Hey, you are, you've got a bit of sunshine there, haven't you? You need to
Yes.
sneaking through.
Need to put some sun cream on tomorrow if they're going to keep that gazebo. They might drag it back later.
Looks quite a tricky thing to do, that,
Yes.
to drag the gazebo.
Yeah, no, they'd struggle moving it to where it is. Aitchison is in and bowls. That's defended by Wells, who's got 8 runs from the first 4 balls that he's faced. And all of a sudden, Lancashire now lead by 114. And 2 days of the game to go after these 27 overs, so a lot of time left in the game. Here is Aitchison in, and that one's left alone by Wells, taken by a tumbling Brooke Guest. The sideways press-ups being done by Blair Tickner.
He likes a sideways press, doesn't he?
Him and Zach Chappell like those. Horrible. I couldn't even get down, but I certainly wouldn't get back up again.
Not on your own there, mate.
No. It's terrible. Here comes Aitchison again. Around the wicket. Wells leaves this one and lifts his bat high out of the way. In the first over of Lancashire's second innings comes to an end. 8 without loss, all 8 runs to Luke Wells. Mainly because he's faced all 6 deliveries. And as a result, Keaton Jennings at the other end has yet to get off the mark. He'll be on strike for the first ball of the Blair Tickner over, when it starts in a few moments' time. Aitchison has gone into slip alongside Madsen. Got the stopwatch out. It's that time of the day again. Time of the day when you hear Robbie Williams. 8 without loss then. Tickner just scratching away at the footmarks. The heavy roller has been on. And one of the 2 first innings Centurions, Keaton Jennings, is ready to face his first slip. They've got a leg slip actually. 2 slips and a leg slip. Martin Anderson's gone across to leg slip. A man down at fine leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, backward point. As Tickner is on his way in and bowls to Keaton Jennings that dribbles down the leg side. I don't know what happened with that one. That was an interesting delivery. If it hit the footmark or the heel of the batter, I'm not sure from this distance. Lead 114 as Tickner is on his way in now and bowls, and that one goes past the edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. Didn't bounce particularly. Jennings suggesting movement off the seam, such as the seam is. .114 in front Lancashire at 8 without loss. 25 overs left after this next one. After this one finishes, hour and a half, if we're lucky. Tickner's on his way in now. Bowls. That one is clipped up towards mid-on where it's fielded by Morley. He throws the ball back to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Caleb Jewell tosses the ball to Tickner. Crowd stayed with it largely. Tickner's on his way in from the pavilion end. Bowls, and that one is down the leg side, taken, moving to his right by Brooke Guest. Large crow on the outfield. Here comes the update. Lancashire are now batting for the second time, Sally, because Derbyshire were bowled out for 261. The last 2 wickets falling since tea. Martin Anderson for 79 and Jack Morley for 0, leaving Blair Tickner 10 not out. Lancashire have started their second innings. They're 8 without loss, all 8 runs to Luke Wells, which means that the visitors currently lead by 114. That delivery was pushed back towards Tickner. No run. Not too much of a breeze. Tickner's on his way in again. Bowling to Jennings, who pushes this one out into the offside. We know from the first innings, of course, is that is a maiden over from Blair Tickner, that he doesn't necessarily want to score quickly early on in his innings. He was very, very watchful in the first innings. He wasn't out until 7th down. Keaton Jennings, first time around, 106 of 193 deliveries. It will be Ben Aitchison to continue from the Lake End. Not a huge amount of noise from the Derbyshire boys out there at the moment. Tickner makes his way back to long leg, just in front of us. And Aitchison is on his way in. Around the wicket, bowls to Wells, who jabs his bat down on that one. Ball turned into the leg side. Fielded by Mitch Wagstaff. And again, there's no run, 8 without loss.
So you absolutely nail your 20 seconds. I was keeping a little look on your stopwatch, yeah. Right. I mean, never in doubt, Fledge. Never for a second thought, anything.
Sometimes you have to just change the ending a touch.
Spot on 20-second update.
That's the last of the timed ones for the day. As Aitchison is in, Wells turns that into the leg side. Again, it's Wagstaff who does the fielding. Yeah, it's a nice challenge. It's good for the mental agility. At the end of the bonus points, incidentally, 4-6 in Lancashire's favour. They're all done and dusted now. And now the game is on, as they say. They're trying to be melodramatic about it. Here comes Aitchison, bowls, a full delivery. It's clipped up to mid-on. Morley fields. And there's no run. Add a bit of drama.
Yes. You've got to, haven't you? Yeah.
I don't think Sally realises that we can hear her recorded for the smart speaker at 5:30 bulletin. She's very softly spoken though, so it's okay. Here comes Aitchison in. Takes a step towards him, does Wells, and then leaves alone. Ball goes through to Guest. I think if anything, it has just got warmer, which is not surprising because it was always forecast to be at its warmest around about this time. What did I say it was going to be? 30, oh dear, 30 degrees at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. I mean, this is madness. This is far too hot.
Ridiculous.
Oh, goodness knows what it'd be like in the car on the way back to the hotel. As this one is dabbed down, back of a square on the offside. Dal comes around to do the fielding. Wells remains on 8.
I'm going to go for a walk back tonight again, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you walk quickly enough to get some breeze.
Try and get up to 30 miles an hour for a bit of breeze, cooling breeze.
A dog that sticks his head out of the window. 3 slips for Aitchison as he bowls to Wells, and that one is played again straight back to the Derbyshire opening bowler, who bowls his first maiden, 8 without loss after 3 overs, 24 to go today, and the lead is 114 runs.
I mentioned this earlier on, that last night when I went to go and check in, it was just a reception with bodies littered everywhere, with everyone baking after a hot day at the sun, all waiting patiently to check into the hotel. So hopefully slightly more
Yes, it should be, shouldn't it?
organised tonight.
We'll stay in a refugee camp. I better Kim Wilde. Sally will switch it off in a minute.
There is Tickner in the balls. Clipped away by Keaton Jennings off his pads down towards fine leg for a single. And gets his first run of the second innings. Made a century in the first, made 106 in the first innings for Lancashire. Gets his first second time round.
Lulled into a false sense of security there by the jingle that we couldn't hear. Come on, Sal. You can do it.
9 without loss. So the lead of 115. Luke Wells on strike. 3 slips in place. And Wells back and across in defending. Smothering the ball away towards Harry Game, who's at cover, and there's no run. A fine leg down on the boundary. Down front of the ice cream van. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and square leg. Wells on 8. He's Tickner bouncing up and down the spot, and then strides back in, bowls right in behind it. And that's defended up towards mid-off. Caleb Jewell fields no run.
They always say that, don't they? Could be hotter than Mexico, Barbados and Jamaica. Well, yeah, it could be.
9 for no wicket.
There we go.
He's in once more, bowls to Wells back and across in defence. And there's no run.
We could do with somebody who has an accurate what the temperature's been in Chesterfield today, really, couldn't we? Oh, Griff's got it on his camera. He's got everything else.
Be on the in the car, won't it, later on, I guess?
Oh. I don't think it goes high enough.
9 for no wicket. Tickner in balls. The back foot. Wells trying to crack it away through the offside, and he finds Harry Kane and then instantly glares at his bat. Twirls it and then rehearses the shot. Looking for runs in the second innings. Luke Wells, I spoke to him before play on the first day, and he asked me if he'd played it before, and he hadn't, and said I was very much looking forward to it. He was out early on in the first innings. Let's see if he has a chance to enjoy some batting today. 3 slips away. Round the wicket comes Tickner to the tall left-hander, Luke Wells. It's left. Oh, it's got bounce, isn't it? Goodness. Brooke Guest takes it, feet off the ground. Kind of shoulder height. Lovely carry and bounce from Tickner from around the wicket. End of the over. 9 on the board for Lancashire in their second innings. That's a lead of 115 runs.
Could be enough. Blimey, my phone's hot.
There was a game last year at Southport where the phone shut down, too hot. Laptop shut down,
Well,
too hot.
the little Raspberry Pi that I use, it starts flashing like a thermometer on it, and you know then that you're in trouble. Especially if it's in a window, as it often is at Derby. Got it with me, actually. I wasn't sure whether we'd need it. Could be used for something, I suppose.
People listening thinking, what on earth is a Raspberry Pi?
A tiny little computer. Aitchison begins a new over. Advancing towards him is Jennings. 31. That's warmer than that, surely. Come on, Griff. Yes, breathe. Does it say what it's been? No.
Currently 31.
Yeah, but 31 is plenty warm, isn't it?
It'll,
Don't stick it in the sun for 5 minutes. Is Aitchison into Jennings again, advancing at him. Has he been caught down the leg side? No. More out of hope than expectation. That particular appeal. Broadcast moving to his right, claiming the ball, but might just have brushed a bit of a pad or the pocket of Keaton Jennings on the way through. He wasn't going anywhere.
He wasn't, no. He was on the walk again, wasn't he, Jennings?
Yeah.
Just,
He's done it 2 or 3 times. I'm going to take us off air at some point. As Aitchison, that was wide of the off stump this time. Doesn't really bounce. Taken low down by Brooke Guest. And it remains 9 without loss. There's no real need for Lancashire to go berserk this evening, in all honesty. They just hang around out there, just pick up the runs as they're offered, and then see where they are first thing in the morning.
Yep, try and get the ball a bit softer.
Yeah.
Make the most of it later on, either tonight or tomorrow.
Jennings waits. Aitchison bowls, clipped into the leg side. A bit of a chase on here for Blair Tickner. He can calm down a touch because they're only going to take the 1 as he hurls the ball into Guest. 8 to Wells, and 2 now to Keaton Jennings. Wells, we didn't see much of his bat twiddling in the first innings. Wasn't there long enough, but he's twiddling away. Now he's ready, and he pulls this around the corner for a single down to Blair Tickner at deep backward square leg. Lancashire move on to 11 without loss.
So plenty
leading by 117.
Sorry, Fletch. So plenty of the bat twirl from Luke Wells last week. He had 152 in Blackpool. Lancashire's first innings score of 639 for 9 declared. Centuries for Josh Barnum and for Ashton Turner as well.
Aitchison's in again. There's a little step towards Aitchison from Jennings, and then the ball's guided down to the vacant third man area for 4 runs. He moves on to 6. Wells has 9, and Lancashire at the end of 5 overs of 15 without loss, leading by 121. Can't imagine the opening bowlers, or in fact any bowlers, unless they're a spinner, are going to get particularly long spells in this heat.
We kind of had like 6 or 7 at the most, haven't we, for bowlers, I think, really?
Yeah.
I said earlier on today when Chad Blatherwick finished his 6-over spell, he came sat up just behind us here, and Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, delved into his ice bucket, didn't pull out a cool drink, he pulled out a towel full of ice, and
Just to tip that bucket over me
yeah,
now.
he was goose, wasn't he, after the heat. Well, we kept a bit low, at least Wells has played it in a manner that would suggest it's kept a bit low on him. He's crouching down in the end by the time he gets bat on ball and works the ball out towards the leg side for no run.
When I walked into the pub last night and we moved up to the barman said, I thought you had glitter on your head there.
Lovely.
It was just glistening.
Just the welcome you wanted, that flag.
Yeah. I said, I don't put glitter on a Sunday.
Save that for Monday night.
Yeah. I'll be glittered up tonight.
Yes. Nice little spot that last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very pleasant.
Tipped the balls, worked away off the hip by Wells out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Anywhere where you can sit outside is always pretty welcome, isn't it, when the weather's like this?
Yeah.
Wells on 9, 2 slips in place. So there's quite a well-stacked leg side field. Fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. And then Pat will point cover and mid-off. Here's Blair Tickner into Luke Wells. It's played back down the pitch and gathered by Tickner low to his left off his own bowling, and there's again no addition to the score. Leading by 121. Third innings of the match. Evening session of day 2. So an absolute stack of time left for both sides, of course, but for Lancashire in this second innings to. That's hit up and over extra cover by Wells to add to the total, to the lead, by the addition of 4 more runs. 125 in front now. Lancashire 19 without loss, and Wells on to 13. It was emphatic.
It was, wasn't it? I think Wells looks in the mood, which is a bit of a concern from a Derbyshire point of view. Already on 13.
Since he's moved back to open the batting, having played or batted at 6 in the first, I don't know, 5 games, something like that. Taking it in to Wells, punch to mid-off. There is no run. He's had scores of 141, 50, 36, 10, 152, and the 3 in the first innings. So 2 centuries and a 50 since he's come back to the top.
Excellent.
A place where he's played almost the entirety of his batting career. 180 odd first class games. Short and pulled. It was in the air for a time being, wasn't it? But stopped down at fine leg. Single for Wells. That's the end of the over as well, isn't it? Yeah, 20 without loss, a lead by 126. But the logic behind it was, I don't know if I mentioned this the other day, but they struggled last season. Lancashire had quite a lot of young players batting at 4 and 6 and 7 or in those positions, so they wanted to try and bring a bit of experience into their middle. So they dropped Wells down to 6 last year, and he got a century against Somerset. And then they stuck with Wells at 6 and Harris at 4 to try and strengthen those positions. But Wells requested to go back to open the batting in the game against Derbyshire, before the match against Derbyshire, and return with a century and a 50.
We'll very pleased for him. It's Aitchison bowling to Wells, who just turns that down towards fine leg. Fielded by Tickner, 1 run. Added to Wells's score. He moves on to 15, 22 without loss. Yeah, absolutely thrilled. No, he's a very fine. Said in the first inning that he's a very underrated county championship cricketer. Luke Wells bats, bowls, fields. He can't do much more, really. As Aitchison is in and bowls. Oh, that's squared up Keaton Jennings. It's gone all the way along the ground through the slip cordon for 4 more down to the vacant third man area. And he moves to 10, 25 without loss now. They could do without that, Derbyshire, in all honesty.
Yes, like I said, any kind of chances that they get, any edges that are found, they need to be taken on. They need to be going to field as chances created.
On sports in at 6:30. Hopefully we'll be finished around that time. That'll be nice. Here's Aitchison in and bowls left alone by Jennings to go through to Brooke Guest. For the first time, really, the crowd is subdued. I think they've been
Fully cooked, yeah.
baked into submission.
Fully cooked, aren't
Yeah,
they? Too hot. Shutting down.
seems reasonable.
It does, to be fair, yeah. It's quiet though, isn't it? Yeah.
It's the quietest it's been, really. They've not been rowdy. They've just been engaged as Aitchison bowls up off the Jennings pad. It's fielded by Brooke Guest, who shies at the stumps. Wells was well in, and another single to the total. Jennings moves up. The scoreboard's gone mad. Was that a leg by?
It was.
It was a leg by score. Moves up to 26. I've gone mad. I apologise to the scoreboard. The scoreboard's perfectly sane. It's me who's mad.
We established that a while back, to be fair.
As this next delivery is driven gloriously by Wells for 4 out to the extra cover. You can't bowl there. 30 without loss. Wells up to 19. And he just laced it to the extra cover boundary. But it got what it deserved, really. That particular delivery.
Yeah, that was properly hammered away, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just? As Aitchison is in again, and then having taken a step forward, Wells raises his bat out of the way, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest, end of the over. 30 without loss, 19 to Wells, 10 to Keaton Jennings. Leicestershire lost a couple of wickets quite early, a 71 for 2, still trailing Middlesex by 463. That's quite a deficit. We're all going to now 4 down. There's still 222 runs behind Gloucestershire at 158 for 4. Northamptonshire just 1 down, 98 for 1 against Kent, trailing by 468 at Canterbury. No game is as advanced as this one in the 2nd division.
Likewise in the first.
Yes, I was just having a look. I didn't think
No,
it
actually,
would be.
Yeah, likewise in the first.
Yeah.
Tickner to Jennings, that's defended. And there's no run. There's quite a lot of runs around in Division 1.
Yeah.
Well, there is in Division 2, isn't there? But not quite as many as a couple of those Division 1 games.
Yes, I'm sure at Southampton are struggling, aren't they? That's a shame.
Yes, Worcestershire declaring on 679 for 7. What is Surrey finish on?
820.
8? 800.
820 for 9. Durham are already 32 for 1.
820 for 9. Tickner to Jennings. That just lifts a little. Jennings up onto his toes and drops it out to the onside. There's no run.
I haven't seen any of Martin's posts on social media, but I imagine they're fairly entertaining.
The triple century for Dom Sibley.
Oh, off.
305 from 475.
We got on with it in the end.
Centuries for Sam Curran, Dan Lawrence and Will Jacks as well. Tickner to Jennings, looking to drive off the inner half of the bat.
Got some big players back there, haven't they? Curran and Jacks, the one-day players.
Well, they just keep kind of rotating players in and out, and they're just never weakened by it, are they?
No,
Really,
don't seem to be. It is impressive. Amazing what money can buy.
Tickner to Jennings, that's left. There, through to the keeper. And there's no run. Yes, Emilio Gay, having fielded for 9 hours while watching Surrey rack up 1,000, faced 9 balls for his 7.
Oh, no.
Ball by Matt Fisher.
Is Sam Connors playing in that game? No. No, I'm getting the no. Played in the last game. Matt Potts is there, Ben Rain, they don't really have George Drizzell. Jimmy Neesham playing that first game for 3 years. He won't be playing another.
In comes Tickner, balls forward goes Jennings and defends, and there's no run.
So Jimmy Neesham says, yeah, no, I'll have a go. I've not played for 3 years, but I'll have a go. 820 for 9 declared later. He might have changed his mind, the Kiwi.
You know what?
Did he bowl?
I don't think I'll bother. Let's have a look. He did. 14 overs, 1 for 80.
It's not like that in T20, is it, Jim?
Drizzell bowled 45 overs, 1 for 247. It's worked in towards the onside, and he's no run.
1 for 247.
45 overs, 1 maiden, 1
maiden.
1 for 247.
Oh, my word.
God, that's a bit bleak, isn't it?
Isn't it just? That is not good at all. The Derbyshire last week, the spinners in the second innings, Bristol against Gloucestershire, Jack Morley, 49 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 178. And Alex Thompson, 48 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 191.
God.
I mean, it's
horrible.
Yeah. What kind of game is that does that to somebody?
Equal 20th most expensive innings analysis in the history of
Today's,
247.
the 20th most expensive analysis is in the history of first-class cricket, as Luke Wells is beaten outside the off-stump by the first delivery of a new over from Ben Aitchison. They are astonishing numbers.
It's grim, that, isn't it?
Yeah. I like the 1 maiden.
Yes.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
A really nice touch to get a maiden. He must have thought, oh, I've got a bit of control back.
On the roll.
Thank goodness for that. I've got some control. Oh, no, you haven't. In comes Aitchison. That one is defended by Wells. Up towards mid-off rather. Around from mid-on comes Mitch Wagstaff to do the fielding. It's not a lot of... I mean, I know it's hot, but there's not a lot of energy out there.
No.
Derbyshire playing. It's not a lot of energy from the batters either. I'm not surprised with all the gubbins they've got on, but you probably want a little bit more. As Aitchison is in, and that one's left alone by Wells to go through to Brooke Guest. There's no run. Gentleman in the posh seats taunting us with his pint of something or other.
That looks nice.
I'm not sure that it does really, but it's probably cold, which adds to the attraction.
Oh, I think it looks
It's about the only thing that would attract me to it. It looks quite orange. It doesn't look well.
What? Him or the beer?
Sample that he's holding. That's left by Wells to go through to Brooke Guest. Well, the beer will be very, very fizzy and made up in there, won't it? There won't be anything decent in there.
It's not what was it last time?
White rat.
White rat.
Yeah. Nice.
But they've done pretty good business though in the hospitality tent today.
Yeah, they will have done, won't they? Here comes Aitchison again and bowls. That's pushed into the onside by Luke Wells, who picks up another single as around trots Mitch Wagstaff to do the fielding.
I mean, it's a big money generator, isn't it, having the corporate hospitality for these games? I was speaking previously to the chairman of Southport and Blackpool cricket clubs, they said, you know, having the corporate days sold out, or at least 2 of the 4 or 3 of the 4 days sold out, for is a big generator of money.
Yeah, absolutely. Edges and balls to Keaton Jennings, who defends it back to him. I think Blair Tickner has bowled his last over in his opening burst. By the look of it, it's going to be Zach Chappell to replace him. 4 overs for 6 runs. Done nothing wrong. Zach Chappell did pick up 4 wickets in the first innings, so perhaps that's the reason that Wayne Madsen is turning to him as early as he is. 31 without loss, 20 to Wells and 10 to Jennings.
Yeah, it's fine, isn't it? I've got it bouncing along at 3, just under 3.5 and over. Lancashire would be content just to tick along at that. No real risks needed to be taken. And then get back tomorrow, and well, the game is for them to manage, then, isn't it? Really,
Yes.
for them to try and dictate.
Yeah. What did they set Derbyshire?
Oh, back in Manchester.
Yeah. I was definitely there, so I will have written it down.
Yes, yeah, I can confirm you were there.
Yeah,
But
I thought I was.
what did they finish? Was it 8 down? They finished. Yeah, I'll let you get your notes.
They set them 329 in 88 overs at 3.73 an over. And they finished on 220 for 8.
Right.
So they were some way away from their target, and 8 down, nearly more than 100 away, and 8 down.
Yeah, it did the old flatten out job, didn't it, at Old Trafford, and
Yeah.
couldn't find a way to force the win. Right, here's Zach Chappell. And bowling. Wells going back and defending. But with it, gets a run, actually. Just slightly angled back and just steers it away behind square leg for 1. Takes him to 21 not out, 32 without loss. Bringing Keaton Jennings on strike. So he's taken guard from umpire Paul Baldwin, facing Zach Chappell for the first time in this innings. And Jennings will see a couple of slip fielders waiting to bounce. There's a deep backward point. Short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That's edged. And that's disappeared down towards third man. And that's going to go for 4 runs. Mentioned those 2 slip fielders. But that is wide and with it beyond their reach from the thickish edge of Jennings' bat to bring him 4. He moves to 14, 36 without loss.
Very easy for bowlers to feel sorry for themselves in conditions like this, isn't it? They get an edge and it doesn't go to hand and it's hot and the world's against me.
Have a look at the ball. Very close look at the ball, actually. Caleb Jewell.
I think Chappell's asking for another slip. I think he might get a gully. Unfortunately, the ball's just been there.
So we pretty much went in that position, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Anderson at gully. So 2 slips in the gully, deep backward point. So 2 men at cover. And we've got 1 at cover, Harry Kane. Plus the mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. Chappell into Jennings, but down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest.
Not as many gullies as he likes, but if he bowls there, they're not going to be brought into play.
No, didn't quite get that one. Didn't quite get that one right. Zach Chappell. Speared on down the leg side. A couple of leg side strangles in the day. Harry Kane and Brooke Guest both caught down the leg side. And just worked it to the onside. That'll be 4 actually. That beats Mitch Wagstaff, who's at square leg. It's just a little nudge, isn't it, really, from Jennings? Not too dissimilar to the shot that Madsen played earlier on today, which he just worked it off his hip or off his pads and just nudged it away through square leg, but it raced out towards the boundary, as indeed did that. Jennings moves on to 18-40 for no wicket. And they've dropped Mitch Wagstaff, who was at square leg, back towards the boundary. And it's glanced down the hip, down to fine leg for 4 more. He's not got his radar right here. Zach Chappell strengthened his gully region and has sent a couple of nice half volleys on leg stump for Jennings to dispatch for boundaries.
Yes, I think all 3 deliveries since he had a gully put in there have been on leg stump or down leg side.
Yes, which the last 2 have been worked away to the boundary. That's off the back foot and tapped away into the offside for no run. And that is the end of the over. And I suspect quite a frustrating first over that for Zach Chappell. He's gone for 13, but there was an edge which got him to put the gully in place, but then the follow-up delivery is just not quite right. So 44 for no wicket. Lancashire leading by 150 runs. Keaton Jennings on 22 and Luke Wells on 21. We've got still to go. Well, it's about an hour, isn't it? Thereabouts.
It
17.
certainly is.
17 overs left.
Enjoy.
Didn't see much spin, did we, in that first innings until quite some. Actually, Morley in the end only bowled 6 overs, didn't he? So,
Yeah,
if that's an indication.
they often say it turns here, but I don't think it's turned much. Here's Ben Aitchison, then he's got 2 slips and a gully. And he bowls to Wells, who leaves that first one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Bit of cloud to protect us from the unrelenting sun. 44 without loss. Jennings, who hadn't started as quickly as Wells, is now ahead of him on 22. Wells has 21. And in goes Aitchison, and gets a bit of bounce from that one, but he'd already decided he wasn't going to play at it. Wells leaves it alone.
Yes, he made sure he got everything out of the way of that, didn't he?
A little bit of extra bounce, but
Yeah, we saw a little bit from Tipner as well, didn't we? A little bit of extra bounce a bit before.
wait till the effects of the heavy roller wear off. Will the pitch crumble? Seems unlikely, to be honest. That one is driven out into the offside, out to the cover boundary for 4 by Luke Wells. And he was basically just jabbing his bat down on it, almost in a defensive manner, and it just raced away across the outfield. He moved, it's a bizarre shot. He moves to 25, 48 without loss.
It's a little kind of push dry, wasn't it? But there's no follow through of the bat.
Just checked it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Madness.
And there it goes, rattling away off this quick outfield for 4 more.
Aitchison is in again, and that one will be turned into the leg side by Wells, just for a single. Anish Dal has to come in about 60 yards off the boundary to do the fielding. Then he throws the ball in and loses it because the sun comes out at the inappropriate time. Fortunately, it wasn't in Guest's eyes, so he could take it comfortably enough.
I mean, the speed of the outfield, and indeed the start that Derbyshire made in the run chase last week against Gloucestershire will, I'm sure, have some bearing on how Lancashire go about their second innings, and indeed the lead that they would feel pretty confident of having.
They're batting tomorrow after lunch. They'll have a substantial lead, won't they? You would think.
Yeah.
Aitchison is in and bowls to Jennings. 2 steps forward, push it to the offside, fielded by Kane. And no run.
Yes, you would think so. What's it in front now? 155, so yeah.
I would assume that Derbyshire would stick with Mitch Wagstaff opening alongside Caleb Jewell. It was Kane and Jewell who opened in the second innings at Bristol due to that injury to David Lloyd. As in comes Aitchison again. That's turned into the leg side by Jennings. He fancies 2 here. He's run the first one quickly. He's going to come back for the second as Dal gets to the ball now, but that's a very good piece of running. And the 50 is up for Lancashire, and 51 without loss as Jennings moves to 24. By some considerable distance, the best opening partnership of the match so far.
Yes.
26 to Wells. Wells already needs a towel down, and I'm not surprised. Both batters having a drink. Derbyshire's Is that Derbyshire's 12th man? Or is it
Yes, I think it is. Isn't it?
Lancashire's? I'm not sure.
I don't reckon it.
Yeah, yes, he's. No, I'm not sure I recognise him either. That's what concerned me. I've no idea who it is. It's probably somebody very obvious. Yeah, it's Nye Donald. It's the one who's been doing it since the start of the innings. My apologies to the Donalds.
Yep, George Bell on duties for Lancashire, ferrying out some gloves and a towel and a drink.
I was fascinated by the talk of the route through the through M&S, just to our right in the
I didn't hear that.
in the
No.
box. Yeah, I don't know where they're going.
Maybe it's a shortcut to the ground.
Through the food hall.
Be nice and cool in there.
Yes, that's a good shout. Nip to a supermarket and stand by the in the refrigeration units. I bet they're busy tonight.
There's Chapel bowling to Wells. Defends to mid-on, and there's no run. There's hundreds of people waiting in turn to stand by the fridge in the supermarket just to cool down.
I want to come in for a bottle of milk.
Just can't quite select which one I want. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Be about another half an hour or so. 51 without loss. Yet Wells on 26. Jennings leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end on 24 not out. Zach Chappell begins his next approach in and bowling to Wells, driven for 4 through extra cover. Takes Wells to 30. A crunching looking shot.
That lands on a seat. Look at that. How has it done that?
What are the chances?
Very good. Gentleman in bare feet
Yes.
returns the ball.
55 without loss.
He clearly can't run in flip-flops because he's got flip-flops by his chair. Didn't put them on.
Tricky in flip-flops.
Yes, I think I can't wear flip-flops. I like that little thing in between my toes.
Oh, yeah. Chappell to Wells. Scooped away towards the leg side. Very theatrical looking shot from Wells. Swish of the bat. Chipping it over a square leg for a single. He's on to 31 not out. And score to 56 for no wicket. The lead moves on to 162.
Nice work.
Brings Jennings back on strike. In comes Chappell bowls. Jennings plays it with the straight bat. Defends back to the bowler. Chappell stops it off his own bowling. Slowly goes wandering back to his mark, and he's towering above umpire Paul Baldwin. 3 floors on him. You need a lift to go from Paul Baldwin to Chappell.
It's a big unit.
He's brushed him past the umpire then, and he was way above him. In and balls again to Jennings. It's short and pulled. That'll be 4. Pull that firmly away behind square on the leg side. Keaton Jennings takes him to 28. Lancashire now move to 60 for no wicket.
Going along. 6 and over nearly. Certainly the thick end of 5 and over.
Yes. Yeah, it's that new Kookaburra ball, which has done damage in both innings, hasn't it? Both first innings of the game.
Yes, done absolutely nothing to this opening pair today, or this evening.
Chappell in balls again, driven by Jennings to cover, and there's no run, end of the over. A couple of boundaries in there, so Lancashire picking up 9 runs from that 12th over of their second innings, leading by 166. 60 for no wicket.
Well, 9 from that one, 7 from the previous one, and 13 from the one before that. Zach Chappell has bowled 2 overs for 22. This is the man who took 4 wickets in the first innings, so it's It's not going according to plan for Zach Chaplin in the second innings, but it is going very much according to plan for Lancashire at 60 without loss. After 12 overs, which even by my rudimentary maths is 5 and over. Exactly 5 and over. My laptop, which told me it needed to switch off yesterday, is now telling me it needs to switch off again.
No.
I don't know what these updates do, if I'm honest. Anish Dall's coming on to bowl from the Lake End.
Yes, so that was 6 over opening spell from Ben Aitchison. One maiden with 31.
Aitchison picked up 2 wickets in the first inning, so did Tickner. Dall picked up 2 and Chappell 4. Dall goes through that bizarre warm-up of his. The ball goes straight up in the air. And Brooke Guest is going to stand up to the stumps to stop the batters from taking a step towards the bowler. Ball handed to Dall by Blair Tickner. It's very quiet out there. Noticeably quiet. And here comes Dall. Around the wicket, bowling to Wells, who gets an edge on that one. Into the ground, nicely stopped by Ben Aitchison, moving quickly to his left. Zach Chappell bends down to pick up a drink and a towel. Some kind of day. I've got 2 towels behind me. I should just dip one in that
ice box.
Yeah, I should have done it.
Commentate with a towel on your head. A nice towel on your head.
Oh, that one goes past the edge of Luke Wells's bat. Not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, but a moral victory of sorts.
Because Griff did something similar at tea, didn't he? He was pouring some cold water on a towel. And
Yes, yeah, he's got
put it over his head.
Yeah. He's a bit of a fashion icon.
Yeah. I can tell.
He's wearing it sort of like Douglas Jardine. As Dall bowls, and again, a little bit of extra bounce on that one. Surprises Wells a touch. He marks his guard and goes and has a look at the pitch. 60 without loss. 15 overs remain today. (28 to Jennings and 31 to Wells, who's on strike now. Dall in. That one's turned into the onside. Fielded by Harry Kane.
It's so far been just the perfect start, hasn't it, in terms of runs and the pace in which they've scored them. But crucially, they've not lost a wicket, and they're just trying to see off this new ball.
Once they do, there's not much in it for the bowlers. Not as much, certainly. There's a supporter over there has brought a fan in. That's a good idea. Oh, he's bowled him. I don't know how he's managed to do that. That is Dall. He got a couple past the edge of the bat. Luke Wells goes, and Derbyshire have some joy at last. Just squared him up a bit. Whether he's moved it away, that's certainly the indications from our vantage point. But Lancashire are 60 for 1 and leading rather by 166.
As you say, a little bit of relief for Derbyshire. Solid opening start by Wells and by Jennings. Nice piece of bowling by Dall. He's got the keeper stood up, hasn't he, Brooke Guest? Round the wicket to the left-hander and just kind of probing away, trying to either find the pad, little nick behind, try and target the off stump. Good piece of bowling, just angled in towards him. Just have done a little something off the pitch. Hard to tell from the replay I've just seen, but look at it front on from Dall. Yeah, hasn't it? Just a little bit.
Just moved a touch.
Yeah, just a touch away.
Come on,
Really
boys.
nice bowling.
There's people here not staying hydrated. It's outrageous. She keeps telling us to. It's the more hydrated I get.
Yeah, she just have a knock-on effect, doesn't it? What, did he get Wells?
31 off 45 deliveries with 6 fours. I think. I was going to say a crucial break, so they just needed anything really, Derbyshire. As Josh Bohannon goes out to join Keaton Jennings, all very familiar. This Keaton Jennings out there, players coming in and joining him.
Yes, it's just happened a lot.
Getting flashbacks to yesterday. Jack Morley nipped off momentarily, but he's back out there now. Everybody's had a drink because James told them to stay hydrated. I think by saying that, the club think that they're safe. They won't get sued. I don't think they would get sued anyway. It's fairly obvious that you need to drink.
Bit of friendly advice.
Yeah. Even the substitute fielders from Derbyshire, Alex Thompson and Nye Donald, look weary. And they've only been out there to carry the drinks out. So Dal has a right-hander to bowl at. Josh Bohannon. And Wayne Madsen's pointing. Brooke Guest is pointing. Hannes Dell's in conversation with Caleb Jewell and Blair Tickner, the two overseas. They finally decided on a field which has 2 slips. Quite a deepish backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket. And a long leg. There must be somebody else somewhere. As this one is, off the edge. He went for quite an expansive looking drive. Did Josh Bohannon first ball. Mike just had nipped away from him and it's taken the edge of the bat and flown down to third man. 4 runs, 64 for 1. The fielder I couldn't see was out on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Mitch Wagstaff over there. I've received no instructions yet as for the 6 o'clock, so I'll just pretend I'm doing nothing. Well, quite often I'm not in the news, but I'm in the intro. Or sometimes I'm not in the news or the intro. Sometimes I'm in the early bit of the programme. But,
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, but usually on radio, people like it when they know what's coming up next. I think I've got a 6:30-ish. There's somebody standing up on the balcony to our left. And it can only be the players because that area's cut off to the outside world.
Yes, and Paul Baldwin spinning around and just encouraging someone to take their seat.
Good first over from Dal. That's finished now. 1 for 4 in that first over. Got the edge of the bat 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. Helps when your keeper can stand up like Brooke Guest did. And Matty Hurst did to Balderson as well. There's a lot of riddle room there, isn't there?
Yeah, just stops them from advancing on you. So if there is any swing or movement, you've got that extra yard to get it.
A strengthened cover. Chappell comes in to Jennings, drives, but off an inside edge to the leg side, and there's no run. Okay, so for Jennings, when Wells was out there batting, they had quite a heavy leg side field set. For Jennings, they've reinforced the offside. There's a third man, there's a deep point, backward point, cover, mid-off, 2 slips. And then fine leg and mid-on on the leg side. Chappell for Derbyshire in and bowls. Driven handsomely away by Jennings. A good stop by Mitch Wagstaff. Diving away to his right. Hit pretty firmly. Crunched away by Keaton Jennings and a good diving stop by Wagstaff. Saving runs for his side there. 64 for 1 it remains. Lead of 170. There'll be 13 overs remaining in the day's play. Once we've completed these next 4 deliveries. Here's Chappell to Jennings. Just runs it out through the leg side this time. Means that mid-on, Blair Tickner got quite a lot of grass to cover to catch the ball, but does. Scoops it up out towards the boundary. Jennings able to come back for 2 more. Takes him to 30 not out, 66 for 1. Lead of 172 runs. 3 balls remaining of the over. Chappell over the wicket, bowls wide, carved away, up and over backward point, down towards, in the end, wide third man. Throw comes in from the boundary edge down there. Is that Jack Morley?
Yeah.
Yeah, left pick up and left arm throw. Jennings takes a single, 31 to him now, 67 for 1.
Gentleman in the posh sheets has put a handkerchief on his head.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Don't see that too often,
No,
do
you
you?
don't. He's just trying to tie it around the back.
Oh, that's a fabulous effort. I hope it's a clean handkerchief.
Oh, yes. I'd kick him out, mate. There he goes again. He wasn't happy the first time, so he's having another go.
You just don't see that often, do you?
No, you don't.
Hanky on the head.
Not since the 1960s.
Yes. It's been a few decades. Chappell in to Josh Bohannon. He plays forward and defends. And there's no run. Oh, he's still not managed to tie it, though, Fletcher.
No, he's struggling. I don't think it's quite big enough and he's given up.
Oh, dear.
He's given up.
He was sip of his beer instead. But he'd got some mates around him there. He could have done with some help, couldn't he, really? One of his mates should have said, I'll do it for you. I'll tie it round.
Too busy laughing, I think.
Yes.
He looks quite pink.
Yes. There's a few pinky coloured flesh yesterday, wasn't there, the close of play? Worked away to the leg side by Bohannon, ended at mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 14 gone. Josh Bohannon has 14, Keaton Jennings on 31. Lancashire 67 for 1, lead by 173.
So for the rest of this match, forecast-wise, hot tonight, hot tomorrow, and on Wednesday, warm.
Excellent. Good weather forecasting.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah,
really.
it is. Yep.
A couple of very hot, well, very hot, a hot and a warm. It is cooling down. And then by the weekend again, it'll be another heat wave, I would have thought. We usually have one heat wave every 5 years, as something I heard on the radio this morning. This year we've already had 2. They're becoming more and more frequent. Anybody would think that the globe was warming.
Indeed.
So, Alois Dahl, wicket in his first over to continue from the lake end here at Queen's Park. Kicking away some dust there. Keaton Jennings.
A bit of digging.
Yeah, he's built the sandcastle on the crease. Here comes Dahl in and bowls. Oh, and he's almost got through there. I'm not quite sure how Jennings has kept that out. He's stayed in the pose after going forward with his arms folded on his front leg. And that one was close to sneaking through. Dahl's just doing a bit here and could well be the man. Not necessarily to get Derbyshire back in the game, but to keep them in with a sniff. One of these two sides is going to win this game. I'm not saying that glibly, as this one is turned into the leg side by Keaton Jennings, but it means either a first defeat for Derbyshire or a first win for Lancashire. That will happen at some point in the next 2 days and 13 overs. At the moment you'd say Lancashire were favourites at 174 in front. Derbyshire just need to hang in there. Pouring out of places it shouldn't be pouring out. As Dahl bowls and Bohannon drives thick inside edge up towards Tickner at mid-on. I wonder if the chap from Earlham, was it, who asked if he could bring his dog, arrived today. Well, he said it'd be very hot for a dog, though, wouldn't it?
Would be, I'm not sure it'd be a good idea, actually.
A bit too hot for a dog, really.
Especially with the lack of shade.
Yeah.
Maybe on the grass bank somewhere. Maybe.
In goes Dahl again, and that one is a big appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Treadwell keeps his hand in his pocket.
It's quite a big shout, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Good spell this from Dahl. It's only into his second over, but it's a really tidy start.
I think that answers that question. As we hear Sally in the ears. 3 slips now, plus the wicket-keeper standing up as this one is clipped into the leg side, and Mitch Wagstaff rather falls over the top of that one, and it's gone away to the boundary for 4. The second boundary, I think, off, second boundary off Anuj Dahl. They now lead by 178. Lancashire in a very handy position. Wagstaff has just feeling his right shoulder, has been sent out to the mid-wicket boundary now as Dahl is on his way in again and bowls. Bohannon just clips it into where Wagstaff had been. It's actually fielded by Blair Tickner. They move on to 73 for 1. 32 to Keaton Jennings, 9 to Josh Bohannon. Man out, Luke Wells bowled by Anuj Dahl for 31. That was the final ball of the over. Thanks, Nigel. I'm in the intro, not the bulletin, which means I can put my stopwatch down. Sports scene at 6, beginning fairly shortly. $73 for 1. There is Chappell on his way, and that was clipped into the leg side, and Harry Kane misses it this time. That's going to race away to the boundary. Caleb Jules not reaching that one. 77 for 1 now. $183 the lead. $13 now to Josh Bohannon, who's on strike now. It's 3 slips for Zach Chappell, who bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side. There's a bit of a chase on here for Harry Kane, who puts the slide, and they've settled for 1. 78 for 1. 184 the lead. Still 1 ball, I think, left of this over. At least 1 ball left of this over. Chappell's ready. So is Keaton Jennings. 11 overs to go after this. It's a lot of cricket. As in goes Chappell. And that one is pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Wagstaff, no run. 78 for 1. Update coming up in the intro for Sports Scene, or 2 Sports Scene at 6. It's already a healthy lead. Here goes Zach Chappell in and bowls to Jennings, who drives into the offside. Straight to Mitch Wagstaff, no run. That's it, the Rams. 78 for 1. Chappell's on his way in. Yeah, they're some way behind, actually, Dom, because Lancashire are batting in their second innings. They're just going to pick up a couple of runs here and move on to 80 for 1 in their second innings. Keaton Jennings has 34. Josh Bohannon has 14. Luke Wells, the man out, for 31. Derbyshire dismissed earlier for 261. That was 106 behind. And now they find themselves 184 behind. Lancashire 78 for 1. It's been warm. They've moved up to 80 for 1, as this one is pushed out into the offside. That's going to beat Caleb Jewell. It's 4 more to Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 38 of the final ball, I think, of the over. Yep. It's 84 for 1, and it means that their lead is now 190, I think. Maths not being my strong point. Only 11 overs to go. I'd be surprised if we finish before 6:45 tonight. Derbyshire have got an awful lot of work to do to keep themselves in this match. We've just had 16 overs. And here comes Anuj Dal again from the Lake End. He's already picked up the only wicket to fall so far, bowling Luke Wells for 31. Could do with another couple of wickets, preferably quite quickly. He comes in and bowls, and Bohannon turns that into the leg side. Takes the single. 85 for 1. Bohannon moves on to 15. And the lead moves on to 191. Zach Chappell moves from long leg to long leg, running from left to right in front of us. This one is pushed into the offside by Jennings, fielded by Martin Anderson. I'm sure I heard Calypso there of Test Match Special. 85 for 1 it is. Dal walks back to his mark. Slip and... There are either 2 slips, first and fourth, or a slip and a gully. Guest is standing up. And Dal is in, and that one is edged in between the slip and the gully for 4 runs. When Madsen has his hands on his head, if you leave a gap, that's where the ball goes. 89 for 1 now. Jennings up to 42. 195 the lead.
So Jennings moves on to 42, Lancashire to 89 for 1. So the progressing nicely already.
Dal on his way in now from the Lake End, bowls to Jennings, who just turns that one probably off a pad into the leg side, fielded by Harry Kane on this occasion. And there's no run.
No, and they didn't last week.
10 overs to go after this one. In comes Dal again. Around the wicket bowls to Jennings, who pulls him into the leg side. Out towards Morley. Doesn't field it cleanly, Harry Morley. Hurled in, single taken. Dust. Mountains of dust being kicked up there by Anuj Dal. The footmarks at the far end of the ground. 90 for 1. 43 to Keaton Jennings now. 15 to Josh Bohannon. Dal over the wicket to the right-handed Bohannon. Bowls, it's driven down the ground for 4. Bolton's finest moves on to 19. 94 for 1 now. And the lead believe is 200. It is. So a 200 lead. And Martin Anderson to be brought into the attack. So it's just a matter of how many runs Lancashire want, really. They've got 10 overs left today and 2 full days after that. They can pretty much do as they like from here on in with a lead of 200, which is more than handy.
Yeah, rattled their way up to 94, haven't they?
Can't fail to win this game now, Lancashire.
Well, I mean, it puts them in a position where tomorrow morning, obviously, they can. Well, it's still 10 overs to go tonight, but tomorrow morning they can kind of play it as they want, really. You would think. And bat till they like,
And bat.
Yeah.
And bat.
And pull out whenever they fancy, really. But things do change quickly.
They're going to have to.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Yeah, it's going to take a pretty special spell of bowling or something like that, isn't it, for to deny Lancashire any possibility of having a really commanding position. 200 in front already, 10 overs to go today, and certainly 2 full days and a very good forecast for the third day, if a slightly dicey one for day 4, which again might play into their decision making.
5.5 will be 200, 250 in front by the close.
Here's Martin Anderson from around the wicket bowling to Keaton Jennings, who's backing across and defends into the offside. There's no run. Yes, which means that potentially, I don't know, it's so difficult to work out declarations, isn't it? Because there's so much time still left in the game.
That's the issue, yeah, absolutely. Do they bat on and get a lead of 400, which would clearly put Derbyshire out of the game, but might take them till mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Forward, solidly in defence, goes Jennings for no run. Yes, one for Lancashire to be able to ponder over the next few hours and into tomorrow. 94 for 1, second innings. Exactly 200 runs in front. Jennings on 43. Here's Martin Anderson. Top scorer for Derbyshire today. And that's worked through the leg side by Jennings. Towards Wagstaff on the mid-wicket boundary. Single for Jennings takes him to 44. 95 for 1 now. Yeah, Wagstaff 79. And Madsen 70, the two, well, only really the two contributions, when there's some bits and pieces from others, and there were some kind of partnerships that were starting to develop, but nothing really kicked on. A couple of 20s in there and a couple of players getting teens.
3 players not playing the shot and the run out.
Yes.
That didn't help.
Not what you're wanting.
No.
Martin Anderson bowls forward, goes Josh Bahanan in defence. Dropped out towards cover. Well, it's fielded by Wagstaff and there's no run.
Just realised we didn't have much of an effects microphone on that. That might have been why it sounded quiet.
It's like when you wear your sunglasses inside. It's very dark outside. Anderson bowls, Bahanan clips it out towards the leg side and there's no run.
I think it's still quite quiet. Oh dear. Useless. Absolutely useless.
200 more in front, Lancashire. Well, there'll be 9 overs left after this one. 1 ball to go of Anderson's first over of the innings. I'll take a single. Josh Bahanan just drops it out through backward point and jogs through for 1. So he moves to 20. A couple of spectators via the electronic scoreboard have seen enough. They're up and they're heading out towards the town centre. 96 for 1 at the end of the over. 9 overs remaining. 20 to Bahanan and 44 to Keaton Jennings.
Feels like a plan, if I'm honest.
Yeah, sneaking out. There's an exit to that side of the ground as well, isn't there?
Yeah. out to the cop shop.
Indeed, I'm
That's
gonna
right.
give that a go. I think. Give that a go tomorrow or Wednesday,
Or both.
or indeed both. Yep.
96 for 1 then. Anders Dahl going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 20 from the Lake End. Oh, it's a gentleman who might have had a bit too much rehydration. Did he get a touch on that down the leg side, Bohannon? Because certainly 3 fielders went up. It wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. He's going to crash into these bags here.
Steady on, steady
Here we
on,
go.
steady on.
There should be a steward somewhere stopping him. But he thinks he's walking in a straight line, of course. He's convinced he's walking in a straight line. There's
Follow that road.
completely sober. There's a bit of a list to the left.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's-
Little bit. Oh.
Stops and watches the action. Oh, that tucks Bohannon up and it's hitting amidships. And straight away, Jennings calls for a drink. He's still going, that gentleman. It's a terrific effort. You think one of the 12th men would go and help him out of the...
Good man.
help him out.
Just struggling a bit there, wasn't he?
Bohannon still hasn't got up off his knees, incidentally. That one's hurt him.
Oh, has he been hitting the Bohannons?
Yes, he
Oh
has.
no, he's always hitting the Bohannons.
Little smart, certainly. He stopped again, just for a brief moment, the gentleman in the white shirt and the shorts. And away he goes. He'll do want to get up that hill, actually, because it's quite steep. The 12th man is going out with a towel and a drink. And actually now, Keaton Jennings is calling for assistance there. I'm not entirely sure what kind of assistance he can offer. Physio going out, but it's never good.
No, but
Don't speak to Zach.
he gets, Josh in the Bohannons. The good news from Bohannon's point of view is that when he does tend to go and get a big score when this happens.
It makes him angry. It's a bit like the Hulk.
If he gets hit flush in the Bohannons, he goes on and
But the
gets a
big
decent
issue,
score.
back to the major issue, the chap who couldn't walk in a straight line.
Where is he now?
Well, it's the club's fault because they've been announcing all afternoon, don't forget to keep drinking. And he's taken the advice.
Yes, he has.
So now we're all ridiculing him. Well, I'm not, but Griff is. Yeah, that wouldn't be great.
Is he all right? Have you spotted him?
Yeah, he's standing right behind Zach Chappell, who's trying to ignore him. He sort of keeps looking down at Zach. Now Zach stood up. Now they're having a conversation. That'd be fascinating to know what they're talking about. A slightly drunk man.
Oh dear.
And Zach Chappell. Josh Bohannon is putting all his bits and pieces on, back together again, and then on.
I wonder what Sam Byrne, Lancashire physio, did there. I wonder what the magic touch was.
Cough? I've no idea. But both he and George Bell, both come off the field with huge grins on their faces. There's a precious little sympathy.
I'm not sure that Sam Byrne signed up for this when he took the gig. Oh, by the way.
So we've just got the one slip. He's standing a long way back. That's a sort of indication of how quick Anders Dahl does bowl. How far back Ben Aitchison is now. The first ball that he faces after recomposing himself. Josh Bohannon turns it into the leg side. He gives Anders Dahl the opportunity to say, "You're right, mate." 98 for 1 because they've just added a run to each of the batters. 21 not out for Josh Bohannon. 45. For Keaton Jennings. He's walking up a hill though. That might not be good. That might not be a good idea.
They've just picked him out on the live stream as well.
Has they?
They've
Excellent.
done well with that.
Yeah, well done, boys. There's a chair in his way here to get around as Dahl bowls. That's clipped into the leg side off a combination of pad and bat. And another single to Keaton Jennings. Oh, really, they shouldn't serve him. They shouldn't serve somebody who can't walk in a straight line.
He's made it successfully, right?
Yeah.
No problem.
What is the best part's going to be when he comes back with his pint all the way round and goes and sits where he was sitting before on the right-hand side of the ground because he's all the way across to the left. Oh, he's pleading. Honestly, I'm completely sober. I don't think they should serve him, really. Glass of water, perhaps. Here's Dal in and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot out into the offside, slightly aerially initially. There's going to be 2 runs here for Bohannon as Harry Kane. No, Jack Morley runs around to do the fielding, and the 100 comes up for Lancashire in their second innings. Bohannon moves on to 23, and the lead is 206 now. Looks like he's taking a photograph here. Could really do with the binoculars on him. That might detract from watching the cricket, though. 100 for 1. Bohannon on strike. Dal comes in and bowls to him, and he gets a little bit squared up by that one. Ball goes out into the offside as he tries to force it into the leg. And it's the last ball of one of the longer overs.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Of this afternoon.
Of my career. Yeah.
100 for 1. 23 to Bohannon, 45 to Jennings, the only man out so far. Luke Wells, and the lead is 206.
Yes. There's a lot going on in that over, wasn't there, Fletch?
Yeah. Josh Bohannon got caught, and a very drunk man tried to buy a pint of beer.
He's on the stream again.
Well, I can't see him now, so I'm not sure where he is.
No, they found him. They
Where
found
is he
him.
now, Griff?
He's holding on to, leaning on the tree.
Ah, excellent. He's leaning on a tree. Oh, yes, I've got him. You can do the cricket, and I'll do the man on the tree.
Which one's holding on?
There is Anderson from around the wicket bowls. Jennings drives to mid-off.
He's going to make a move now. He's just let go of the tree, and now he's walking across the slope. I think he's coming back, you know. Go try and get a pint in the bar here in the pavilion, perhaps.
He had a good day, though, hasn't he? Clearly had a good day. Nice trip out to
I
Chesterfield.
think he's spent a few quid.
That's some good fun. Watched a bit of cricket. Watched Jimmy bowl. Happy days. Anderson to Jennings, driven away into the offside on the bounce towards Harry Kane at cover. And there's no run. Kane having to shuffle away to his right, maybe 10
He's coming
yards.
back. He's on his way back.
Right.
He's going to walk right behind the bowler's arm,
Oh, stop play.
right in front of us, because I think that all the stewards have been told they can go home. I can't see a steward, and he's on his way. Sorry, you. This is you.
It's Martin Anderson to Keaton Jennings. He wants maybe even 2. No, just be a single. Flicked away off his hip down to fine leg. Jennings moves on to 46, 101 for 1.
He's not so drunk that he doesn't stop for every ball being delivered. The issue will be if he actually... now then, he's going to be behind the bowler's arm. Martin Anderson saying, don't walk. And here he comes, right behind the bowler's arm now.
He's on a bit of a pace up here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a bit of a move on.
Yeah, that's all right there. Well done, mate.
The quicker he goes, the straighter he walks, interestingly. I don't know how that works. Don't worry about us, we're just watching some cricket, sir.
101.
He's just smelt his breath there. I think he's gone, have I had enough to drink yet?
Forward goes Bohannon. Forward goes Bohannon and defends, and there's no run.
Absolutely staggering. And away he goes. There we are.
It's a good effort. He's had a cracking day. It's been a good day at Chesterfield. Everyone's done very well. Leave by 207. Do Lancashire. Bohannon on 23. Slip in a gully. Here comes Martin Anderson over the wicket and bowls to Bohannon off the back foot. And punched into the offside. And there's no run. What have we got left today? Goodness. 7 to go after this one. 7 to go.
It won't let me. Oh, you are joking.
That's a big sigh.
Well, the computer has decided it's going to restart anyway,
exactly.
whether I like it or not.
Forward again goes Bohannon, defence. And there's no run. Is that the over? It is. Yep, there's another one done. Just a single coming off it. With 7 to go in the day's allocation. Lancashire leading by 207.
Yeah, just when you think the day can't get any worse.
No.
Your computer says, no, I'm switching off now. What, you need to do some work in a minute? Yeah, I'm off. This will speed things up a touch with 7 overs to go. Jack Morley. Although, if they have to fetch the ball from all parts, it might not. And the left-handed Keaton Jennings will be on strike initially. I mean, he's not likely to stick it into...
To bowl for the Lake End, Jack Morley.
Thank you. He's not likely to stick it into Green's dip. As an Aaron Donald comes on in place of Mitch Wagstaff momentarily. He's going to field relatively close, I think, at mid-wicket. So there's a bit of glass down there, or a diamond.
Oh.
I think it's probably glass. No, it might look at big glass, I would have thought. 101 for 1. I'm sure we'll get some more cricket soon. Somebody's called Naibe his full name there.
Yeah,
It's just
noticed
an
that, yeah.
iron. And they've sent him out to the mid-wicket boundary, quite a straight mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square. Yep, now he's forward, backwards, about there. Not too many spectators in that particular park, 'cause that's in the full glare of the sun. And here comes Jack Morley in and bowls to Keaton Jennings, who pushes that one out into the offside. And there's no run. I'm not sure my computer should be doing this either. But there we go.
I'm sure it'll work itself out.
Do you think? Wish I was as confident as you. Morley bowls, turn into the leg side. It'll be Harry Kane who does the fielding. Donald raced across to help out, offer him a word of encouragement. And they move in because it's the right-handed Josh Bohannon who's on strike now, which will entail further manoeuvrings of the field. I want to be on top of the council building where that flag is billowing. That's a bit of a drag down from Jack Morley, but Bohannon can't do anything with it other than play it straight to Caleb Jewell. And there's no run. There's a bottle of water here in front of me. I think it's just about reaching boiling temperature. Make a cup of tea with it. There's Morley bowls pushed out to the offside. Look at it, it's bubbling. It's bubbling. I'm going to be ready soon. 102 for 1. Morley, who sneaks in from behind the umpire, around the wicket to Bohannon, who clips it into the leg side where it's fielded by Martin Anderson.
He does sneak in, doesn't
Yes,
he?
he does. He hides behind the umpire. It's quite amusing. I never really noticed it until last week, but he certainly does it. There we go. Bowls. Bohannon goes back, pushes it out into the offside. It's Jewell again. Can't see a photographer in front of us, but there's a very large camera, so there must be one there leaning against the advertising boards. And that's the end of the over. 102 for 1. The lead is now 262. No, it isn't. What is it? It's 208. Yeah, 208. 208. I got there in the end.
Yeah, it's went the long way
After
around.
an awful lot of messing around. That's the end of the... Did I mention it was the end of the
You
over?
did, you
Excellent. Good. I don't know what day of the week it is anymore. I didn't anyway, but...
6 to go, thankfully. Anderson bowling driven away by Jennings. There's all sorts of noise there. There was Jennings clearly saying no. That was one of the noises. Nice piece of fielding by Harry Kane at cover. Who's doing some stretches here was Blair Tickner. He's at mid-on, sat down, rocking back and forth and side to side.
exciting. I'm in the sports heads in a few moments' time.
Anderson in, balls again. Jennings just leaning into it. And calmly playing the ball up towards mid-off. Zach Chappell fields. And there's no run.
That was exceptionally loud. Wow. No need for that.
Keeper's going to stand up behind the stumps. So Brooke Guest with the helmet on, crouching down behind now as Anderson's in. And Jennings chops the ball away into the offside. And Guest comes around the stumps to field, and there's no run. 102 for 1. Jennings 47.
Couple of glitches. There we are. Anderson on his way in. Update coming up. Pushed up towards mid-off, no run. Yeah, Lancashire 102 for 1 in their second innings. It means they have a lead now of a 208, Dom, and the game really is in their hands. 6 overs left today. Josh Bohannon's on 23. Keaton Jennings, the first innings centurion, he's on 47. Earlier on today, Derbyshire bowled out for 261. 70s for Martin Anderson and Wayne Madsen, but 3 batters were out without playing a shot, and 1 was run out. They have led to their own downfall to a certain extent, Derbyshire. Lancashire 103 for 1 now. It means that they lead by 209. They took a single, which is why they went to 103, out to the sort of backward point region. And took that single to take Jennings onto 48. That's very kind of you. I think I might have left you to do the update, in all honesty. It's Dave Fletcher. Actually, it's Scott Reed, but Dave's just on the floor. he's curled up in a corner because he's got no idea what's happening. He's never been this hot in his life. Because on the hottest day of the year, in that game against Notts, we were in an air-conditioned commentary box.
Yeah. Final ball of the over. Here comes Anderson in and bowls, and that's chopped away through the offside by Bohannon. Wagstaff on the point boundary. Bohannon moves to 24. The score moves to 104, and the lead is 210.
I was going to use that. David Griffin passed me a note, and I thought I'll use that in the sports desk. I completely forgot. Yeah, Derbyshire have never completed a 4th innings successful run chase against Lancashire at Chesterfield, so it doesn't really matter what they get.
Break a record.
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, setting good break.
Yes.
First
Yeah.
time for everything.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh dear. 5 to go.
Jack Morley to bowl the first of those 5. Trammer's made a sign. Jason Lowe. Is he from Wigan? Come on, the Rovers.
Don't know. Can't help you with that one.
Trammer are playing Burton in the first round of the League Cup. That's the greatest tie in history.
When's that, next week?
Yes, well, it feels like it, yeah. Early August, about the 11th or 12th, I think. My team against the team that I cover. Morley on his way in. Bohannon goes back. That one keeps a bit low on him. Jabs his bat down, pushes it out into the offside. Jewell does the fielding. And there's no run. I think I'm going to get a sunburnt left leg.
Oh.
We've gone lopsided. Next one is pushed out backward a square on the offside. That's going to be 4 runs because it's going to beat Zach Chappell initially, and then Harry Kane is running round the boundary. 112 for 1. 32 now to Josh Bohannon. Oh no, it's already gone on. Look, I bet it's already gone on, hasn't it? Making a fool of it. I can do that by myself. 108 for 1, 28 to Bohannon. Morley sets himself, sneaks in, bowls back and goes back and cuts, but doesn't really make the connection he was looking for. And they go through for a single, 109 for one now. 215 the lead, 29 to Bohannon.
Our friend is getting up in the media, in the hospitality.
Do you think that's where he went? I thought he nipped to the loo and never came
right.
back.
I thought he was in the marquee.
Bless you. Here's Morley over the wicket to Jennings, who sweeps quite fine. It'll be picked up by Zach Chappell down below us. Go through for a single, 110 at 49 to Keaton Jennings. So century in the first innings, about to get a half century in the second. Lancashire completely in control here. As Morley comes in around the wicket to Bohannon, pushes that out into the offside. Jewel will field. So we weren't playing at this time last night. The sun's going to come all the way around and come in our eyes in a minute.
Isn't it? Yeah, quite late
all
on.
about. Final ball of the over, I think. Morley bowls pushed out into the offside. We cry of no, which means that Jennings will be on strike at the start of the next over. He's on 49. Bohannon has 29. Lancashire 109 for one, leading by 215 as we welcome Sports Extra listeners. With Lancashire so far on top, you can barely see them.
Leicestershire, meanwhile, are 8 down.
Are they?
103 for 8. Trail Middlesex by 431.
The bubbles burst.
Tickner.
Tickner's back. Chris Green's favourite batter.
Yeah, that was quite funny, that wasn't it? Green was bowling earlier today. He was mimicking.
I said he's just sitting right behind me.
Yes, he is.
He's just here to intimidate now.
He was mimicking Tickner's run-up.
They're going to surround us, or surround me at some point.
Well, it's not a bad idea. Strength in numbers. All right, what have we got left? So we've 4, isn't
Four
it?
left.
So it's a couple,
4 left.
couple from Tickner to end the day.
I think the pub's already open.
I hope so. Hope it stays open for a while. All right, 49 to Keaton Jennings. Oh, it's a nice delivery from Tickner from around the wicket. Just lifts a little into the gloves of Brooke Guest. And there's no, we've had all sorts of fun in the last hour or so. For our new listeners on Sports Extra who are joining us. And the two in the corporate hospitality have enjoyed the sunshine and some hospitality.
One gentleman, even though he had the boundary rope to guide him, couldn't walk in a straight line.
Struggling a little bit with that. 110 for 1. And just played calmly back towards him by Jennings. Tickner sets off from the pavilion end. Lancashire earlier today bowling Derbyshire out for 261. So that was a lead, first innings of 106. A couple of wickets for Chris Green, 4 for George Balderson. A couple for Jimmy Anderson at the top. He got the two openers, Mitch Wagstaff and Caleb Jewell.
No shots.
Yes, neither offering a shot. Made a run out as well. From the crease, just tapping the ball away. Gently into the offside is Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. Yet we had the run out. And a couple of batters caught down the leg side, Harry Kane and Brooke Guest. Lancashire pretty happy with their work, 106-run lead, and then they've pushed that to 216 in front now. Keaton Jennings on 49, Josh Bohannon on 29. Luke Wells, the only wicket to fall. Bowled by Anus Dahl for 31. Blair Tickner in for Derbyshire. Bowls a short ball and an enormous yelp as he releases it. And Jennings just bends his knees and gets underneath it. And through it goes to Brooke Guest. So that's where we stand at the back end of this second day. Lancashire in a commanding position. Heading into to tomorrow. Forecast is good, isn't it, for tomorrow? But there's 1 or 2 suggestions that Wednesday might be a little bit iffy.
We're fine.
3 overs left in the day once Blair Tickner sends, I think, this delivery down. I think this is the final ball. In and bowls to Jennings. This will be a 50 for him. Just drops it into the offside. And through he goes for 1 and gets to 50. So a century in the first innings and a 50 in the second off 66 balls and
8 fours.
thank you. 8 fours. Actually, there's 1 more ball left of this over.
Come on, counted to 6.
Yeah, I'm struggling to string a sentence together, from being honest, let alone count.
I think what we can safely say is it's been the hottest day of the year.
We can safely say that.
32, 33 degrees here in Chesterfield. Stiflingly hot at times.
2 steps waiting. Here comes, that's short again, Tickner to Barnum, and that's Barnum just crouching down, bends the knees, swaying backwards, allowing it to go through. And that is the over. 3 left.
Ethan Jennings'
Oh, there we go.
50 came from 66 balls
Yep.
and contained 8 fours.
Yeah, excellent.
I think we covered that quite nicely.
Yeah, ticked all the boxes with that. 111 for 1, lead by 217.
Yep, 3 overs to go. Presumably 2 from Jack Morley and 1 from Blair Tickner. You would hope it will be something like that.
What else is happening then? We've mentioned this Leicestershire score. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were about to do an update.
No.
Division 2, Kent got a load of runs, didn't they, today? They got 566 for 8 and declared.
Morley in, bowls to Jennings, who turns it into the leg side. No run there as it's fielded by Jewell.
In reply, Northamptonshire are 140 for 1 with Ricardo Vasconcelos. 87 not out. And
Like Ricardo.
there's one other Division 2 game.
Here comes Morley again, over the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who turns that one into the leg side.
And that is Gloucestershire against Glamorgan, or the other way around, because the Glammy boys are at home, aren't they? 2-2-8 for 4. Glamorgan replying to Gloucestershire's 330 all out.
Morley bowls, that's down the leg side and taken by Jewell, moving away to his right-hand side. How many runs did Surrey make?
6,000.
Here is Morley. That one is pushed back to him by Jennings.
They made 820 for 9 and then decided to declare
Ridiculous.
the triple century for Dom Sibley. He made 305 and centuries for Sam Kerr and Dan Lawrence and Will Jacks.
Morley's in again, drops that one a bit short. It's clipped into the leg side by Jennings, but straight to Jewell.
And Durham off 59 for 1. Still trailed by 761
Having
runs.
made a solid start.
Yes.
Martin Emerson will be back with you in the morning, probably, for that one. This one keeps it a little bit low. Jennings keeps it out, pushes it into the onside end of the over. 2 to go, 111 for 1. That means they lead Lancashire by 217, with 2 full days still to go.
Everyone else has finished.
Yes, I wondered why
Quite,
Kevin had turned to us.
Yeah. So elsewhere, who got runs in? Someone else got loads of runs, didn't they? Worcestershire, 679 for 7 declared. Double centuries for Jake Libby, making 228, and Adam Hose making 266. And Hampshire replying to that at the close of play are 68 for 3. Obscene 611 runs behind. Here we go, Tickner to start the penultimate over of the day. Bobbing up and down on his spot and then bowls. There's Bosch, as Chris Green said. Drops it into the offside for a single.
I'm going to give him the headphones in a minute.
Bosch moves to 30. Elsewhere, Division 1, Nottinghamshire 214 for 3. Replying to Somerset's 379 all out. And Warwickshire against Sussex. Sussex 278 for 3. Warwickshire 415 all out. Sussex still trail by 137. And the Yorkies, this has been a slow game, hasn't it, at York?
Yes.
It's Tickner from around the wicket, bowls to Jennings, leans into it. Steers the ball into the offside. Gathered by Harry Kane, but cover. There's no run. Essex seem to take an age to score runs. They scored 368 with Tom Wesley's 107 from 239 deliveries, included 200 dot balls. So Essex 368 all out. Yorkshire in reply 143 for 3, so trailing by 225. That game's at York. Tickner down the leg side to Jennings. Brilliant tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. Leaping out towards his right-hand side to get a glove on that.
You do realise that now that you've done all those scores, Kevin will have nothing to do.
Sorry, Kevin. Yeah. I've missed one. There's a game going on. England's under 19s. I can do that one as well.
Excellent.
England under 19s are 278 for 8. James Ruse playing in that game, is it? As Tickner comes in, balls short again, and Jennings ducks underneath it. And there's no run. Oh no, it's not James Ruse. It's the other Rue. It's Thomas. He's got a century. It's Thomas Rue, 131. Rocky Flintoff got 39. It's 278 for 8 in the 48th over, and they've been set 291 to win, so they need 13 from 2.2 overs.
Thriller. No warm it is there.
At the county ground in Northampton.
It'll be warm.
Tickner in and balls left by Jennings. Through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. It's been a very good day's cricket here. It's been a day where we've seen Jimmy Anderson pick up a couple of wickets. We've seen Lancashire ball Derbyshire out. It's been tough going for the home supporters. It's been tough going for Derbyshire. And Lancashire are going to heading into tomorrow in a very, very strong position. And the game in their hands, 217 or 218 in front as it stands. Tickner from over the wicket in at bowls.
He's just hit his elbow.
I think he has, yeah. It's deflected off the kind of the elbow, must be the upper arm maybe.
Yeah.
Giving us a leg by.
Showing no pain.
He was not. It's off the bicep of Keaton Jennings. So he remains on 50. The score moves to 113 for 1, and we've got 6 balls left.
It's enough, isn't it?
Oh, aye.
More than enough.
If you missed any of those scores, stay tuned to Sports Extra. Kevin will run through them all again for you.
Yeah, right.
He'll do a better job than me.
Got to do something, hasn't he?
Yep.
Apart from watch Surrey score 1,000,000 runs. So it'll be Jack Morley to bowl the final over of the day. With his left arm. And in he comes bowling to Keaton. No, the brain's gone completely now. Bowls to Keaton Jennings. It turns that one into the leg side. It's fielded by Caelan Jewell. And there is no run. Not sure how many runs we'll get in this final over. There's a job. We're going to get some here, or at least one. Jennings sweeps down towards Tickner. He moves to 51, 114 for 1. Lead 220 as the wind. That's very pleasant.
Lovely.
Very pleasant indeed. I'm looking forward to getting back into my non-air conditioned room.
Yes, that would be excellent for you tonight. Something to look forward to.
The temperature drops all the way down to 20. Here comes Morley bowls, defended by Bohannon. And there is no run. So 70s for Martin Anderson and Wayne Madsen didn't really cut the mustard for Derbyshire. They were 106 in arrears at the end of the first innings, as we now have a silly mid-off rather than a short leg. Bits and pieces put together by the rest of the Derbyshire batters as Morley's in. That one's driven into the ground, into the offside, and taken by Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, got to get any partnership really going, could they?
No, for a couple of 50s and 60s and 70s, that kind of thing, but nothing really substantial. Certainly not 2 centuries like Lancashire had in their first innings yesterday. As it goes back this time, Bohannon to defend the ball from Morley.
Yeah, 78 Madsen and Guest, 61 Anderson and Dahl, 46 Anderson and Chapp. Nothing to kind of kick on and try and get near to that Lancashire first innings score.
With 2 left now.
I think so.
Something like that. 114 for 1. Sun streaming in.
Actually, I think it's 1.
Only 1.
Yep, this is it.
Last ball, and Morley bowls it. It's taken down the leg side by Brooke Guest, and the day, this day in history comes to an end. Lancashire close on 114 for 1. It means they lead by 220 runs. 51 not out for Keaton Jennings, and Josh Bohannon unbeaten on 30. Luckwell's the only man out. He made 31 before being bowled by Anuj Dal. I'll let Jane do her announcements, and we will say goodbye for today. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning with the third day, when the game very much in Lancashire's hands.